He lifted his coat from a peg on the wall. "It's raining." She hesitated. It hadn't been raining earlier, when she wasted hours pacing Lizard Bay's dusty street. But he didn't look as though he was lying. His own coat was a heavy, oilskin thing. She nodded grudgingly. "All right." She dug through her bag and pulled out a light shawl, the only cover she'd brought with her from London. "Don't you have anything heavier?" "Don't you have other people to bother?" she retorted, resenting the question as much for its accuracy as the fact it had come from Lord Branston's mouth. She should have brought a heavier cloak with her, and a parasol besides. Her nose was still pink from yesterday's walk up and down the street, but she'd been in such a hurry to leave London without discovery that she'd not put the proper thought into packing. Not that she felt compelled to admit such a thing out loud. Shrugging on the bit of lace that passed as a shawl in London drawing-rooms, but which, she suspected, fell woefully short here in Cornwall, she jerked open the door and stamped her way out onto the porch. Immediately, she was struck by a thin curtain of mist. She breathed in the usual tang of salt air, now muddled by the scent of fresh rain and wet earth. Well, he might be a bounder and a spreader of nefarious gossip, but he hadn't been exaggerating about the rain. As if in agreement, the rain picked up, drumming harder on the roof of the narrow porch. Unable to back down now, she pulled the shawl tighter about her shoulders and stepped off the front steps. Turning to the right, she went a good 100 yards down the muddying street before glancing over her shoulder. Lord Branston was standing in the middle of the road, his arms crossed across his chest, rain already coating his bare head. "You decided not to follow me after all," she challenged, though a part of her felt deflated by the thought that perhaps he meant to watch her traipse off alone through the rain. He shook his head, and she could hear his long-suffering sigh. "No, not in that direction, at any rate. Heathmoor lies to the east, not the west." He gestured for her to retrace her steps. "Come along, then. Might as well find the perfect cliff to toss you over." From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, September 2nd, 1825. It is exhausting, always being right. Well, perhaps not always right. There was that time I kissed the vicar. That lapse in judgment has been firmly rectified today. You see, I voted against Reverend Wellsbury's proposal to build a proper road to Marston, and he stormed out of our town meeting in a great, manly snit. He suspects I cast such a vote only to be argumentative. I don't deny that after he left, I lodged a vigorous and well-constructed argument against his plan, but I had my reasons, and they were not only to needle him. Marston, I feel, is enjoying the wrong sort of progress. It is growing quickly, a mining town of the worst variety. There are regular fights in the street, and a young man was knifed in front of the gin house just last week. A better road would carry our citizens to Marston for work, not the other way around. I am in firm agreement we need to collectively consider Lizard Bay's future, but I think we need to consider measures that preserve the character and charm and, yes, anonymity of this little town that has become my refuge and my life. Reverend Wellsbury needs to learn to trust my judgment. I am neither a brainless, helpless female, nor a cunning, plotting seductress. Honestly, the myriad ways he views me are becoming quite comical, as though I am multiple women wrapped up in a plain spinster's body. I am more than willing to work with him. as long as he admits I am right.
Chapter 15. He'd been joking, of course, about the cliff. But still, Thomas was surprised when she trudged her way back. She stopped in front of him, her lower lip caught between her teeth. The sight of it made him feel better about this foolhardy decision to go traipsing off in the rain. At least she was thinking about things. He was beginning to get a sense she didn't always before she tossed herself in the direction of her impulses. "Lord Branston, She hesitated, seemingly on the cusp of an apology, but then seemed to settle into a decision. "I suppose I am stuck with you, given that no one else in this town can be bothered to help. If you are inclined to visit Heathmoor on this fine afternoon, I suppose it would be all right for me to accompany you." Thomas bit back a chuckle, imagining that was about as close to an admission of error or an expression of thanks as he was likely to get where this woman was concerned. "You are welcome." She looked away from him. She looked damp, a little lost, shivering in the worsening rain. And so damn desirable, he wanted to pull her into his arms and kiss away the raindrops clinging to her skin. But he wasn't going to do anything about that. He finally had her trusting him enough to accept his offer of help. He wasn't going to destroy that with another ill-timed kiss, however tempting the thought. More than anything, he wanted to show her why Heathmoor was so special, to show her its hidden secrets and see the wonder on her face when she realized the potential to be found in the land. Given her interest in helping orphans and fixing the town's stray cat population, he had a feeling she might champion this cause if it was presented in the right way. She seemed to latch on to good causes the way the beleaguered cats of Lizard Bay latched on to free meals. If she cared enough for the place and the town to stay, perhaps the land would be safe in her hands after all. But first, he had to get her there. He steered them east, out of town. A good, hard tramp was an excellent way to take his mind off the dilemma this woman posed, and he knew from experience that one lay ahead of them now. Lizard Bay had originally been founded as a small fishing village near the mouth of the Helford River, and it was sheltered on 3 sides by crumbling cliffs. The town's geography, however, had been its ultimate downfall, the tight rocks ensuring the town's architecture never expanded much past a single street and a few hundred hearty souls. Besides the single road leading in, there were perhaps a dozen foot and cart paths scattered among the rocks, leading to a few homes and other secret places. They began to climb one of those footpaths, the twisting, rocky path, a series of mad switchbacks that always left him puffing, no matter how fit he was. On sunny days, the climb could be spectacular, with breathtaking ocean views and the dizzying acrobatics of the jackdaws that nested in the cliff face as entertainment. But today, the jackdaws were more sensibly hunkered down in their nests. The path was shrouded in fog, and with the curtain of rain to contend with, he didn't dare take his eyes off the path for a second, or else risk slipping on wet rocks and loose earth. "How did you know which path to take?" she asked, panting along behind him, dragging her bag with her. "They don't appear to be marked." "No," he answered. "They once were, mind you. When I came here 3 years ago, there were still a few old directional signs left." He glanced back at her and stopped, realizing she was almost soaked through. Her shawl was scarcely the right sort of armor for a Cornwall rain, But he suspected she would only refuse his help if he offered his own coat, given that she had already twice refused his offer to carry her bag. The salt air tends to weather the wood, and they don't last more than a few years. You just get to know the right path after a while. "Well, there's your new industry for the town," she said, stopping beside him and wiping a strand of wet hair out of her eyes. "Directional signs." She set her bag down in the mud. "It's perfect. You'll need a constant supply. Perhaps you can even sell them to the almighty Marston." She made a face. "I swear, that town needs its comeuppance. Did they really poison your fish?" He chuckled, remembering how Miss E. used to harbour a similar opinion against the nearest town, always resenting how Marston had flourished while the residents of Lizard Bay struggled to make ends meet. "I am sure the Marston Mining Company would deny it if asked, and while directional signs are a good idea, you are forgetting one important thing." "Oh?" He lifted a hand to the high edge of the cliff, beyond which waited an expanse of grass and rock. No trees. "We'd have to buy the lumber for the signs from—" She held up her hand. "Don't say it." "Marston," he finished, his grin spreading higher. She nodded. "All right then," she said, worrying her lower lip. "We'll have to just keep thinking about what other sort of industry might help Lizard Bay." Thomas stared down at the sight of those neat, white teeth against the pink curve of her lip. Damn, but it made him want to kiss her. Taste those lips again. What would she do if he took the invitation she probably didn't even realize she offered? Kissing her 3 days ago had proven a heady, unique experience. She was different than any woman he'd ever known. She appeared to approach everything in life with unrestrained passion, leaping first and asking questions later. And he couldn't help but admire that sort of spirit. Her determination to reach Heathmore, no matter the distance, no matter even the miserable weather, was a perfect example. She was a reckless counterpart to his own scripted isolation, and a part of him envied her that freedom. The most unplanned thing he had ever done was flee London 3 years ago. That wasn't passionate or courageous, it had been cowardly. He'd just run, charged, really, seeking solace from the tattered remnants of what had once been a promising life. And then, once he reached Cornwall, he'd fallen into a defined, pitiable pattern of grief and isolation. For some reason, this woman made him want to loosen his hold on that increasingly distant part of his life. She looked up, shielding her eyes from the rain. "How much higher do we need to climb?" "Oh, I don't think the cliff face itself is higher than 1,000 feet. "That doesn't sound so bad. But with the switchbacks, it's another half-mile of upward climbing on this path. Then we take a hard right and have another 1.5 miles over rough terrain onto Heathmore." The smile slid off her face. "Another half-mile? Of climbing?" He nodded. "But however did my aunt manage it?" She was a tough thing, though I doubt she would have attempted it in the rain. She seemed to do all right, at least for the first year I lived here. But she moved down to town 2 years ago. She said she missed her daily dose of bickering with Reverend Wellsbury and wanted to be able to pester him all the time, but I suspect the climb became too much for her knees. He shrugged out of his oilskin coat, wrapping it around her shoulders. He held his breath, waiting for her to throw the garment back at him. Instead, she lowered her chin and breathed in, long and slow. He could almost imagine the war waging inside that fair head. Should she, or shouldn't she? Well, he wasn't going to ask. In a similarly surreptitious manner, he picked up her bag and slung it over one shoulder, opposite his satchel. He turned back up the path, welcoming the heaviness of the bag and the feel of the rain as it began to soak through his frock coat, because that meant she was protected from those annoyances. After a moment, he heard the hard scramble of her boots against the loose rocks. He paused, waiting for her to catch up, trying to imagine how difficult it was to attempt something like this in wet skirts. He was quite sure he wouldn't have attempted it. "Well, if you truly want Heathmore for yourself, you are going to need to find a new way to do me in, Lord Branston," she panted. "Oh?" he asked, around his smile. He reached out his hand, no words, just a quiet, blind offer of assistance that she was free to take or leave according to her own whims. He was rewarded for his patience by the clasp of her gloved hand in his. "That's right," she said, "because I refuse to be tossed off a cliff if you are going to force me to climb it first." Despite his teasing threats, he hadn't paused to toss her over once they reached the top. In fact, he'd kept her quite close to his side, helping her up here, pulling her over there. She had not had the breath to refuse his help, choosing instead to concentrate on the necessary task of not breaking her own neck. She slipped several times, saved only by the steady, reassuring pull of his hands. She regretted now the stubbornness that had brought them out in such foul weather. It was clear that she was endangering them both, but he didn't offer a word of criticism, just kept moving, solid and steady, in the direction she'd asked to go. Eventually, they passed a white brick lighthouse, its rhythmic swirl of light and horn hardly piercing the deepening fog. She was tempted to stop, collect her breath, but he didn't slow down, just moved on, the trail becoming something more precarious now, little more than a goat path. Not that she'd seen any goats. In fact, after another half-hour of walking, it occurred to Lucy that she hadn't seen any signs of life since the lighthouse. A single word came to mind when she considered how to describe the fog-covered vista, and that was barren. As she stared out at the alien landscape, it occurred to her that her father had been right about at least one thing. The land up here appeared to be little more than useless heath and bog. To their right lay the ocean, and to their left lay what seemed to be miles and miles of stony ground and waterlogged grasslands, glimpses of loneliness snatched through the occasional break in the fog. "In case you were wondering, we are on the outer edges of Heathmoor's grounds now," Branston offered. Lucy squinted into the swirling mist, wishing she had waited for a better day, wishing for even a small, twisted tree she might count on for a landmark. She didn't see anything that looked familiar. In point of fact, she didn't remember anything about this harrowing journey, though her 6-year-old legs must have traipsed this treacherous path once upon a time. A sense of uncertainty settled in her heart as she stared out at the foreign vista. What had she gotten herself into? "You look disappointed." "It is just that the word grounds implies something a bit more, well, grander." She turned in a small circle, looking for some glimpse of life. "I remember it rather differently. Fields of flowers and butterflies." Then again, she'd been 6. What was she supposed to remember? Lethal, rain-slick paths, where one wrong step could send you plummeting to your death? "Does nothing grow up here besides rocks?" He shrugged. "That depends on your perspective. This is a peculiar piece of land. The Lizard Bay Peninsula is the only place in England with this type of geography. The soil along this stretch of coast is too alkaline for traditional crops, but that doesn't mean nothing will grow. He cast a hand toward the fog-shrouded side of the path. It is hard to see at present, but there are many examples of unusual plant life here. He paused. More than you can imagine. Rare and beautiful. Whoever has the care of Heathmore has care of them. Lucy looked again, trying to blink away her prejudices. She didn't see how it involved any care at all. It was wild and vast, quite independent of any human hand. She felt a catch in her throat as she considered this all belonged to her now, the rocks and grass, and even the fog. But she suspected she was going to have a hell of a time growing a vegetable garden. The cottage is only a few 100 yards farther. He pointed to a distant outcropping of rock, just through there. She peered through the curtain of mist. Why was her stomach skittering? She couldn't be nervous. She was almost there, nearly at the end of this mad crusade that had all but consumed her the last few weeks. She ought to be sprinting down the path. But for some reason, her nerves were jumping. What would she find beyond those rocks? Her future, bright and shining and perfect? Or a reality she didn't want to face? She trudged the last few steps, grateful for the weight of the borrowed oilskin about her shoulders. The gesture had been kind, kinder than she deserved, given that it was her own stubbornness that had them out in this weather. But for Lord Branston, such kindness seemed to be commonplace. Just ahead, she could see his shoulders flex and twist as he stepped over rocks and obstacles, the delineation of firm muscles outlined by the wet frock-coat plastered against his skin. Though she was quite sure Aunt E would be appalled by the direction of her thoughts, she was rather grateful to be following. Otherwise, she'd miss the view. Finally, Lord Branston circled around from behind, his hand gentle against the small of her back. "There you are, then," he said, pointing through a break in the rocks. "Your first sight of Heathmore Cottage." Lucy stepped forward, staring at this house her aunt had bequeathed her. Fears of gaping holes and sagging roofs were shoved to one side as she took in the whitewashed stone walls and the gleam of new, wet slate on the roof. It appeared to have once been a crofter's cottage, 2 stories and solidly built. In the waning light, it looked safe and warm and altogether inviting. She glanced back at him. "Uninhabitable? It looks rather well tended to me." "Yes, well, there's been a bit of work put into it since your aunt's passing." "Which you had neither permission nor the right to do," she reminded him archly. She turned back to her cottage and strode toward it until she was running a hand over the damp stones, stones that now belonged to her. Her lungs squeezed tight to feel the solid promise of them. "The repairs aren't finished yet." His voice pushed from behind. "It's been slow going, bringing the slate up the path one bundle at a time. If you plan to keep it, you'll need to be prepared to invest a bit more in its upkeep." A frisson of irritation curled through her. "I don't know what you mean, Lord Branston. The house looks quite livable to me." She pursed her lips and held out her hand. "May I have my bag, please?" He handed it over. It was heavier than she remembered. She probably ought to thank him for carrying it so far, but somehow The realization that his descriptions of the cottage's state of disrepair were more falsehood than truth made the gratitude shrivel a bit on her tongue. She moved toward the front door, wanting to see if a similar state of falsehood waited inside. Opening her wet bag, she drew out the key she'd carried all the way from London. She slid it into the lock and tried to turn it. Nothing happened. She jiggled it, took it out, and tried again. Is there a trick of some kind? No, it has a new lock. She turned to face him, her hands clenching. You've locked me out of my own house! He held out his hand, a different key lying flat against his palm. We had to break the latch initially to get in. I thought it safer to repair it than leave it open to vandals. She took the new key, examining it with a sense of increasing annoyance. And like the key that had come mailed in the brown paper package, this one was new and shiny, full of fresh promise, and not at all the one that had become her talisman. From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, April 3rd, 1826. It is said by Reverend Wellsbury that women change their minds more frequently than the weather. How, then, do you explain the nearly constant nature of our feud? After the Great Marston Road debate of 1825, the vicar and I reached a rocky state of equilibrium. Reverend Wellsbury would propose an action, and I would vote it down. Or else I would come up with a brilliant idea, and he would work behind my back to convince the townspeople to take the opposite view. The two of us have tied up town politics in a vitriolic standstill, and I am not proud to admit that, perhaps, we have both given our personal differences free rein and not always considered the betterment of the town. Something has to change. We can't continue this way, or poor Lizard Bay will suffer the consequences. But I'm not leaving. And I hear there may be a position opening up for a new vicar up in Marston. Chapter 16. Thomas stepped inside the cottage and wiped his feet on the rag carpet by the door. Over the past 2 weeks, he'd spent countless hours here, consumed by the cottage's never-ending list of repairs. 3 years ago, when Aunt E still lived here, she'd always welcomed him into the small parlour, sitting him down in one of her ancient, creaking chairs, asking him what he'd found during the day's walk. He'd shared his secrets, willingly or not. But Lucy didn't seem interested in sharing any secrets. She set down her bag and stood in the middle of the room, stripping off her gloves 1 finger at a time. She turned in a slow circle, and he could see her gaze skitter across the trio of beleaguered chairs and the old settee, its upholstered cushion lopsided and sun-faded. He leaned one shoulder against the wall as she completed her perusal, his satchel heavy about his shoulder. It might not be much to look at, but he was rather proud of the parlour's state of cleanliness. After all, he'd dusted the furniture himself. I don't remember any of this. She chewed on her lower lip, as though it held answers the room couldn't give her. My memory of it seems, I don't know, larger. She sighed, looking around again. Then again, I was only 6 years old. Thomas thought of how much Miss E had loved the small crofter's cottage, even with all its cramped corners and old, dilapidated furniture. There were 4 rooms in total, a sitting room and kitchen on the bottom floor, and 2 bedrooms on top. Small by London standards, but it had been more than large enough for Miss E. He shook his head, a bit disappointed by the girl's lack of enthusiasm. If you had visited your aunt more often, perhaps your memories would be clearer, he replied. She cut him a sharp glance. I may not have known my aunt through frequent visits, but do not presume I know nothing of her or of this house. She sent us a Christmas card every year. She hesitated. And she left me her diaries. Ah, I had wondered how you knew she hated roses. She blinked at him. You mean you knew about the roses? And Mr. Bentley? Thomas nodded. In her old age, Miss E. had been a chatty thing, prone to the occasional bout of dementia. As someone who spent time with her, he was bound to collect odd bits and pieces of her history. He hadn't known Miss E. kept a diary, but it didn't surprise him. She had been a fiercely bookish sort of spinster, with a lot of lonely hours to fill. But why would my aunt tell you something so personal? In the room's muted light, Lucy's eyes seemed huge. I reckon she was glad for the chance to simply talk to someone. He crossed his arms. I suspect she was a little lonely, living by herself all the way up here. He hesitated. And I predict you will be as well. Her eyes narrowed. My aunt chose to live here by herself. She could have visited us in London any time she wanted. She took a step toward the fireplace and ran a finger along the empty mantel. And I am not completely without memories, you know. I remember a set of glass figurines she kept here, a pair of horses. She took them down for me to play with. Her voice deepened. I nearly broke one of them, but she didn't scold me. Thomas's shoulders softened. Now that sounded like Miss E. The woman might have been quick to snap at Reverend Wellsbury, but she had an immense store of patience for mischievous young children. Lucy turned to face him, taking a deep breath. The house looks quite clean, Lord Branston. So much for the stories about the rats. He shook his head. I didn't lie about that. I was given to believe the place was filthy, that it was all but falling down. I've pulled out the parlour furniture and cleaned and dusted. His defence echoed fitfully through the small room. He could well imagine how it looked, but she was leaping to a conclusion she didn't understand. But there are other rooms still waiting for a proper cleaning. I've had trouble finding anyone to come up and help of late. Because they knew the place didn't belong to you? Her voice was sharper now. No, because they think it is haunted. She rolled her eyes. This talk of ghosts again. She took a step toward him. Lord Branston, I've heard quite enough. The evidence speaks for itself. You were untruthful about the condition of this house, no doubt to try to convince me to sell it to you sight unseen. I didn't, and you have lied to the people of Lizard Bay, stirring stories of ghosts and the like, no doubt so they wouldn't offer you a challenge. He spread his hands, growing a bit angry himself. Was she truly so blind that she couldn't see how hard he was trying to help her? I have offered to pay more than the house's actual value. But not at first. Your initial offer was far too low. He gritted his teeth. She had him there. But he hadn't wanted to arouse suspicion as to the property's true value. Not with so much at stake, and not when he'd still believed her an empty-headed debutante. I will pay you whatever you think the property is worth. That's a generous offer. But her voice echoed with doubt. She took a step toward him, cocking her head. But such generosity only rouses my suspicions more. Why do you want Heathmoor so badly you would at first try to purchase it for a blind pittance, only to now offer whatever I might ask? What hidden value does it have to you? There was enough truth in her musings to make him swallow, but he wanted to show her, to explain his thinking. If you would just let me show you. Show me what? She interrupted, shaking her head. Can you conjure a house full of rats now? Wave a magic wand and turn the place filthy again? I don't trust you, Lord Branston. There was a moment of painful hesitation, and then she sighed. And I can admit to being disappointed that my lack of faith seems well-founded. She shrugged out of the oilskin. Thank you for showing me the way here, but I no longer require your assistance. She tossed the coat toward him. I'll thank you to leave now. He caught it with an awkward hand, droplets of water flying here and yon. She wanted him to leave. Oh, bugger it all! There she went, leaping in without thinking again. He recognized the sharp tilt of her chin. She'd looked much the same yesterday afternoon when they sparred on the street. He widened his own stance. Absolutely not. I am not leaving you here alone. The choice does not lie with you. She pointed toward the door. Please go now. Thomas tried to find a calming tone, something to ease the rising redness in her face. Lucy, you are cold and wet and not thinking clearly. He'd meant to soothe her, soften the tightness of her jaw, but instead his words seemed more like a match touched to tinder. Oh, for the love of bloody Christ! Would people stop telling me I am not thinking clearly? She exploded, throwing her hands up in the air. First my father, then my sister Lydia, and now you. Why must my thoughts be muddied simply because they don't agree with yours? Thomas gritted his teeth. Right then. Perhaps a soothing tone had been the wrong tactic to take. Well then, don't be foolish, he said next. The path was dangerous enough in daylight. If we delay returning until dark, it could well prove lethal. Her face turned a bright red. Foolish, am I? I have breasts, I suppose, which makes me capable of nothing more than a touch of hysteria every now and again. Well, if you are so afraid of the dark, best get started back. I will not be returning to Lizard Bay tonight. Not even the mention of her breasts could cool his rising ire. Damn it, but would she not listen to reason? He knew she was smart enough and brave enough to find her way to Cornwall against all odds. She'd waited for 2 long days to try and locate a guide, so she at least understood the risks of being alone. So why was she insisting on doing something so dangerous now, without stopping to think it through? Was it because the house was not as large or grand as she remembered, and she was battling the sting of her pride? Or was it because she felt like he was still trying to somehow force her hand? You can't stay in a house like this, Thomas protested. It isn't safe. Because I'm a woman? She threw her hands up in the air again. You sound just like Reverend Wellsbury. I have to stay in a house like this. I don't have a choice. I can afford to stay in town another night, and unlike you, I don't have entailed property at my disposal, or an income I can depend on. Thomas scowled at her. Was she truly so blind to the privilege she enjoyed? You toss out excuses rather easily, but need I point out your father is a viscount? Yesterday you mentioned a dowry. Shall I guess the amount? 5,000? At her scowl of annoyance he pressed on. 10,000. He knew he had her when she began to bite her lip. Admit it, Lucy. You are scarcely the impoverished chit you are claiming to be. Her hands gripped the fabric of her skirts. If you think a woman's dowry is her own, she ground out, then you are delusional. It will only be delivered into the hands of a husband, a fact my father has made more than clear. And given my plain appearance and contrary notions about life and love and everything in between, any man who offers for me will most assuredly only be interested in putting his hands on my dowry. She drew a ragged breath. Not on me. A strange, telling silence descended. He wondered if she even realized just how much she had revealed. She'd been claiming from the day he met her that she didn't want to marry, that she intended to be a spinster like her aunt, but this confession suggested a deeper, underlying doubt. And not only a doubt in men and their intentions, a doubt in herself. His eyes lingered on cheeks flushed pink with agitation, the rise and fall of those lovely breasts. Christ above. Plain? Was that really how she saw herself? Had she any notion of how she looked at the moment, her wet dress moulded to her curves? Her chin tilted even higher. So no, Lord Branston, I am not going with you, and I have no intention of selling this property. You can't imagine what Heathmore represents to me. Then tell me, he said, more quietly now. Convince me why I should leave off. Tell me you can handle this house, manage its repairs and upkeep. Promise me you won't sell it, and I will walk away and leave you in peace. Heathmore means my freedom, independence. She choked on a sob and charged at him, her hands making hard contact against his chest. A life where I don't ever have to marry, a life I would make on my own terms, not dictated by my parents or a husband. He stood firm, letting her abuse him. I understand such a sentiment more than you think. Something of her panic, her resolve, reminded him of another young woman, once upon a time. My sister, you don't understand. She pushed again, and this time he yielded, stumbling back toward the open front door. I can't muddle through life the way my father expects me to, and I can't be what my mother would make me. She was shouting now, nearly shaking the rafters. I can't face the season they have planned for me, or marry a perfect, titled stranger, just because it's the done thing. God knows I have tried through the years, but that is a shoe that will not fit. My aunt wanted me to have Heathmore because she knew from a single childhood visit that I was different, that I would never fit into a life someone else made me. And I can't sell the house she intended as my salvation. Now, finally, they were getting to the heart of the matter. She was determined he'd give her that. But had she really thought this through? She was fixated on a path she knew nothing about, nothing beyond the hazy image she held of Miss E. as a saintly do-gooder and a kindly aunt. But he'd known Miss E. well enough to recognize the restlessness that lay inside her. The woman had never been content, always floating from project to mad project, as if she were trying to fill some endless hole in her life, always searching for something, company, grand causes, something to ease that ache in her heart. I can understand a need to make your own life, he said, wincing as another hard shove knocked against his chest, pushing him ever backward. But are you meant to be alone in that future? Yes, she said, panting now. My aunt did it. You live alone, to hear Mrs. Wilkins tell it. Yes, I live alone, and that is why you should listen to me when I say you should reconsider your plan. You'd like that, wouldn't you? She spat. To force me to sell Heathmore and run back to London with my tail tucked between my legs. Damn it, this isn't about Heathmore. It's about you. She stopped, her eyes wide with surprise, her chest heaving. Of course it's about Heathmore. I mean it, Lucy. He shook his head. Do not rush into a decision like this. He dragged a hand through his damp hair, needing to make her understand. Do you know what it means to be truly, completely alone? He demanded. Sitting in a room for hours, for years, with naught but the crack of a fire in your ears. To feel the weight of your own thoughts, second-guessing every decision you ever made, every person you ever disappointed, until you think you might go mad from it. He threw up his hands. Your aunt understood it. I understand it. It isn't for the faint of heart, Lucy. You can trust me on that. There was a long, awkward moment of silence. She stared at him. He stared back. "How can I trust you?" she whispered, her eyes welling with tears. "I can't even trust you to use my name properly, much less tell me the truth." Her voice was a catch in her throat now, and the sound made him want to reach for her. "My name is Miss L. now, not Lucy." She gave a new, hard shove, and suddenly he was standing outside the door. "And I can't trust anyone." Lucy shoved the door closed and turned the shiny new key in the lock. Her heart was thumping with emotion that, admittedly, had little to do with Heathmore Cottage. Oh, God! Oh, bugger it all! Had she really just confessed to Lord Branston? She was afraid a husband would not want to touch her. And more to the point, was it true? Until that moment, she hadn't realized just how much of her obsession with this house and her fears for the season were tied up in her own confused feelings about her future. She had claimed, loudly and often, that she didn't want to ever marry, that she wanted to be a spinster and live life by her own rules, the way her aunt had. But in that mad, miserable moment, when she choked it all out to Lord Branston, it had all become clear. It wasn't that she didn't want a husband, as she had been claiming. It was that she wanted that husband to want her. And that, she realized with a sudden sob, was the crux of everything. She clapped a hand over her mouth, trying to hold it in. That was why she didn't want a season, why the thought of setting up a spinster's house in a crofter's cottage in Cornwall held such appeal. But if the thought of a loveless marriage frightened her, she was also scared to find herself eventually wanting things like children, a desire to share her world and her worry with someone other than felons and orphans. Would she feel empty without them, the way Lord Branston implied she would? She was suddenly frightened she would never be happy, no matter which decision she made. She swiped at her traitorous eyes and stalked to the front window. Brushing aside a faded curtain, she peered out. He was shrugging on the oilskin she had thrown at him. It had smelled of him when he draped it around her shoulders on their walk up. She had closed her eyes when he'd done it, breathing him in, trying to believe he wanted the best for her. But that was just wishful thinking, it seemed. There were too many reasons to distrust him. In the drizzle, she could see him offer one last glance toward the door. He took a hesitant step away, then another, until his damp, dark head disappeared through the rocks. How long she stood there she couldn't say, but eventually her emotions began to calm and her tears to dry. With it, the chill of the house began to seep through her clothes. She pulled the wet shawl off her shoulders and turned to face the room she had just fought so hard to win. Already the shadows were lengthening, and not only because of the dreary day. It was starting to get late, and it was definitely getting colder. As she knelt in front of the parlour's fireplace and sorted through how she might start a fire, she realized with dismay she didn't know how. Much like laundry, she'd never even considered learning how to do it. Could she really be stymied by such a basic, primal skill? Give her a pen and paper, and she could change the world. But start a fire? She hadn't a bloody clue. She searched her memory. How did the servants light fires at Cardwell House? They seemed to always be carrying around buckets of embers. That implied that new fires were started from old ones. But there was no fire in this place. No scent of smoke either, suggesting there hadn't been a fire in a very long time. And bloody hell, even if she found a match, there didn't appear to be any wood. "Don't panic, Lucy," she muttered into the ominous silence of the house. "You just need to look around." She stumbled into the next room, determined to search every nook and cranny for matches and wood. But things seemed even less encouraging here. She was standing in a kitchen with a wobbly old table and a few chairs. Dust coated the table, and the floor crunched menacingly under her boot, 2 years of dirt and neglect impossible to ignore. There was no stove to speak of, but she saw a cooking hearth that appeared to be stuffed with hay or dried grass. She sniffed, searching for evidence of a recent fire, but all she received was a nose full of ammonia for her trouble. Worse, something rustled in the grass. "Oh God, oh God, oh God!" Lucy turned and ran out of the kitchen, slamming the door behind her and breathing hard. She hadn't believed it, not really. She'd thought her father and Lord Branston must have made that part of the story up, like a twisted fairy tale meant to keep children from wandering into the woods. But stories didn't rustle about in the grass, nor urinate in hearths either. She placed a trembling hand over her heart. She wasn't the Westmore sibling who was terrified of rats. She wasn't. And as long as the dreadful beast stayed on their side of the house, everything would be fine. She somehow pulled herself together, her wet skirts dragging the floor and leaving a dirty smear behind her. She knew she needed to get dry, but how could she in the insistent damp of the place? She fumbled out of her skirts and bodice, laying them across the back of a chair. But she soon discovered that dry clothes were going to be in as short supply as firewood. Everything in her bag was soaked through. Even the snuff she'd bought from Mr. Jameson was clumped inside its tin. "Right then," she muttered, squaring her shoulders. "Surely there is something dry to wear in this house. A blanket, perhaps, or a curtain." She would find it, even if it meant braving... She shuddered. No, if it meant braving the rats, she'd rather stay cold and damp. Thank you very much. Shivering in her damp chemise, Lucy armed herself with an old moth-eaten broom and completed a cursory inspection of the rest of the house, her trepidation rising with each new discovery. She found the half-finished roof and the rain-slick floors that lay beneath, the rotting floorboards in the upstairs bedrooms, and the closet full of old, musty linens, which had at first caused a hopeful leap of her heart, only to have those hopes curdle as she realized the cotton had all been chewed through by rats. Through it all, the outside light grew dimmer through the windows, until finally she had to make her way back to the parlour by feel rather than by sight. She was cold, wet, hungry, wrong. The realization formed slowly, growing teeth along with the night. With it came an acute embarrassment. She sank to the floor, her face in her hands. Lord Branston had warned her the repairs weren't finished. Her own inspection had just confirmed the worst. Everything he had said about Heathmore was true. Oh, damn her indomitable pride, and damn her compulsive nature besides. She'd known the cottage was miles from town, and now the sheer isolation of Heathmore began to close in. She couldn't make her way back down that treacherous, slippery path tonight without a light to guide her. She wasn't sure she could do it even with a light in her hand. She'd never felt so alone in all her life. She thought of her family back in London and the bustle and efficiency of Cardwell House. Oh, but she had taken that life for granted. Lord Branston had been right when he claimed she was spoiled. She'd imagined she hated the wealth surrounding her, when in reality she hadn't realized how fortunate she was. Was this what Lydia meant that day, when her sister implied that she was naive to the ways of the world? She looked around the small room, with its simple furniture and unlit hearth. If Lydia were here, she would probably know how to start a fire. Hell, Lydia would probably know how to catch a rat and turn it into dinner. But all she herself knew how to do, really, was write letters to prisoners. She blinked back tears as she thought of the grand causes she had supported in London, and how her father always tolerated them with a bemused shake of his head. They did seem like petty diversions now, compared to the reality of life. She'd devoted herself to them for the wrong reasons, wanting to feel important rather than wanting to help as an honest expression of gratitude for all she had. What had she been thinking, charging so blindly to Cornwall, so ill-prepared for it all? And just how had Aunt E done it, managed to live here all by herself? How had she found firewood in a landscape barren of trees? How had she fetched water and cooked without a stove? It was far too dark to read her aunt's diaries for clues, and so far she'd uncovered no details in her reading that pointed to the day-to-day workings of Aunt E's life. She thought of the pages she had read, the vivid descriptions of her aunt's adventures. In point of fact, Aunt E hadn't written much about her life here at Heathmore Cottage at all. Instead, she'd written, nearly incessantly, about the people of Lizard Bay. Was Lord Branston right? Was it possible her aunt hadn't been as content a spinster as her diaries implied? At that moment, an eerie moaning sound reached through the cottage walls to find her ears. Ooh. Ooh. Who is there? She sat up, her heart clawing a hole in her chest. Ooh. Her mind summoned Mrs. Wilkins's earlier warning about ghosts and magnified it tenfold. She didn't believe in ghosts, but something rustled in the darkness to her left. And, oh God, that sound came from inside the house, not out of doors. What if the vandals Lord Branston had mentioned were staying here after all? Her imagination took hold then and went further. Vandals wielding knives, or worse, vandals wielding rats. The rustling came again, louder now. Something brushed by her leg, and she opened her mouth in a long, terrified scream. Oh God, oh God, oh God! She was a victim of her own stupidity, bound to stay in this house tonight, or die trying. And it was beginning to look as though dying was a distinct possibility. From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, November 22nd, 1827. Living alone on the edge of a cliff is not for the faint of heart. Sometimes, especially when the season shifts, the wind moans terribly, reminding you that warmer homes and warmer beds await in town below. I shudder to think of the coming winter, when I will be confined to Heathmore by ice on the path more often than not. I would move to Lizard Bay in a heartbeat, if the bloody vicar wasn't still there, his smugly handsome face glaring down at me from the pulpit. But moving to town for the winter would be akin to admitting Reverend Wellsbury was right, and I would rather die than ever admit a thing like that. Chapter 17. The bloody girl was going to die. At the sound of her scream, Thomas launched himself out of the shelter of the rock where he'd been hunkered down, resolved to a miserable, sleepless night. As he sprinted toward the dark house, he cursed out loud. There was no wisp of smoke curling from the chimney, no glimmer of light in any window. She was going to break her goddamn neck, puttering about in that treacherous house with no lamp, and it was going to be his fault for bringing her here. The moaning wind battered its way through his oilskin, but not even the thought of his warm, dry manor on the west side of town was enough to deter him from reaching her. She was trapped inside the cottage, cold and terrified and impossibly naive, and that meant he couldn't yet leave. Thomas threw his shoulder against the front door, cursing his foresight in repairing it so well. As his body made impact, she screamed again. He slammed his shoulder against the door again, then again. Finally, the weathered wood splintered around the new lock, and then he was tumbling inside, blinking, ready to defend her to the death. There was another shrill scream, followed by a foul curse that would make a sailor blush, and then an acrid cloud of cloves and tobacco enveloped him. He twirled into the darkness, grappling for both air and understanding. It smelled like snuff. More specifically, it smelled like Miss E's snuff. Bloody hell! What was going on? Choking, he dropped to his knees, clawing his throat for relief. The snuff assault was followed by a blow that seemed to come out of nowhere. Whack! His head jerked back against the scratch of straw against his cheek. What the devil? He managed to choke out. He searched through the murky darkness until his gaze landed on a white ghost of a girl. Lucy was wielding a broom in both hands, brandishing it like a sword, and she was dressed in little more than a dream. He coughed long and hard, doubling over, then lifted his hands in a gesture of surrender, forcing his eyes to keep to the prescribed path of her huge eyes and pale face, rather than the rounded, full shape of her breasts beneath her slip. "Lucy," he croaked out. "It's me." The broom lowered. "Thomas," came her agonized whisper. He nodded, the sound of his name sounding like heaven on her lips, no matter that her voice was strained with terror. He climbed awkwardly to his feet. So much for defending her to the death. He'd barely managed to survive his own entrance. He glanced around the dark room for evidence of whatever had sent her to arm herself with a tin of snuff and a broom. "Do you, need my help?" He half expected her to fly into a rage at the question, at the evidence he was still here, despite her order to leave. Instead, she flew into his arms. He caught her up as the broom fell to the floor with a loud clatter. His eyes and nose were still burning, but his arms proved entirely capable of closing about her quaking body. He'd seen this woman angry on more occasions than he could count. He'd seen her square her shoulders, stronger than any soldier. He'd seen her skin warmed by candlelight, that tempting mouth begging for a kiss. But he'd never seen her so vulnerable. "You came," she sobbed, her hands clutching at his oilskin. "I never really left," he admitted. She was trembling, shivering so hard, in fact, her teeth were chattering. He forced his arms to loosen, though it was a battle to get them to follow orders, given the screaming knowledge that she was dressed in nearly nothing. I don't know why you are here." Her breath hitched, and he could feel her warm tears soaking through his frock coat. "I don't deserve it, given how foolish I have been. But I am so, so glad of it." Though his eyes were still stinging from the snuff, Thomas smiled above her head. "Well." He had finally received a word of thanks from this sharp-tongued girl. But instead of feeling self-satisfied, guilt crept in. She wasn't aware of all his motives regarding Heathmore yet. And apparently, she wasn't aware of the very inappropriate direction of his thoughts. He cleared his throat, still smelling snuff with every breath. "Well, you armed yourself admirably. I am not sure you need my help after all. You seem capable of handling yourself in the event of vandals." "I'm not so worried about the vandals," she said, shaking against him. His hand crept up to the nape of her neck, brushing the short, damp strands of hair aside until his fingers touched skin. Christ, but she was cold. "What then?" he asked, lowering his hands. He began to briskly rub her arms, shoulder to elbow. "What has you so frightened you needed to whack me with a broom?" She buried her face against his chest, but didn't pull away. "Didn't you hear it?" "The wind?" "The ghost!" His hands stilled. "There's no ghost, Lucy. No matter the superstitions of the townspeople, 'tis only the wind, as I've always said. It blows hard on this part of the coast." She pressed tightly against him. "Well, something ran across my leg." Ah. Understanding settled into the cracks of his thinking. "You've met the rats, I see." She breathed in and out, then pulled back, her eyes meeting his through the darkness. "If they insist on living here too, I am afraid we aren't going to get along." In spite of himself, and in spite of the absolutely not humorous feel of her in his arms, he chuckled. "Then you'll just have to bring up some cats from town. If you brought the males, I suspect you might even solve two problems at once." She pulled back and offered him a hesitant smile, though in the dark it was difficult to see anything beyond the blinding, transparent whiteness of her chemise. "You are being so kind, kinder than I deserve. But the presumption I can fix this with a few cats—" She glanced around the dark room. "You were right. The parlour might be clean and put to rights, but the rest of Heathmore isn't what I expected. I am not sure I am meant to keep it, after all." That plucked at his conscience. He ought to be glad to hear her say it, given all that was at stake. But after the terrible row where she had shoved him outside, after all the shouted accusations, he felt as though he understood better now what drove her. She was searching for a handhold, a peg on which she could hang her future, something to define her beyond what society expected of her. She wanted someone to love her, to share her life, but she wanted to be able to trust that person. He could understand the need, and because he understood, he found himself wanting to help, even at his own expense, and even if it meant losing this worthy fight. Somehow he held out hope it might yet become her worthy fight as well. He offered her his hand. "Well, you've not given it a proper chance yet. The cottage has its own charms in the daylight." When she hesitantly placed her hand in his, he tugged her toward the kitchen. "Come on, then. Let's get a fire started." She watched as he lit a candle, using a match he pulled from a tin in the kitchen cupboard. The flickering light made Lucy feel marginally better, but it was his sure, solid movements that calmed her the most. He pulled a kettle down from the same cupboard, then filled it with water from a rusty pump she'd missed on her first frantic inspection of the kitchen. "There's a well?" she asked, feeling sheepish. "Yes, a nice deep one. You'll be glad of it come summer." Some of the villages have shallow wells that run dry in the warmer months and flood in the spring. Lucy bit her lip. She wasn't at all sure she was going to be here come summer. The truth was, she wasn't sure she was going to be here tomorrow. The reality of what she was facing here was sobering. It wasn't only the rats. The sheer physicality of the experience overwhelmed her. She didn't know how to make a fire. She couldn't dry her clothes, much less know how to wash them. She'd imagined inheriting a cottage in Cornwall would be a simple thing. But this was no ordinary cottage, and nothing was as simple as it seemed. And her hesitation wasn't only about feeling woefully underprepared for the business of taking proper care of herself. She could learn how to do laundry if need be, build a fire given time and the proper tools. But in the time she had spent in the echoing silence of his house, she discovered a very important fact about herself, one she was not sure she had understood before. She didn't like solitude. Already she could feel herself missing London. She missed her family and the warm, well-run house full of servants who cared for her. Missed her parents, even her blustering father. And she missed, especially, Lydia. The thought of living here at Heathmoor alone and never seeing family or friends was untenable. Everyone in Lizard Bay presumed she was just like her aunt, but Lucy was beginning to suspect she was not nearly as brave. Thomas gathered 2 china cups and a tin full of tea. "Let's do this in the other fireplace," he murmured, balancing the items in both hands. "The rats still have the run of this one." He moved smoothly and methodically, as if it was an ordinary thing for a marquis to make a spot of tea. The man might be a peer, but it was clear he knew what he was doing around a kitchen. The house seemed slightly less terrifying now that the candle's light touched the corners and she had someone else here with her, but there was still the moaning wind to contend with, seeping between small cracks beneath the window frames. She stayed close by his side as they made their way back to the parlour. "Hold this, please." He handed her the candle and set the kettle down beside the fireplace. "Will you be all right until I return?" "Where are you going?" She shivered. Surely he didn't mean to give her a single guttering candle and a cold tea kettle and then tuck himself back to town. "To the shed out back. I thought we might sleep in the parlour tonight, given that it is the only room that has been properly cleaned. But I need to start a fire to get you warm." His eyes swept over her. "And get your clothes dry," he swallowed, "as quickly as possible." "There's a shed?" she moaned out loud, embarrassed not to have known that. It was another reminder she knew close to nothing about this property she had inherited, and less than that even, about how to take care of herself here. "And how can there be wood? There are no trees within 2 miles. "We burn peat in our fireplaces here." He cocked his head, looking impossibly handsome in the candlelight. "Unless you would like to burn some of the furniture instead." He grinned. "We could start with the dining table. It has a wobble on its right side, one I haven't been able to fix, but we might want to hold off breaking it apart for firewood until we've had breakfast in the morning." Her stomach churned. He planned to spend the night here with her, and apparently eat breakfast in the morning. For her safety, she told herself. It was clearly too dangerous to go back down the path tonight, given the foul weather. She forced a smile. "If there is dry fuel somewhere, by all means carry on." So he brought in 2 armfuls of peat logs, then shrugged out of his oilskin and frock-coat and crouched in front of the fireplace in his shirt-sleeves. She watched as he laid the fire, the dark bricks of peat propped in a pyramid, and a handful of straw on the bottom. He took his time, showing her how to do it, patiently waiting for her to assemble some of the pieces herself. Starting the initial fire is the hard part, he explained, holding the candle to the straw. Once it is started, you shouldn't let a fire go completely out. Just stir the hot ashes back to life and add fresh kindling. It took a few moments for the flame to take hold. The peat gave off a smoky, acrid smell, quite different than the coal fire she was used to in London. But fire was fire, and when the orange flames began to lick through the darkness, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Where did you learn to do all this?" she asked, sitting down cross-legged in front of the fire, in the vain hope it might help her stockings dry faster. "Not Eton." He chuckled as he put the kettle on the grate, then rocked back on his heels and dusted off his hands. "Nor university either. In London I had scores of servants to do this sort of thing." His eyes met hers. "Your aunt showed me how, actually." "My aunt?" Lucy echoed. I arrived in Cornwall imminently ill-suited for the environment. Tea was something that had always been brought to me by servants, and I had no idea how to go about the mechanics of it. Whisky was far more convenient to pour, and I made a habit of pouring it early and often. He sat down himself, one leg stretched out, the other bent lazily at the knee. Miss E. recognized a fellow Londoner set adrift, having once been in my shoes. She also disapproved of spirits in all its forms, so, after she punched me, she showed me how to make tea. Lucy choked on her surprise. "She punched you?" "Well, she'd honed her instincts for self-preservation, I guess, living up here alone all those years." He stared into the flames. "I stumbled across her property during a long walk, quite by accident, mind you, and she punched me in the eye for trespassing." Her gaze lingered over his strong profile, the curve of his cheek below his eye, where Aunt E's fist must have struck him. "I am sure you deserved it." "Probably." He leaned forward and busied himself with their meagre place settings, fiddling with her cup, not quite looking at her. Looking back on the man I was, I could almost punch myself. I still don't know what she saw in me to prompt her to try to help. I wasn't good company. I'd dealt poorly with the loss of my sister and a broken betrothal. "You were engaged?" Somehow, in all their flirtations, in all their arguments, it had never occurred to her to question his seeming lack of attachment. But she should have considered it. An unmarried man of his unique persuasion would be considered quite a catch on the marriage market, whether it be London's or Lizard Bay's. He nodded. "For a time, Miss Heighton broke off our engagement at my sister's wake." Lucy sucked in a breath. "That's terrible." She had her reasons. He pulled the kettle off the grate and added a measure of tea leaves. "I was unfit to be anyone's husband at the time." "I rather think you'd make a brilliant husband," Lucy protested. She laughed. "A wife would never want for tea." He offered her a thin smile. "Well, I was rather different back then. Useless, really. I'd spent 4 years studying plants and rocks, only to discover that sort of knowledge provided no advantage for someone in my position. I should have studied other things as well, as you enthusiastically pointed out yesterday." Lucy flushed. "Sorry. No, you were right." His smile faltered. "After university, I didn't know what to do with myself. I was a bloody marquis, not the botanist I wished to be, and I truly had no idea what that meant. I drifted through London and fell in with the wrong sort of crowd, friends who spent their nights bent over bottles instead of books. So I was drunk that day Miss Heighton left me. Drunk, too, the day I met your aunt." His head moved slowly, side to side. had no business traipsing about the moors like that. It was a wonder I didn't fall off the cliff. Lucy winced to hear the raw pain in his voice. She thought back to how he'd smelled faintly of brandy 3 days ago on the train. She hated to, but she needed to ask. "Are you still tempted by such vices?" He stared straight ahead. "I thought I'd gotten over all of that. 3 years, after all, is a long time to go without a drink. But the trip to London proved me wrong. I was so angry. Everything I saw reminded me of her." He pulled a hand across his face. "I've been telling myself I stayed here in Cornwall because I didn't like London, but now I can't help but think staying away has simply been an excuse to avoid facing my fears." He lowered his hands to stare again into the fire, to avoid facing her and what she might think of me now. Lucy's stomach contracted. It sounded as though he was still a little bit in love with the silly girl who had left him, even after she'd treated him so callously. God, men were stupid. "If you ask me, you shouldn't think of her at all," she told him. "Miss Heighton should have stood by you, not left you. She should have helped you, the way my aunt did. If someone really cares for you, they stay." She hesitated, thinking of how he'd not gone back to town, even when she'd ordered him to. No matter what. His head jerked up, and she gamely met his gaze. Heat crackled across the space between them, heat that had nothing to do with the crackling fire or the warming kettle. She swallowed, her gaze lingering on the sensual curve of his mouth, the compelling little quirk on one side. And then the kettle began to whistle, making Lucy jump. The moment slid by. He poured tea into her cup, then his own, the picture of gentlemanly behaviour, if one overlooked the fact that she was unmarried and he was wearing little more than a damp shirt and trousers. "There's no sugar, I'm afraid," he said. "I am simply happy to have it hot," she assured him, accepting the cup he offered. She took a gulp, wincing as the hot black tea burned her tongue. "Damn it!" she gasped, choking for air. She rocked backward, wishing now for a sliver of ice. Thomas laughed, and then blew gently across the surface of his own cup. "As impatient as Miss E, I see." She was forever burning her tongue. In spite of the pain, Lucy laughed too. "Yes, well, I have trouble believing she would have been quite as impatient tonight as I have been." She cupped her palm around the cup, waiting for it to cool. She thought of how terribly she'd acted earlier, screaming at this man who was now pouring her tea, shoving him out the door into the rain, putting both their lives in peril. She looked down at her teacup, swallowing. "Knowing my aunt, she would have had the foresight to tie you up here, just to make sure she had a handy accomplice to start her fire." "Ah, so her diary mentioned the incident with Mr. Jameson, I take it." Lucy looked up in surprise. "Has she told you all her secrets?" He shrugged. She seemed to trust me for some reason. A notion struck her. If he'd been something of a confidant to her aunt, was it possible he knew about the package? "Thomas," she began, surprised to realize how comfortable his given name was beginning to feel on her lips. "Did you perchance mail a package for my aunt after she died?" "No." He shook his head. "I would have, of course. It would have been the least I could do, after all she did for me, but she didn't ask me to do anything of that sort." "Oh." Lucy felt disappointed. "It's just that, well, you seem to know an awful lot about my aunt." She looked back down at her cup. "It doesn't seem fair that you knew her better than I did." There was a drawn-out moment of silence where the crackling fire held sway. Finally, he sighed. I am sorry for what I said earlier, about not visiting her enough. She looked up to discover he was watching her intently. That was not kind of me. Yes, well, I should not have said those things about you yesterday either. She offered him a tentative smile. I only said it to hurt you, and I regret it now. I know all too well how disastrous the outcome may be when you are forced to do something you are not ready for. You only stated the truth, he said. His jaw hardened. I should take my seat in the House of Lords. You've made me think perhaps that I have been neglecting my duties, that staying away from London so long has carried a price I hadn't considered. She took a sip, grateful that the tea was cooler now. Well, I should have visited my aunt, instead of expecting her to come to London. But after my father inherited the title, all contact with her ceased, and I gradually began to think of her as someone who didn't care. She frowned. I still can't understand why she didn't just come to London. She could have made an effort to know me, but she never did. We only got a card from her once a year at Christmas. There was a cramped moment of silence, punctuated by the pop and crackle of the flames. I don't know why either, but I do know Miss E. cared about you, he said slowly. She told me several times how much she wished she could know you better. But if I know anything about your aunt, he added, she had her reasons for staying in Lizard Bay and for staying away from you. Perhaps, but whatever they were, I haven't uncovered them yet in her diaries. He turned back to the fire, staring at the flames. These diaries you speak of, did she write anything in there about me? Or Heathmore Cottage? I haven't finished reading them yet, Lucy admitted. So far I am only up to... She closed her eyes, trying to remember. 1827. She opened her eyes to find him watching her. Why, are you afraid my aunt will tell me all about your public drunkenness, or your fiancé's stupidity? She teased. I already know all those things. He shook his head, his mouth spreading in a rueful smile. No, I am afraid she will tell you all the rest. From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, May 2nd, 1828. Today I did the unthinkable. I voted with the vicar instead of against him. I know, it was something I had sworn to never do, but the man had a brilliant idea, and I couldn't see thwarting him just to continue making a point. You see, Reverend Wellsbury proposed a lending library for Lizard Bay. I have long ordered diversionary reading material from London. It gets lonely living by oneself, and reading is one of the few pleasures that helps soften Heathmore's solitude. I have a habit of loaning my copies to some of the women in Lizard Bay when I have finished reading them, hoping to improve their narrow view of the world. You could have scraped me off the floor when Reverend Wellsbury praised my generosity, publicly no less, and suggested a more orderly approach, identifying new periodicals to add, such as the Illustrated London News. Am I grateful? I don't know that I would call it that, but I definitely feel a curious thawing where Reverend Wellsbury is concerned. Chapter 18. All too soon the tea was gone, and the conversation drifted toward a comfortable trickle. Thomas placed his cup down from the hearth. He still couldn't believe he had shared so much of his life story with this woman. Far more than he had intended, though he thought he'd covered the slip well enough. She had an almost uncanny way of drawing it out of him. Her aunt had been possessed of a similar skill, and was perhaps the only other person who'd known these bits and pieces of his life. In this very parlour, Miss E. had extracted the secrets from his drunken, bumbling self like a master spy, and then promised to never tell, if he threw out the bottle and maintained a proper foothold on the straight and narrow path. He'd done it, too. It might have been blackmail, but there was far too much at stake back in London to risk not complying with her terms. He'd imagined, hoped, those secrets had been carried to the grave with Miss E. But if the diaries Lucy held told all, things were not going to be as simple as he'd presumed. He stood up, wiping his hands on his trousers, wincing to realize how damp he still was. I suppose we should prepare ourselves to dry out as best we can. He added another peat log to the fire and stirred the ashes until the flames leaped high. Then he motioned for her to help, and together they pushed the old sofa closer to the grate, angling it so it captured most of the heat given off by the fire. "There you are," he said, rubbing his hands. "Your bed awaits, my lady." Damn it all if she didn't bite her lip. Parts of his body that ought to have known better insisted on taking notice. "Where will you stay?" she asked. He could tell what she was thinking. They were alone. He was cold and wet too. And they had forged a truce in the past hour, if not something more substantial. Worse, his mind wanted her thoughts to wander there. Her drying chemise might be losing a bit of its transparency, but when she'd stood up and put a shoulder against the sofa, her tantalizing curves had been revealed to his far too eager gaze. Christ, but she was perfect. Lushly fashioned, with full, rounded breasts and a sweet parabola of hip shifting temptingly beneath the thin white cotton. He still couldn't believe he'd ever thought her a boy. But just because she had kissed him at the inn in Salisbury and thrown herself, trembling, in his arms tonight, did not mean she had abandoned all propriety. She might be a walking, talking scandal, but she was also an innocent. Despite the lingering glances she cast his way, despite even the way she had leaned toward him when they were talking by the fire, the slight distance she kept from him now told him the direction of her thoughts far better than her words. Sitting down, he pushed against the upholstered seat, as though testing the solidity of it. At least this particular item of furniture had been properly cleaned. "It is a rather large sofa," he teased. "I don't doubt that two people could comfortably sleep here if the circumstances warranted." Her cheeks turned red, and he relented. "But as I am nothing if not a gentleman, I will happily sleep on the floor." He grinned at her. "Don't worry. I will be but an arm's length away if you need me to save you from the rats." She sat down at the far edge of the sofa, keeping several feet between them. But the cushion tilted, tempting him to slide toward her. "Do you want me to leave while you dress for the night?" Thomas stood up and shrugged out of his damp shirt and draped it across the back of the sofa, where it might have a prayer of drying by morning. His trousers would stay on, for modesty's sake, if not sanity's. "I don't have anything dry to wear," she admitted, looking down at her hands. "Everything in my bag is soaked through." "You mean you weren't dressed this way on purpose to greet me?" he teased, lowering himself onto the floor. The redness in her cheeks deepened, which, of course, only made him laugh. He watched as she fumbled her hair into two short braids, the left side of which promptly unravelled again. She abandoned the effort to scratch at her neck. "Is the rash still bothering you?" he asked, unhelpfully. The skin of her neck below her ear was nearly as red as her cheeks, and against the stark white of her chemise it drew the eye nearly as effectively as her other barely covered parts. But he asked because he wanted to see if they'd at least progressed to truth. "Yes," she sighed. "How long does this terrible scourge last?" "A few days. You are nearly at the end of it." "It doesn't feel like the end is near." He patted his trouser pocket. "You have only to ask." "Lord Branston, he wagged a finger. "Thomas, if you would." Her lips flattened. "Thomas, then. I might like some of that salve, if you still have it." "You didn't say please." He heard an audible grinding of teeth in reply. "But, as I know good manners are difficult for you, I have supplied the phrase with my imagination, so there is no need to exert yourself." He stood up and sat down next to her, pulling out the tin. "Now then, you might want to lie back." She stretched out on the sofa and pulled her short hair to one side, baring her long, lovely neck. As he stared down at the tempting image she presented, Thomas swallowed. Christ, what was he thinking? What was he doing? He could just let her put the salve on herself. It would certainly be the safer choice. But some stubborn part of him insisted on accepting, taking the honor. After all, he'd fought hard to earn the privilege. But as he touched her skin and a soft moan escaped her lips, he realized how stupid such thoughts were. Had he naively imagined the salve might be a sort of peace offering, a means to pave the way to an easier friendship? It was proving instead to be the match to a fuse. He dipped his fingers beneath the delicate ribbon of necklace she wore, the serpentine charm winking up at him like a promise. Who needed a fire when the simple act of touching her threatened to set off sparks? As the salve warmed on her skin and slipped over his fingers, Thomas began to learn the true meaning of the phrase, trapped in hell. Because, holy God, he wanted this woman, wanted her like he'd never wanted anything or anyone in his life, wanted her more than he wanted to save Heathmore, more than a bottle of whiskey. It might not have been the most honourable thing he'd ever done, but his fingers insisted on staying to ensure a very thorough job. After all, he was being permitted to touch her now with impunity, though the gesture paled in comparison to what his fingers really wanted to do to her. Who knew whether this might be his last, his only chance? Finally, she shifted on the sofa, pulling her knees up and slipping her hands beneath her cheek. "Thank you," she told him, her eyes drifting closed. Thomas put the cap back on the tin and laid it down beside her. "In case it begins to bother you again in the night." He pulled his oilskin from the back of the sofa and placed it down over her, laying his palm against her cheek. "Sweet dreams, Lucy." She cracked open one eye. "Not bloody likely." "Don't worry. The ghosts shall stay outside, and the fire will keep any rats at bay." Both eyes flickered open. "I'm not worried about them," she whispered. "I know you will protect me." He hesitated, his hand lingering over the soft curve of her cheek. Christ, but she was lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. He was an educated man, a peer of the realm, though it was too easy in Cornwall to forget it. He knew the names of over 1,000 plants, the English and the Latin, and she had reduced him to mentally chanting a single, wholly inadequate, two-syllable word over and over again in his mind. "If you know I will protect you, then what worries you?" he asked. She sighed, and in the gentle lift of her chest he felt it, the same coiled frustration he felt himself. She closed her eyes, as though seeking courage. I don't know who's going to protect you from me. She didn't know what made her say such a thing, and worse, she didn't know what he thought of her for saying it. It was brazen, not at all the sort of thing a proper lady should say. Well, she wasn't a proper lady, was she? Wasn't even trying to pretend to be one. She was herself, and nothing else. And he would either appreciate her for it or not. She squeezed her eyes shut and waited to see what he would make of her confession. So much of their relationship had been built on manufactured mistrust that to utter such a stark truth now felt nothing less than earth-shattering. She'd presumed the worst of him from the start, even when he tried his best to explain. Presumed his interest in Heathmore and her was based only on selfish motives. Aunt E's diary had spurred her on, perhaps, to adopt such a strong degree of scepticism where men and her inheritance were concerned. But by the things he knew, it was clear her aunt had trusted him. He'd proven himself a gentleman, and a patient one at that. Gratitude thickened her throat as she considered all he had done. Oh, but she had misjudged this man. Worse, she had misjudged herself. She'd presumed she couldn't stir a man's romantic interest, that she wasn't meant to, being fashioned instead for more spinsterly things, such as improving the lives of orphans, or felons, or cats. But need those qualities be mutually exclusive? In this moment, she could nearly believe that in his eyes she was more than a plain, short-haired miss, more than a shrill, outspoken harpy, more than a lonely, unlovable spinster. What are you planning to do to me, then? His voice was husky, deeper than she'd ever heard it. It sent her head spinning in glad circles. She opened her eyes and pushed herself up on the sofa until they were only inches apart. In her mind, she counted all the times he had previously touched her. That night at the inn, when she had burned her thumb and he picked up her hand to inspect it. Their disastrous kiss, which had led to so much mistrust. Yesterday on the street, when she'd felt the electric pull of his hand on her arm. And most recently, that sweet, seductive touch there against her neck. But it was a collection of small moments, not nearly enough. She could smell the salve he had rubbed on her skin. It had already started to do miraculous things by way of relieving her discomfort. As she breathed in the sweet, pungent scent, along with the sharper underlying fragrance of snuff, she felt a spreading warmth in her stomach that had nothing to do with hot tea or peat fires. This time she was the one who pressed her lips against his, taking the kiss she sought instead of waiting for it to come. He held still, his breath indrawn, as though unsure of what she meant to do, but afraid of breaking the spell. But the spell was stronger this time. So, too, was her desire. She knew this man better now, knew his history, his faults, his innate, maddening goodness. He would not harm her. But, damn it, wouldn't he kiss her? He held himself still, a cautious recipient rather than an active participant. It was a kiss of the tumbling dare variety, one that was snatched in the moment and could go in 5 different directions. but the blasted man needed to choose which direction he would take it. And so, to help him along, she lifted her hands and clasped them behind his neck, daring him to resist. She slid her tongue along the seam of his lips, begging him to indulge in the sort of kiss she'd imagined, dreamed of. And finally, he chose. He opened his mouth, and his tongue swept inside her, tasting of tea and warmth and everything right. He gave a low, guttural groan, and she could feel his restraint slip away. And then they were tumbling down a path of promise, each dragging the other along for the journey. She couldn't think of anything beyond this single point of pleasure where their lips met. She didn't know where this was heading, hadn't thought much beyond the need to feel his mouth on her own. But as she blindly pressed against him, only wanting more, it became clear the sort of kiss she'd imagined had been fashioned far short of the reality he was delivering. She felt him everywhere. In her mouth, the sweep of his tongue possessive against hers. In her arms, which pulled him closer, seeking the friction of skin against skin. And in her core, which swirled in a slow, liquid circle as his mouth moved over hers. And still, the path diverged from the expected. He lowered her, slowly, back onto the sofa, but didn't break off the kiss, moving instead to stretch out beside her, their limbs tangling, breaths melding. "God, what you do to me, Lucy," he muttered against her mouth, making her heart leap in happiness, because it was so closely the echo of how he made her feel. If their first kiss had been something to forget, this one was destined to be remembered. She was panting now, wanting to climb inside his skin. His hand crept up to knead her breast, and her body shuddered at the wanton feel of his fingers there, only the thinnest layer of cotton between them. "Your breasts," he murmured, "are perfection." And in that moment she could almost believe it was true. His mouth left hers, and for a moment she nearly cried out an objection, but then she was biting her lip, because he'd only left to blaze a trail of hot, wet kisses down her chin, tumbling over to her chest, and finally, then, yes, to settle around one firm nipple, drawing the cotton-clad bit of her into his mouth. Shaking with sensation, Lucy sank back against the sofa, turning herself over to this. To him. Whatever he wanted, he could have. Whatever he sought from her was his. Be it her body, her house, she didn't care, as long as he didn't stop. "Touch me," she begged. I want more." She could feel his body shake with suppressed laughter, his breath hot and welcome against her breast. She didn't take offense the way she once might have. She understood now that he was a man who sought humor, that laughter was a sign of his own pleasure. She was pleasing him somehow, and that made her want more still. He lifted his head, his lips a wicked curve, his eyes a glittering storm. A rush of cool air hit her thigh, and she only just barely registered her chemise was sliding upward, aided by a helpful hand. And then she felt the brush of his hand on the newly exposed skin, a searing touch, and yet far too gentle, there against her inner thigh. "Here?" he asked, his words nearly a groan. "Yes," she gasped. "There." He duly lingered a moment, his fingers sweeping against her trembling limbs. But then he was shaking his head. "Oh, I don't think you want me to just stay there. came his low-throated chuckle, and then his hand was moving upward, swirling in lazy, frantic circles. Ahead of his path, her skin warmed in anticipation, then blazed in approval as his fingers met their mark. And still, higher and higher he went. "Thomas," she gasped, as his hand brushed against the most achingly intimate part of her. "I think... yes. There," she gasped, her hips bucking off the sofa, her thighs clenched in surprise. His fingers swirled over that place he somehow knew, though Lucy herself hadn't the slightest clue what made that spot different. His fingers lingered there, slipping along that pleasure point with a pointed assurance. She felt the most amazing sensation coiling in her, like the harbinger of an electrical storm, the air snapping with fever. Her legs fell open, practically insisting on it in reaction to such a wicked, warm feeling. He could not mistake the invitation she was issuing, though she wasn't sure she understood it herself. The truth was, she didn't know what she wanted. She only knew she didn't want him to stop. And yet, even with that pointed invitation, she could feel him start to withdraw. His touch against her core became gentler, his mouth tipped downward, his smile faltering. And then he was pulling away, sitting up to smooth a trembling hand across her chemise, pulling it down into proper place. I am sorry. We can't do this, Lucy." She struggled to her elbows, feeling the familiar burn of embarrassment, though it was a softer cousin to the acute edge of humiliation she'd felt back at the inn. "I want to, truly." But he shook his head. "There are potential consequences to letting our passion run away with us. I can't let you take the risk, not outside of marriage. And as you seem to be a rather determined sort of spinster—" His voice trailed off, and he offered her a thin, strained smile, his jaw tense with a question he seemed to not quite know how to ask. "I don't suppose you might consider more than just an offer for Heathmore?" She sucked in a breath. Are you proposing?" "Yes." At her stunned silence, he shook his head. "Maybe." He swung his legs over the side of the sofa, sinking his head into his hands. "I don't know." The war being waged in his head was written clearly in the line of his shoulders. She ought to be offended that he felt he must offer for her now, when it was clearly such a difficult thing for him to do, and when he had so recently mentioned his regrets over his fiancée. It was a fumbled farce of a proposal, but despite its poor delivery, his words still made Lucy hesitate and actually consider the possibility. And that, perhaps, was what surprised her the most, even more than the surprise of the proposal itself. She'd publicly sworn she would never marry. She still believed such an institution served only to bind and restrict women. She'd seen the effects of an unhappy marriage firsthand, in her parents' own strained, unfaithful model. She'd seen the more devastating examples, too, in the haunted eyes and bruised faces of the women who too often dropped their children at the St. James orphanage. And her own aunt had resorted to poisoning a friend's husband, all to make a point against the sort of violence men wielded all too readily against wives. But she'd had at least one positive example of marriage in her life as well. Her sister Claire was married, and quite happily so. She could see now there were benefits to be had. More kisses, for one thing. She wouldn't mind a few more of those. Worse, she could almost believe this man wanted her just as she was, not as the sort of woman society expected her to be. He didn't have to do any of this. He delivered her an aching pleasure, meted out in slow, tortuous degrees, touched her reverently, as though there was something more portentous between them than a tumbling-down cottage or a £10,000 dowry. But was it real? That was the question, and to believe it took an uncertain leap of faith, one she was not at all sure she could manage. She felt nervous, possibly even afraid. To agree to his offer would mean giving her body, her dowry, her soul to another human being, one that, in spite of the pleasure he kindled beneath her skin, might, in the end, only be interested in her dowry, or worse, her property. That seemed an awfully big sacrifice just to get him to kiss her properly again. "Thomas," she said, reaching out a hand to cup his face. "It was only a kiss." Though that was not exactly true. She could almost imagine she still felt his touch, there where her skin burned beneath the damp cotton. Where would he have taken her, if only his gentlemanly senses hadn't gotten the best of him? A kiss I started this time, no less. Nothing to bemoan or regret. It was more than a kiss to me. His hoarse voice tore at her resolve, weakening it, but not quite breaking it. His proposal, and all the fear that accompanied it, made her breath feel knotted in her lungs. That meant, had to mean, that it was the wrong decision. Didn't it? She reached out and kissed him again, gently, once on the lips, her mouth closed. And then she pulled away to meet his hazel eyes. "Still, I would not consider another sort of offer. I have no intention of marrying, as I have long said." She tipped her forehead against his. "But that does not mean I do not hold you in the highest regard." He nodded, swallowing hard. She tugged him down beside her and pulled the oilskin over them both. "You are right, I think. There is room on the sofa for two, if the circumstances warrant." She closed her eyes with a tired yawn. If there were to be no more kisses, no more breathless moans, at least they could both be dry. "And these are unusual circumstances, are they not?" she mumbled sleepily. He didn't answer. But thankfully, neither did he leave. From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, July 20th, 1829. There is something about waking up to the promise of a new day that makes the world seem right. Heathmore might be lonely, but it is glorious on a summer morning, the moors bursting with colour and bird-life. I often try to take morning walks during this time of year, and truly I have never seen flowers like these anywhere else in England. I like to think Heathmore is misunderstood. A spinster of a cottage, with its hidden secrets and slightly sagging roof, and stiff upturned chin, bravely facing the wind. Like me, it is starting to feel a bit old and creaky. But, like me, I have to believe there is strength below its crusty surface. Chapter 19. Thomas jolted awake, his arms full of soft, feminine flesh. Lucy was pressed against him, one arm draped over his chest, her body rising and falling in a peaceful rhythm. His body was more than a little enthusiastic about the discovery. His heart, however, was conflicted. She'd refused his offer of marriage, but then pulled him down to sleep beside her. Christ, but could she be a more confusing mix of emotions? He scrubbed a hand across his face. How long had they slept? The peat fire had burned down to little more than ashes, and a faint, grey-pink light flooded the room through the windows, signalling the approach of dawn and the end of the stormy weather. He looked down at her cheek, where it nestled against his bare chest, following its subtle curves and hollows in the pre-dawn shadows. The oilskin had slipped off during the night, leaving a smooth, pale shoulder bared to his gaze. She looked utterly dishevelled, her hair a wild golden tangle about her peaceful face. He ought to get up, fetch more fuel, stir up some breakfast. But he didn't want to shatter the spell. God, but she was beautiful. The sort of woman a man would happily wake up to every morning, if given the chance. He breathed in, inhaling the warm, familiar scent of her. The novelty of waking up next to a woman was not lost on him. The impossibility of waking up next to this woman nearly was. It felt right. He had no more eloquent word for it than that. He wanted to lie like this for hours. He wanted to wake her with kisses, pull her chemise up higher until he reached greater treasures. He wanted to protect her, to push her to reconsider his offer of marriage, show her the potential benefits to be found in such a union, instead of simply posing the question. But he knew it was an illusion. The dream of a lifetime dangled just out of reach. Last night, he'd nearly lost his head over this woman, and she very nearly lost her innocence. It had taken every bit of willpower in his bones, and some, no doubt, provided by divine intervention, to halt their reckless path. He'd offered her marriage, and not because he felt compelled to do so by society's dictates. After all, no one had witnessed her compromise, and he stopped himself before anything truly regrettable happened. He'd offered her marriage because he wanted more. More breath sighs, more mind-robbing kisses, more. And he might be a man with his share of personal regrets, but his history, and his sister's tragic example as well, had shaped him into the man he was. He was not someone who could compromise an innocent and leave her to deal with the consequences. He was no longer a randy young peer, stumbling about clubs and bawdy houses, ignoring his responsibilities. For both of them, more needed to mean marriage. But last night, she'd made her intentions clear. "I have no intention of marrying," she told him. Which meant she'd enjoyed their kiss, but had no notion of following the proper path to where those kisses ought to lead. And if there was one thing he'd learned about Lucy in the short time he'd known her, it was that you tried to force her hand at your own and the world's peril. He shifted, trying not to wake her. But it turned out she slept like the dead, which was a good thing, considering the degree of calisthenics it required to extricate himself from their tangled sleeping arrangement. Finally he was free of her sleepy hold and shrugging into his dry shirt. He watched her as he fumbled with his cuffs, feeling at once protective and helpless at the sight of her. One pale leg was curved upward, and her chemise had rucked up around her hips, giving him a hint of garter ties and expensive silk stockings, wholly unsuitable for cliff-top trekking through Cornwall. Did she understand the dangerous game they played? The consequences of casually dabbling in desire? And yet, his interest in her was more than carnal, more than casual. How long had it been since he'd felt such human contact? It felt as though he had been waiting for this his entire life. But she wasn't his to protect if she didn't want to be. Neither, in fact, was Heathmore Cottage. Aside from the question of funds, she would be an entirely capable mistress for Heathmore. In the course of the last few days, he'd seen the unusual strength in her, the kindness and even the patience she showed to Lizard Bay's grizzled, eccentric residents. She might have kissed him madly, but he'd also seen her apply that same unfettered passion toward trying to solve the problems of the world around her. He smiled to himself. Had Miss E somehow known all along her niece was the right choice to protect Heathmore? He supposed he hadn't trusted either of them enough to know their own minds, and that was a mistake he needed to correct. He scribbled Lucy a note with paper from his satchel, then replaced the oilskin over her sleeping shoulders and tucked the letter where she would be sure to find it. Then he turned toward the door, picking up his satchel and slinging it across one shoulder. Perhaps, if her heart was in the right place, Heathmore's future might actually be safe in her hands, and he could start, he supposed, by showing her some of it. Lucy woke slowly, her face turned toward the cold hearth. For a moment she hovered on the edge of uncertainty, unsure of where she was. She breathed in, catching the dueling scents of musty air and snuff. The fire was out, and sunlight flooded the floorboards beneath the parlour window. She was at Heathmore Cottage, the knowledge of which sent her heart jumping in a glad little rhythm. But just what she was doing at Heathmore was something she still needed to sort through. She stretched, testing her limbs, sorting through the acute silence of the house. The rats, it seemed, had scurried back to their daybeds. The ghosts, too, had retreated, the unearthly moaning sound having been tempered by the dawn. Both good things she could allow, but where on earth was Thomas? She placed a hand on the cushion beside her. The fabric was not warm, suggesting he must have left some time before. Her cheeks heated as she recalled the kiss from last night and the proposal that had accompanied it. Had he awakened to regrets and then left because she had refused him? But how could she have reacted differently? She couldn't think of marriage and imagine herself in anything besides a sort of prison. Bedlam itself could scarcely strip a woman's freedom, her choices, any more effectively. And in spite of his inarguably honourable proposal, it was clear the man was still tormented by thoughts of his former fiancée. She couldn't help but feel a burn of jealousy at the thought. She closed her eyes with a soft, confused sigh, only to realize that something was poking her neck. She sat up, fumbling at her neckline. Her hand closed over a folded piece of paper. Sitting up, she unfolded it. I trust you've had a good sleep, given that you proved nearly impossible to wake. I will be back shortly. Stay inside, if you would. I have something important to show you when I return. Branston. Warmth spread through her. He'd not left after all, and though his signature was impersonal, the notion that he had something important to show her sparked her curiosity. But he expected her to stay inside, did he? Silly man, to expect she might be the sort of woman to follow orders. She dressed hurriedly, though she supposed the sentiment of modesty was a bit odd when his mouth had been on her breast last night. Next, she shoved the sofa back to its proper position, though it took a good deal of non-demure, ladylike cursing and grunting to move the heavy item back into place. "There now," she said, collecting the cups from the hearth and carrying them toward the kitchen. "No evidence of indiscretion to be had. Although the memory lingered. So, too, did her smile. But as she stepped into the kitchen and took it in properly in daylight, her smile faded. The parlour might be put to rights, but the kitchen was still a mess. The cupboards were all but bare, and several of the cabinet doors were hanging by their hinges. The pump, while functional, was rusty, and wouldn't budge for her when she tried to get a bit of water from it to wash the cups. She set the unwashed cups down and faced reality. Her empty pockets were a problem she couldn't precisely ignore, but they weren't even the worst of it. She had no idea how she was going to deal with the reality of owning a falling-down house, but neither did she know even the most basic facts about how to take care of herself. Take her walking gown, for instance. She'd been wearing it since she left London because she'd not known how to properly pack, much less tackle the terrifying chore of laundry. She flushed, recalling how last night she'd not even known how to start a fire or heat water for tea. And her rumbling stomach told her she had no idea how to fill her belly this morning either. Perhaps she should accept Thomas's offer to buy the property and return to London. It might truly be the best, the only option available to her. It would hurt to lose Heathmore, and this connection to her aunt. She felt as though she was slowly discovering who Aunt E had been, through the diary entries and the memories of Lizard Bay's residence, but the fact was, even if she sold the property, she would still have those. It would hurt, too, to return to London and face her mother and the tatters of the season she had ruined. But it would hurt more, she suspected, to be the one responsible for destroying the cottage her aunt had loved. And she would surely destroy it, out of financial neglect and stupidity, if nothing else. Thomas, at least, could afford to invest in its upkeep, though she still didn't quite understand why he wanted it so much. She drifted back to the parlour and looked up at the hint of new slate peeking through the rafters. It scarcely mattered why he wanted it, she supposed, only that he did. She needed to stop distrusting his motives and put her faith in the man he'd shown her he was. The man who'd patiently waited for her to come around and accept his offer of help. The man who'd held himself back last night from her impulsive dash toward wantonness. The man who'd offered her marriage instead of heartbreak. It was clear he cared about this house. The parlour gleamed with spit and polish, and the evidence of what he'd tried to do by way of external repairs was impressive. The half-finished roof must have cost several £100 of slate alone. Opening the front door, she stepped outside, intending to get a better look at the half-finished roof and sort out whether she had a prayer of being able to fix it herself. But as she looked out over a glittering green ocean, the view from the front door made her forget her reason for going outside. She gasped out loud. This, finally, she remembered. A memory rushed in, of holding her aunt's hand and stepping out into a glorious morning. She remembered staring agape at the ocean, and Aunt E squeezing her hand and warning her to hold on tight so as not to tumble over the edge of the cliff. Together they'd hunted for eggs along the scrub grass, hens scattering in the wake of their treasure hunt, loudly clucking their consternation. The descendants of those half-wild hens looked warily at her now, peeking out from the narrow curtain of grass and reed. Suddenly realizing where she might find breakfast, though still having no idea how to actually go about preparing it, Lucy stepped closer to the edge, shielding her eyes against the glint of sun off the water down below. She stopped near the edge and looked out, awed to silence, the eggs forgotten. Well, had she just been wondering why Thomas might want the cottage so much? She supposed he could desire the place for the view. Who wouldn't? The fog had lifted during the night, and the horizon line was as sharp as a surgeon's blade. Blue-green water and froth-tipped waves stretched out to that line. The sky was the sort of blue that made her blink, a sky so clear it was as though she'd never seen its like. Then again, she lived in London. She very liked hadn't seen its like, not since she was 6 years old. She breathed in deeply, wishing Thomas were there with her to share the moment. The beauty of the morning and the pleasure of the memory made her want to reach for him. What was it about the man that had her mind turning in directions it never had before? She felt something odd then, a subtle shifting of the ground beneath her feet. She took a step backward, and her heart bunched, pounding against her ribs. She'd been warned that the cliff was dangerous, and though she'd rolled her eyes, she hadn't precisely ignored the warnings. She'd been careful, after all, to stop several feet from the edge. Apparently, the edge had other ideas. As the earth dissolved beneath her, she out-threw her hands, screaming, seeking purchase against something, anything. But her nails clawed naught but mud and rocks. The ground was sliding, tumbling away, and then she was too, skirts tangling about her ankles, her arms flailing against the air. And then she slid over the edge, toward the sharp rocks below. From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, January 5th, 1830. Sometimes I am my own worst enemy. When I first arrived in Cornwall, I was determined to preserve my solitude. Letting the road to town grow over seemed like a good idea at the time, but now I can't help but wonder if I have cut off the arm to the very lifeblood that sustains me. It's been a long, lonely winter, and it's scarcely half over. It has snowed for a week straight, and the icy path has kept me confined to my house and away from the warmth and companionship to be found in town. This morning I stood on the edge of the cliff and screamed as loud as I could, just to see if my voice would reach town. But no one came. Either they can't hear me, or I've led them to believe I don't care. Chapter 20. The cottage was just rounding into sight when Thomas heard Lucy's scream. Immediately, he felt that rush of panic that can only come from knowing you have failed someone you were charged to protect. He'd felt that way only twice before. Once, when his sister had shown up on his doorstep, frightened and very noticeably pregnant, and then again at her funeral wake, pacing the unimaginable loss of her, even as he drunkenly questioned her choices that had brought about the necessity of a closed casket. He'd known the cliffside was unstable, especially with all the rain last night, and if he'd hurt Lucy with his neglect, he'd never forgive himself. He tore toward the house, his satchel slapping against his thighs. He could see the raw earth, the new jagged rim, and knew instinctively what had happened. Damn her adventurous heart. She'd wandered too close to the waterlogged edge, and it had given way. He began tossing up prayers for a miracle to a god who'd rarely answered his entreaties these past 3 years. Damn it all, why hadn't he been more specific in his note? Stay inside, he told her. Stupid, stupid, to not tell the girl why she ought to heed his warning. "Lucy!" he shouted, his feet sliding on the wet ground, his voice a hoarse knot of terror. "Can you hear me?" A feeble voice reached up toward him. I am all right." She sounded winded, frightened, but whole. This time the words he'd muttered to God were words of thanks. He skidded to a halt, several feet from the edge, and lowered himself to the ground, fearing what was left might shift again. Sliding forward on his hands and knees, he inched forward, trying to distribute his weight so as not to create undue pressure points on the fragile earth. Peering over the edge, he exhaled in relief to realize she had landed on a shelf of rock some 20 feet or so below. She was standing still as a dormouse, her arms tucked tight against her, a blue backdrop of sky reminding him just how dangerous a position she was still in. "Are you injured?" he called down. She peered up at him, her face white as a bedsheet, blonde hair flying about her dirt-smudged cheeks. "Not badly. A few scrapes. I do not doubt I shall be sore tomorrow." She gestured to the ledge beneath her feet. "Can you get me out?" "Wait here. Don't move, not even an inch." She pursed her lips. "You don't have to be so short with me." "Christ above, Lucy, there was a very good reason I told you to stay inside, and there is a very good reason I don't want you to move an inch now." And that was because he feared she was an inch, or less, away from sending the whole bloody cliff sliding into the surf below and snapping her stubborn little neck. Battling back panic, he sprinted toward the cottage and returned with a length of rope from the peat shed. Holding his breath, he threw it down. The rough fibers snagged on jagged bits of soil, but it slithered down to gather at her feet. Thank God the ledge was closer to the top of the cliff than the bottom. "Tie it around your waist," he instructed. That way, if the worst happened, she would at least be caught before she tumbled to her death. She did as he asked, and he was relieved to see she at least knew how to tie a knot. Miss E. would be proud, his mind unhelpfully supplied. Yes, well, Miss E. had known better than to get too close to the edge. He carefully climbed to his feet and widened his stance. The earth seemed to be holding. Exhaling in relief, he tried to pull her up. But the girl was solidly built, and the rope's friction against the edge of the earth was worrisome, sawing against the tenuous new rim. He cursed beneath his breath as bits of mud rained down. He didn't know how fragile the remaining earth was, and he didn't want to risk another landslide. "See if you can climb up," he called down, tying the rope about one shoulder and trying to hold it away from the edge. "Do it the way a sailor would, your feet knotting in the rope. Keep your body away from the cliff," he instructed. She tried, he'd give her that, but he could see it wasn't going to work. Her skirts kept tangling treacherously about her ankles, and despite several attempts, she only made it a foot or so up the rope before her grip slackened and she slid back down again. Worse, the shower of rocks and mud raining down intensified, making his gut tighten in worry. "Take off your skirts and corset," he directed, cursing beneath his breath. She frowned. "If you are trying to charm me, Lucy," he growled. "All right." She grinned, the gesture looking out of place against the stark whiteness of her face. No need to shout. Her smile was probably meant to reassure him, but her voice trembled a bit, quite ruining the effect. She untied the rope, making his stomach clench for the half-minute's vulnerability, and pulled off her heavy clothing and corset, leaving them bunched to the ground. Then she retied the rope and tried to climb up again, this time in her chemise. She got a little farther without the burden of all that fabric, but once again made it only a few feet before sliding back down. I am afraid it's not going to work." She shook her head. "I'm not the most athletic of souls." Her pale face mooned up at him. "You should know I can't throw worth a shite either." In spite of the fear he felt, he somehow forced a hollow chuckle. "Oh, I don't know. Your aim last night showed remarkable promise." He could still smell the snuff on his hair and clothing. "And didn't you say you climbed out of a window to get to Cornwall?" She grimaced. "Yes, well, that wasn't done very gracefully. I usually do these things wearing trousers, you know." That finally brought a real smile to his face. "Do you want me to take off my trousers and toss them down to you?" he teased, even as he tried to sort out another way to bring her up. If he climbed down, he could boost her from beneath, carry her up one-handed if he had to. He'd go down, and willingly, but would the ledge hold them both? She had a rope tied about her. At least she would be saved if the worst happened. "No." He heard her puff of laughter. "You'll need your trousers on when you explain to the authorities how I came to toss myself over the cliff." Despite her attempt at humour, she blinked up at him, her lower lip trembling. He focused on that small evidence of fear, feeling glad for it. If she was frightened, it meant she at least understood the precariousness of the situation. "Perhaps you should go to town and find some other people who might help," she asked. He shook his head. Too risky. He didn't add that only the oldest, most stubborn souls still lived in Lizard Bay. Those who could still earn an honest wage had moved to Marston when the fishing industry had collapsed. There wasn't anyone left in town with the strength to pull a rope. But that explanation would only frighten her more. Some 100 or so feet below lay a rocky coast. He could see the rocks lying in wait, sharp as an axe blade, eager to greet objects falling from above. He would not, under any circumstances, head back to town and leave her in such danger. Sorting through his options, he settled on the only way he could see even a glimmer of success. He wrapped the top end of the rope around a large, jutting rock that rested a dozen feet back from the new edge of the cliff. His knowledge of geology told him it was very likely part of a larger underground constellation of granite, and given the barren nature of the landscape, it was the closest thing to an anchor he was likely to find. But that didn't mean it wouldn't prove false if the entire cliff went tumbling down. With the rope as secure as he could make it, he began to lower himself, one careful hand at a time, until finally he was putting one foot down gingerly, then the other. He exhaled slowly as the ledge held. In a second she was plastered against him, his hands full of soft, trembling skin, his nose filling with the scent of her. I can't believe you came down for me," she gasped. "How could you believe I wouldn't?" He lowered his lips to her wild halo of hair. Christ, what this woman did to him. Tied him up in knots, then shook him back out. "I would do anything for you, Lucy." She pulled back, blinking up at him with a tremulous smile. "Well, it seems you've proven once and for all you don't have plans to kill me." He frowned. "You weren't really serious with that nonsense yesterday about tossing you over the cliff, were you?" She shook her head. "No, I was only trying to vex you." "Ah." His lips twitched, even as his mind turned itself over to the problem of how he was going to get them out. "A mission you've accomplished all too well this morning." She stilled. "I am sorry." "No regrets, Miss Westmore, and no apologies either. It's not your style." He looked up, assessing the 20-foot climb that awaited them. A short enough distance, one he could make easily on his own. With his arms full of Lucy, however, it was going to be a bit trickier. Though he kept one wary hand on the rope and one on her, the ground seemed reassuringly steady beneath their feet. And from this new, lower vantage point, he could see the earth had slid cleanly away from the cliff, leaving a wall of newly exposed rock. "It seems solid enough," she murmured beside him, echoing his thoughts. "Yes, it appears to be granite," he murmured, though the thick, telltale white veins running through the bedrock were something else entirely. He winced as he took them in, his knowledge of the geology of the land far too sharp. Well, that was one of Heathmoor's secrets that was hidden no more. But he would deal with that later. For now, he had a spinster to save. He pulled her against his chest, one arm wrapped firmly around her, the other still clutching the rope. Given the fact that the remaining bit of cliff seemed made of rock, he could see now that they were probably safe enough from further calamity, but that didn't mean he couldn't keep her close as his own skin. Just in case, his brain tried to whisper, but it wasn't the entire truth. He wanted her close for reasons more selfish than her mere safety. "Thomas," she whispered, blinking up at him, but not trying to extract herself from his grip. If anything, it felt as though she burrowed closer. "What are you waiting for? We do need to sort out how we are going to get us both back up." "In a moment," he growled, lowering his head. "First, a token. I've played the hero today. It's customary to offer a kiss." He claimed her mouth fiercely, savouring the small gasp of surprise and pleasure that escaped her lips. He pulled her flush against him, welcoming the heave of her breasts against his chest. There was no time for murmured pleasantries or acquiescence, no time for second-guessing or planned seductions. He was driven by the same demons that had brought him down that rope. Grab whatever piece of her he could, for as long as she would let him, and don't look back. And through the addled haze of desire, he could see she wasn't resisting in the slightest. Finally, he pulled back, his breath an absolute tangle in his lungs. But he didn't loosen his grip. Could she feel the pounding of his heart, there where their bodies met? It felt absolutely right to kiss this woman on the edge of a catastrophe, the ocean in their ears and the Cornwall sunshine beating down on them. As he stared down into her dirt-smudged face, realization sank in. He was meant to marry this woman. He'd never felt so sure about anything in his life. But feeling right and being right were not at all the same thing, and he couldn't quite shake the worry that she might yet resist for no reason other than sheer stubbornness. Lucy opened her eyes as she tried in vain to catch her breath. Good heavens, what had just happened? She pulled in a great lungful of air, but did not pull away from Thomas. Her lips still burned from the feel of his mouth on hers, bruising and promising all at the same time. This had been yet another sort of kiss, far different than the last two they had shared. And more than the kiss, she could feel the unmistakable ridge of flesh pressed tight against her belly. Suffice it to say, she'd never once imagined herself the sort of girl who might inspire such chivalry. She pressed closer, welcoming the evidence of his desire. He might still be tormented by thoughts of his broken betrothal, but it was clear he wanted her. Wanted her, short-haired Lucy Westmore, vociferous spinster and climber of trees. Even as her pulse bounded with the thrill of such knowledge, even as the thought of where they stood made her head spin, Lucy realized with a start she wasn't afraid. She felt an unshakable faith in the way his arms held her, as though he wouldn't let go until their feet were back on solid ground. The realization of what that meant began to seep through the pleasure of the drugging kiss he had just delivered. She trusted him. And not only trusted that he would save her from a fall, she trusted he was here for the right reasons, that he had her and Heathmoor's best interests at heart. She stared up at him in wonder. His eyes were some shade of the soil, rich brown and green, inviting her back. Thomas. She framed his face in her hands, running her fingers across his jaw, reveling in the contrasts to be found there. I am so sorry I ever doubted you. Lucy. She pressed a finger against his lips. You have been honest with me from the start, and I didn't appreciate it for the gift that it was. There was no reason, none whatsoever, for me to have distrusted you as I did. I have been contrary and presumptuous and naive, but I would be honest with you now. You are an honourable man. You have risked your life to save me. She hesitated. And if you would promise to take proper care of my aunt's cottage, I can think of no one to whom I would rather sell Heathmoor. He stiffened. There is no need to make a hasty decision. You haven't seen the remainder of the property yet in daylight. You may decide you don't need to sell it at all. She shook her head, knowing it was the truth. I can't afford the property. It doesn't matter how much I want it. I can't continue the repairs you have started. I believe you will be a good steward of the trust I would place in you. His arm tightened around her. We could continue those repairs together. Thomas, be serious. She batted him on the arm. You can't continue to spend money on a house someone else owns. I am being serious. Marry me, Lucy. It would solve everything. She caught her breath, more than halfway tempted to just say yes and be damned the consequences. And not because she'd spent the night wrapped in his arms, or because he presented such a ready solution to the dilemma of what she was going to do about Heathmoor. It was because of how he made her feel. Before she'd met Thomas, she never imagined feeling this way, never once imagined her future to be shaped as one half of a pair, never once imagined someone she cared about might offer for her. Last night, when he proposed so awkwardly, she'd worried that he only offered out of some misplaced sense of honour. Worse, she'd frightened herself by actually considering it. She could imagine no worse scenario than finding herself trapped in a marriage where only she felt such things. She was far more confused on that front this morning after seeing him climb down to rescue her. He cared for her. He must. But, once again, her breath felt knotted in her lungs. What did that mean? Did it mean she was bound for a different path, or just that she lacked the imagination to see the potential in the road he offered? Aunt E's words, the very first entry in the diary, echoed in her head. A wife belongs to her husband, but a woman alone belongs to herself. Lucy had always imagined her life would be spent focusing on grand causes, changing the world, one unjust practice at a time. But a body couldn't do that if they were bound in marriage to another. She placed her hands against his chest, pushing him back an inch, seeking space to breathe and think. His jaw hardened. Is this to be another set of negotiations, then? She shook her head. She felt confused, and the temptation of his arm around her middle wasn't helping unmuddle matters in the slightest. I just need to think on it. And she couldn't do that when she was sighing contentedly in his arms. She took another step away, and then another. Why did it feel as though she were going in the entirely wrong direction? "Lucy, be careful," he warned. Suddenly, she was wobbling. She cried out in fear. But he was there beside her, his hand closing over her arm. He hauled her back against his chest, his arms closing tight. She pressed her face against his shirt, smelling cloves and tobacco, feeling the solid thump of heart and muscle and promise beneath her cheek. "Can't you see?" he growled in her ear. "It is going to be the death of me if I can't be the one to keep you out of trouble." She closed her eyes, savouring the feel of him, even as his words kindled a deeper uncertainty. Damn it, now he'd saved her life twice. How could she be thinking to repay that debt with disappointment?
"Lucy!"
The voice pushed down at them from 20 feet above. Her eyes snapped open to see her father's face peering over the edge. She'd been expecting him to come, of course. The fear that her father would show up was part of what had pushed her these past few days to reach Heathmore as soon as possible. But there was an unanswered question hanging in the balance. And she couldn't help but wish she had a few more minutes to think. "Are you hurt?" Her father's voice had shifted. Anger churned beneath his curt tone. He looked like hell, his hat askew, dark smudges of exhaustion below his eyes. She was used to seeing her father mad, having caused such reactions frequently enough over the years. But she'd never seen him look quite this angry. "I am fine, father," she called up, trying to extricate herself from Thomas's tight grip. But as she braced herself for the expected tirade and lecture, Lucy realized something odd. Her father wasn't glowering at her, though she inarguably deserved it. He was glowering at the man standing beside her, the man who was all that stood between her and the bottom of the cliff. "I'll thank you to take your hands off my daughter, Lord Branston," he snarled. Lucy could feel Thomas's fingers tighten over her arm. "With all due respect, Lord Cardwell, I don't think that's a very good idea." The distinctive sound of a hammer cocking cut through the air. Lucy caught the gleam of metal in her father's hand, the barrel of a revolver pointing straight at Thomas's chest. "No!" she screamed, suddenly realizing just what sort of picture this little scene painted. She was wearing her chemise. Her dress was bunched on the ground, and she was tied up with a rope and plastered against his chest. Oh, God. "Lucy," her father said, his voice hoarse. The barrel lowered, aimed somewhere now in the vicinity of Thomas's upper trouser area. "Has the bastard touched you?" She hesitated, shocked at her father's ferocious display of protectiveness, and, unfortunately, the answer to that question wasn't exactly a resounding no. But the explanation was going to take more than a few mumbled seconds, and she wasn't sure her tongue was working properly at the moment, tied up as it was in fear and surprise. "Then I hope you've a second in this town who will stand up with you, Lord Branston," her father snarled, raising the barrel again, this time to point toward Thomas's head. "Because you're going to need one." From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, November 14th, 1830. Is there anything lonelier than a life built entirely of secrets?
No one here knows me, not really. Oh, they know who I have become, but not who I once was. Even my name is a secret, one I have zealously guarded from the day I arrived in Lizard Bay. Through the years, I have taken such care that no one in town suspects my connections in London. If they knew I was Lord Cardwell's daughter, who knew what might happen? Worse, Heathmore hides secrets of its own. I must confess, as my money wears thin, I wonder if I might need to consider a more mercenary approach to the property. I cannot live on good intentions and fresh air, and I've no more jewels to sell. Yet such a choice would destroy the very life I have built. Worse, I'd have to sign my true name on a contract, and solicitors would be involved. There would be no hiding my connections then. And then, of course, there is the biggest secret of all, the one that carries me down to town so often, particularly on Fridays and Sundays. The one I refuse to confess, even in my diary, because putting words down on paper would be admitting I have been wrong all these years, and a lady never admits she is wrong.
Chapter 21. Thomas raised his hands, though he was loath to let Lucy go. It didn't make him happy to relinquish his hold. After all, there were two dangers they were facing. One was obvious, aiming down at them above the cliff. The other was waiting below, the sharp rocks eager to claim their first victim. "Father, give me a chance to explain," Lucy twitched beside him, her agitation palpable. "There is to be no duel. I absolutely forbid it. And put the damned gun away. You know you can't shoot the side of a building in broad daylight." The barrel slowly lowered. The sound of the hammer uncocking had Thomas breathing a sigh of relief. It seemed the girl even cursed around her father, a fact that ought to make him smile. But this was not the time to give in to such an impulse. In terms of explanations, he was curious what Lucy had in mind, because the truth was rather likely to send that barrel pointing again at his head. "We need to get her to safety," he called up to Lord Cardwell. "Can you haul the rope up while I push her up from beneath?" Lucy turned to him, shaking her head. "I want you to go up first. I'm safe enough with the rope tied about my waist." "No," Thomas growled. In that moment, he heard as well Cardwell's nearly simultaneous echo. Thomas looked up at her father, his irritation with the man easing somewhat. It was hard to be annoyed with Lord Cardwell when it was clear he loved his daughter and was concerned with her safety. "Lucy, you must come first." Cardwell's voice was hoarse with worry. "I insist upon it." Lucy put her hands on her hips. "Do you promise you won't shoot him once I am up?" Cardwell's mouth turned down in a frown. A snarl of irritation escaped those lovely lips. "Throw the revolver over the edge." Cardwell's face reddened. "Now, Lucy, be reasonable." Thomas winced. If he learned one thing in the week since he'd met her, it was that telling this woman to be reasonable was an entirely stupid thing to do. "No, you are the one who needs to be reasonable." She took a step toward the edge and pointed to the empty space beyond. "I mean it, Father. I am not play-acting here. This isn't one of Geoffrey's pranks, and the longer you wait, the longer it will take to hear my explanation." There was a muttered oath, and then the revolver came sailing down. The sound of metal on stone clattered up from below. "I knew that would work," she whispered, offering Thomas a cheeky smile. She squared her shoulders and nodded. "Right then, up I go." This time her progress was solid. With Thomas working from below, boosting her bum against his shoulder, and her father hauling the rope from the top, she half climbed, half hung, until she was being pulled over the edge and her face was peering down at him beside her father's. Thomas smiled up, relieved to see her safe. And then it was his turn, his progress sure and swift as he went up the rope, hand over hand, welcoming the burn of the rope fibres against his sweating palms. It was only after he reached the top that he realized the obvious. Damn it all, but Lucy's skirts and corset were still on the ledge below.
Well?
Cardwell crossed his arms, his frown deepening as his gaze shifted between them.
I think I have been more than patient.
His gaze hardened on Thomas.
And I would have you know that my gun may be gone, but I still have a knife in my possession.
Lucy waved a hand in the air. There is no need to resort to threats. It is really quite innocent. Her father's eyes narrowed.
It doesn't look innocent.
She gestured toward the cottage. Well, it all started with the rats.
The rats?
Her father echoed with disbelief.
Have they chewed off your skirts, then?
Actually, I should probably go further back. She began to collect the rope, coiling it about her arm and shoulder. She seemed outwardly unruffled, but Thomas had come to know her these past few days. He could tell by the way her teeth were gnawing her lower lip that she was thinking, hard and fast. Lord Branston escorted me here yesterday to see Heathmore, and I fell off the cliff while, inspecting the property.
That scarcely explains how he came to be down there with you today.
Cardwell's gaze turned back to him, and Thomas felt the burn of a father's ire.
Or how your skirts came to be removed.
It is all very simple. She reached the end of the rope. My skirts were in the way.
In the way of what?
At her father's enraged growl, she took a step toward the rock where the rope was still tied and began to tug on it. You know, this is really knotted quite tightly, she said. Do we have anything we might cut it off with? With a growl of frustration, her father pulled a wicked-looking blade from his coat pocket and handed it over. Thank you. She cut the rope free, and then promptly sent the knife sailing over the edge of the cliff as well.
Lucy!
Her father's voice was now as hopelessly knotted as the rope had just been. Any meekness in her manner vanished along with the knife. Well, I can't bloody well think of a proper explanation when you are shouting at me and waving a weapon about.
I wasn't waving it about.
Well, you were threatening to, and proving quite the idiot about it too.
Young lady, you will not speak to me that way.
I'm not a young lady. I am 21 years old. Thomas stepped between them, raising his hands in a bid for peace, or quiet, something beyond shouts and accusations. They both fell abruptly silent. May I have a chance to explain? He asked, tersely. They nodded, their faces matching shades of red. He turned to Cardwell, determined to erase the censure he saw on the man's face, to make him see his daughter the way he himself did, brave and resilient and unwavering in her desire to set things right. You should be proud of your daughter, sir. He looked unconvinced.
I should.
Thomas nodded. She has proven herself a shrewd negotiator. She sensed from the start something wasn't right about my offer for the property.
Not right?
Cardwell echoed, looking more confused than angry now. I tried to convince her to sell me Heathmore for less than it was worth, and she insisted on coming to conduct a proper inspection of the property so she could determine its true value. Cardwell blinked.
She did?
She drives a hard bargain, too. Has me up to £1,000. Cardwell's eyes bulged in his head. He looked at his daughter, his mouth open in surprise.
She does?
But Lucy was glaring at him, no doubt remembering that moment in Salisbury when she choked out the outrageous amount. If you recall, she said tightly, I did not agree to the terms of that particular offer. I would gladly give you my name, Thomas said bluntly. I don't want your name. I have a perfectly good name, came her strangled response. Why do men always think women want a new name? Lord Cardwell. Thomas turned, prepared to ask the man for his daughter's hand in marriage, a proper proposal done right. He knew she cared for him, could feel in his bones the rightness of them together. But Cardwell wasn't listening. Instead, he was scratching his head, standing by the rock where the rope had just been tied. Thomas saw him run a hand across its white marbled surface, heard him muttering under his breath. "Lord Cardwell," Thomas called, trying to pull his attention back to the matter at hand. But the man was striding away now, shaking his head. He peered over the edge of what remained of the cliff, then turned back around, his face red with anger. "Well done, Lucy." She stared at her father, her mouth open.
Thank you?"
"I didn't see it at first." Cardwell pointed a finger at Thomas. "But you did. Brilliant girl. He's tried to swindle us."
Thomas felt a knot begin to grow at the pit of his stomach. "Don't you mean he's tried to swindle me?" Lucy asked archly. Missing her point, Cardwell pointed back to the newly exposed cliff face.
"I missed it before, during my first visit. I was too upset over Edith's death, and I didn't understand why she would leave Heathmore to you when it seemed all but worthless. But damn it all, there's tin on this property, isn't there?"
His voice rose in volume, and his finger came back to stab the air in Thomas's direction.
"You, sir, have tried to steal my daughter's inheritance."
The knot in his stomach began to tighten. In fact, it began to feel a bit like a noose, particularly when Lucy turned troubled blue eyes in his direction.
"Lucy, I can explain."
"Is this what you meant in your note? What you wanted to show me this morning?" she whispered, her voice anguished. "That there is tin on the property." Thomas hesitated. It would be so easy to lie, to nod and play along. But he had given her far too many omissions of the truth already, and so he shook his head. "No, I had planned to show you something else. Anything, in fact, but this." He gestured to the moors, to the wild, barren fields that stretched out above the cottage. "I wanted to show you what lay on the grounds." At her look of confusion, he stooped down and fumbled in the satchel on the ground, bringing out a fistful of heath, wilted now in all the excitement and delay. "I wanted to show you this." There was a strained moment of silence, where only the wind and the ocean held sway as she stared down at his hand. "You wanted to show me grass?" she finally whispered. He stifled a growl, frustrated beyond reason at the awkwardness of the conversation, one he had no hope of remedying in the moment. "Not grass, heath. A flower, actually. It doesn't look like a flower. It flowers later in summer. The point is, it is indescribably rare." From the satchel, he pulled out the rock he'd dug up this morning, its grey and grey dirt-crusted surface hiding its potential beauty a little too well. "There is this as well." Her lips firmed. "A rock? Not just a rock. Lizardite." He gestured toward her neck. "It can be fashioned into serpentine, like the necklace around your neck." Her brow puckered, and her fingers drifted toward the pendant. "I know it doesn't look the same," he said hurriedly. "Not yet. It has to be polished first. But it is part of the rare geology of this peninsula, found nowhere else in England. And there is more, if you would let me show you." He could tell by her lengthening frown that she didn't understand. Either that, or she didn't care to try. The problem was, you couldn't tell someone something like this. You needed to show them, needed time to explain how rare and precious and important such things were. But time was something she didn't appear to be willing to give him. "You wanted to show me flowers and rocks," she said flatly. She straightened her shoulders and looked at him in the eye, her dirt-smudged face stiff with disappointment. "Well, then, that makes me very sorry I pitched my father's pistol and knife over that cliff, Lord Branston." Lucy's thoughts tumbled ungracefully about in her skull. Tin. It would need to be mined, refined. Presumably, the entire cliff might need to be dug out, possibly even the entirety of the property. She hadn't a clue to its value, but she suspected it was something more significant than £1,000, with or without her maidenhead. Her father was standing beside her, glaring at Thomas every bit as fiercely as she was, as though he was proud of her. She had little enough experience with the notion, but in the shadow of what appeared to be Thomas's overwhelming betrayal, she wanted to lean toward that now. It was perhaps the only thing holding her together. One pull, and it might all unravel. "I would ask you to leave now, Lord Branston," she choked out, even as she had to school her mouth to skip over his given name. Had she felt humiliated that day at the inn, when she'd first imagined his interest had been feigned to tempt her to sell Heathmoor? That experience was a pale cousin of the mortification she felt now. "Lucy," he began. "You lied to me," she ground out. "Lied to the town, too. There is tin here, perhaps even enough to save Lizard Bay from its slow, steady slide toward nothingness." He tried to steal it. And for what? To hide it away, never to be disclosed? Or was he trying to acquire the property so he alone would be poised to benefit at the expense of everyone else? Because that, after all, was what he'd gain in the marriage he'd been pursuing. Her body, her soul, her goddamned property. "Lucy, please." Thomas's voice was strained. "Give me a chance to show you what I'm talking about. The Heath and the Lizardite are only part of it. There is more of value to Heathmoor than you think, and a mining operation will not be the boon to the town you think it will be. It would destroy what makes this part of the coast unique." The sound of her name on his lips and the hoarsely uttered "please" nearly undid her resolve. She could almost believe he was sincere. But she shook her head. "You had plenty of chances to show me already," she pointed out, thinking of the long minutes they had stood on that narrow slice of ledge, minutes where he'd distracted her with a heart-stopping kiss instead of discussing the fact that the entire cliff face was riddled with veins of tin. "And if I were you, I'd go quickly." She held up one arm. "After all, I still have a rope." His jaw hardened. "You are bloody stubborn, you know that." She raised her chin. "So I've been told." He looked in her father's direction, as though he was seeking help from that quarter. Stupid man, to think he would find a kinder reception there. 10 minutes ago she was all that had stood between her father's pistol and his bollocks. "I believe my daughter asked you to leave, Branston," her father said, crossing his arms. "You are fortunate I don't call the magistrate." In spite of herself, Lucy rolled her eyes. As if old Bentley, the town's magistrate and mayor, could hear an explanation like this and think they were talking about anything other than sin. Thomas's gaze swung back to her. "I won't give up on this," he told her, his words like heavy weights aimed squarely at her heart. "I won't give up on us, Lucy. And when you've had a moment to think on it, when you decide you want to see the rest of it, you have only to ask me to show you." Then, with a curt nod, he left, striding down the path that led back to town. She stood, silent, watching him go. "Well then, good riddance, I say." Her father came up to stand beside her, his hand settling on her shoulder.
It seems like we might want to seek some other offers for Heathmore.
She nodded, trying not to care that he continued to say we instead of you.
I could make some inquiries in Marston before we go back to London, he offered.
Lucy grimaced. London. The word sounded foreign to her ears. She thought of all that waited her there. Balls and gowns and useless, endless parties. Mother and her interminable frowns. All right, she said, not knowing what else to do. She was so bloody confused. She was usually quick to leap to action, to fix whatever problem loomed large, but in this she wasn't sure how to proceed. But I do not want to sell Heathmore, not without knowing all my options, she warned. Her father's fingers tightened on her shoulder, but his face softened as he nodded down at her.
Of course. Lucy, I am sorry for not trusting your judgment before. I don't approve of the fact you ran away and left without even a note. But I can see you had reason to come here. You saved us from a tremendous mistake.
She exhaled, the praise feeling awkward to her ears. So, too, did the word us. Hadn't she saved herself from the mistake? At least Thomas had respected the fact this was her decision to make, even if he'd hidden some of the facts from her. I would like to stay in Lizard Bay while you place those inquiries. She hesitated. Mrs. Wilkins has been telling me stories about Aunt E. And the thought of going to Marston, the town her aunt had hated so much, made her feel nearly as ill as the thought of Thomas's betrayal. She held up a hand, and her father opened his mouth. And before you go on about my needing a chaperone, I would remind you I came here without one. After a moment, her father nodded.
All right. As long as you stay with Mrs. Wilkins and don't wander too far afield. He hesitated. I want you to know I am proud of you, Lucy. You've a solid head on your shoulders. Your brother could learn a thing or two from you.
Thank you. She stared down at the ground, feeling miserable rather than pleased. How long had she wanted such affirmation? It seemed nearly her whole life. But at what cost had she earned it? Her gaze fell on the satchel that Thomas had left behind. It was a sign of how upset he was that he'd forgotten it. The bulging sides made her wonder if the contents might contain samples of tin and rock collected from her property and spirited away for analysis. But when she picked it up and peered inside, she saw only an odd mix of plants, their roots carefully bundled in cloth and twine. A few more lizardite rocks, their green mottled hue scarcely recognizable as the same rock in the pendant about her throat. And, near the bottom, dirt smudged but unmistakable, a thick sheath of papers addressed to the Linnean Society of London. She caught her breath at the utter lack of evidence for his nefariousness. Plants. Rocks. Oh, God! The man was obsessed with nature. How many unintelligible scientific names had he quoted to her in the course of their brief but memorable acquaintance? Worse, holding the satchel now reminded her of how he'd carried both his own bag and hers up the wet path last night, and this morning when he'd pulled out the bunch of heath, drooping and wilted. How could he be so kindly in one moment and scheming in the next? She didn't know, but the answers weren't going to fall out of the sky. Perhaps, though, they might fall out of her aunt's diaries. She glanced back toward the cottage, where the volumes were still tucked inside her bag, the very bag he had carried up here for her. Had Aunt E known about the tin on the property and held opinions of her own on the right way to proceed? Lucy was scarcely halfway through the third volume. Any clues must be buried in the later passages. The morning had uncovered one dramatic secret, one she wished she'd known earlier. Could more be waiting? "I need to fetch my bag before we go," she mused, looking down to realize with horror she was standing out of doors in only her chemise and stockings. "And put on my spare dress," she said in a rush, wincing at the thought of how this must all look to her father. She might be a scandalous spinster, but she didn't relish the thought of strolling back to Lizard Bay dressed like this. "It's in the house."
"You stayed here last night?" her father asked, looking suddenly a little less proud of her. "With him?"
"Nothing inappropriate occurred. We were trapped by the weather." A partial truth, perhaps. Last night had been, well, in the harsher light of morning, perhaps the right word might be confusing. She sighed, staring down the path that had just swallowed him. "Never trust a vicar farther than you can throw him," Aunt E. had written. Apparently, one shouldn't trust a marquis either. But at what point did she need to begin to trust herself? From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, March 16th, 1832. Though it is hard to admit out loud, there are times when I miss my family. I miss the sound of voices, a house full of people. I miss my brother, and even father, with his blustering, forceful views on the place of women. Perhaps I am simply waxing nostalgic. It isn't that I hold any regrets, but, for better or worse, the lending library and its new periodicals have shifted my awareness of London and the things I left behind. The Illustrated London News has proven a particular source of comfort and despair, and I find myself eagerly searching for some word of my family. Yesterday, I found it. A birth announcement for Miss Lucille Westmore, my brother's child, and apparently my namesake. In nearly 20 years, I have not been brave enough to send a note to father, fearing that despite the passage of time, he might still swoop down onto Cornwall and try to force me into an asylum. But my brother, there is an avenue to forgiveness I had not previously considered. Perhaps a congratulatory note on the birth of my niece might not be out of order. And oh, to eventually be able to see my niece, to hold her in my arms, that would be the sweetest of impossible dreams. Chapter 22.
"I've brought you a letter, Miss L."
At the sound of the boyish voice hovering in the doorway, Lucy looked up from her aunt's diary. Welcoming the distraction of some conversation and the chance to rest her eyes, she smiled at the lad and motioned him in. Danny skipped into Mrs. Wilkins's shabby parlour, his right hand already held palm out, seeking recompense. A pair of scrawny cats curled around his legs, meowing welcome. Her pulse began to thump more forcefully inside her skin when she saw the letter in his left hand. Could it be from Thomas? It had been 2 days since that awful confrontation on top of the cliff. 2 days since father had headed for Marston. She had started the 4th volume of her aunt's diaries this morning, and her eyes ached from the strain of trying to decipher the increasingly unintelligible print of her aunt's arthritic hand. But it had also been 2 days of misery, long, restless hours when she'd spent far too much time thinking about a handsome, auburn-haired marquis wrestling with the memory of every word, every touch, ever exchanged between them. She'd been left more confused than ever. Far from providing the clues she sought, Aunt E's 3rd volume had rambled on for a good 300 pages, filled with bits of daily life and nostalgic wanderings of an aging mind. Lucy had read all about the cautious reconciliation between her aunt and father. She'd read about her own visit as a child and her father's provision of a quarterly stipend, a gesture that had apparently granted her aunt the ability to delay any hard decisions about selling her property. She'd read about her father's eventual acquisition of the title and the invitation he'd issued to Aunt E to come and live with them in London, provided she take pains to hide her past and protect the children. And she'd read about her aunt's despair to realize that re-establishing a proper relationship with her family was contingent on leaving the town she loved, and worse, pretending to be someone other than she was. Lucy could no longer blame Aunt E for choosing to stay. She could see, through her aunt's written words, the choice had been a difficult one, a decision born out of love and a desire to protect her nieces and nephew, not neglect. But though Lucy now felt she understood her aunt's choices far better, she was still no closer to understanding her aunt's wishes on the matter of what to do about Heathmore. And, disappointingly, she hadn't read anything yet about Thomas either. Lucy knew she shouldn't want to read about him. She shouldn't want to think about him. But she did, almost constantly. How could she not? Everyone in Lizard Bay was talking about Heathmore and the discovery of tin, and that, in turn, made her think about him. The excitement in town had grown to a fever's pitch, the trouble with ghosts forgotten. Jameson's store was buzzing with locals wanting to know if the rumours were true. Poor old Bentley had to have it explained to him no less than 4 times. And on Sunday, Reverend Wellsbury had lectured them all on the dangers of temptation, using the example of Eve in the Garden of Eden again. As if it wasn't Eve who had lost everything in that whole sordid tale. Lucy had tried, in vain, to remind herself of Thomas's betrayal. But in truth, she was no longer sure her hasty conclusions regarding his motives held merit. He had rescued her, saved her life. Her hand lifted to her neck, her fingers pressing against the delicate skin there. Far from poisoning her, he'd done the opposite. Her rash was now completely healed. Neither could she reconcile the contents of his satchel with a man bent on gaining a financial advantage. He scarcely lived the life of a man bent on magnifying his wealth. She thought of the papers she had seen in his bag, addressed to the Linnean Society of London. He collected plants, for heaven's sake, not samples of tin. He had been Lizard Bay's most outspoken opponent of a tin mining operation, and he spent his days seeing to the care and well-being of a quartet of unruly orphans. And by outward appearances, Danny and his brothers were clearly doing well under his tutelage. She smiled at the boy who was standing beside her in an almost mannerly fashion. Aunt E would have been proud. Closing the diary, she patted the sofa beside her. Danny skipped forward, the scent of licorice clinging to him like an aura. She breathed it in, realizing then that school must be out for the day. She must have read longer than she thought. It surprised her to realize how much she knew about the workings of the little town, how much she had absorbed in only a few short days. In spite of herself, she glanced toward the door, hoping to catch sight of a broad-shouldered shadow or hear a hint of his voice out in the hallway. But there was naught but an empty doorway and the ring of disappointment in her ears. "Do you know who sent the letter?" she asked, as the boy settled himself beside her, happily kicking his feet. She tucked the diary into the folds of her skirts. Not that she imagined one of the Tanner boys might ever be tempted to steal an actual book, but better not to take the chance. Danny shook his head, his cheeks full of licorice.
"No, but Mr. Bentley said to bring it straight away. It came on the mail coach."
Frustration settled in her stomach. Thomas wouldn't mail a letter, not when he could just hand it to the boy. She pulled one of her remaining coins from her pocket and handed it to Danny, then took up the letter, staring down at it. The handwriting was her father's, the emblem on the red wax seal her family's own crest. She ought to be excited to see it, given that it likely contained news on the value of her property. Yet her fingers hesitated.
"Ain't you going to read it?"
Danny asked, sucking his candy.
"The schoolmaster makes me read out loud all the time. Lord Branston, too."
He made a face.
"Says it is even more important than mathematics."
In spite of her uncertainty, she smiled at him. "I hate to say it, but I am afraid Lord Branston is correct on the matter of reading." Danny just sighed, rolling the licorice around in his mouth. Lucy handed him the letter. "Why don't you read it to me?" His sour look made her laugh. "I might be convinced to double your tip if you do." That had him sitting up straighter. He swallowed his candy, tore open the wax seal, and cleared his voice in a way only a mischievous 8-year-old could, though it made Lucy wince to realize that, to her mother at least, she probably sounded very much the same way.
"Dear Lucy."
His eyes widened up at her.
"Gor, is that your real name, Miss L?"
She nodded. "Go on."
"I've met with great—"
His nose wrinkled.
"What's this word?"
He pointed to the page. Lucy glanced over. "Success."
"I've met great success in Marston. I gained an audience with the Marston Mining Corporation, and they would like to come and inspect the property. It is likely worth at least 100 times what Lord Branston offered, so it seems you have some important decisions to make. I must consult with a—"
He pointed again. "Solicitor," Lucy prompted. "You really do read very well, Danny." And the lad was only 8 years old. Perhaps Thomas's hopes for university for the young scamp weren't entirely unfounded.
"I must consult with the solicitor first, but will return with an inspector on Tuesday, and we can return to London thereafter."
Danny lowered the letter, his eyes wide.
"What did Lord Branston offer?"
he asked in a hushed tone. Lucy considered her response. Probably best not to mention the offer of £1,000. That would require more explanation than she was comfortable delivering to an 8-year-old. "He's offered me £700 to buy Heathmore Cottage," she conceded, remembering the last solid offer between them. His eyes grew round.
"Gor, that's—"
His nose wrinkled again.
£7,000!
She nodded, the amount making her feel ill instead of glad. When it had only been a few £100 at stake, the potential for a misstep hadn't seemed as great. But now Marston Mining Corporation was coming to inspect the property. Wasn't that the company that had poisoned Lizard Bay's fish? "See," she murmured, "ciphers can come in handy." But her mind wasn't on ciphers. Bugger it all. She was going back to London tomorrow. Part of her was glad. She desperately wanted to see Lydia, to tell her every grand thing that had happened on this mad lark. But a part of her, a stubborn, insistent part, wanted to stay in Lizard Bay.
"I'll say that's a lot of money to count."
Danny jumped to his feet, his face dissolving into the largest grin she'd ever seen. The boy held out his palm.
"I think you might want to do more than just double my tip, Miss L," he crowed. "Seems like you can afford it."
Lucy smiled as she gave him the last coins left over from Wilson's generous loan. He skidded around Mrs. Wilkins, who was coming through the door with a tea service in her hands, and eagerly dashed for the door.
"It's 2:00, Mrs. Wilkins said, setting the tray down. "Time for tea."
She glanced back toward the door. "Did Danny give you the letter he brought?" Lucy nodded, staring at the steaming teapot. Thank heavens it was a Monday, not a Friday. She didn't know if she could face the notion of having the entire town crowd into Mrs. Wilkins' parlour, discussing what to do about the tin and Lizard Bay's future. A shadow fell across the doorway, and she looked up, her treacherous heart once again leaping in hope. But it wasn't Thomas. It was only the vicar, his white collar like a stick to the eye. Her heart sank. She may not have read much about Thomas yet in her aunt's diary, but she'd read quite a bit about Reverend Wellsbury. It was exhausting to read about the constant bickering that came from two determined shepherds trying to steer the same flock of sheep. Yesterday, though Aunt E was no longer alive to defend herself, the vicar had stood at his pulpit and spoken of Eve as though she was solely responsible for the woes of the world. Lucy had sat in the front pew, seething. But today he didn't look ready to deliver a sermon. He stood quietly in the doorway, his hands clasped in front of him.
"Do you mind if I join you for tea?"
"Are you sure tea won't provide too much of a temptation?" Lucy retorted.
"Oh, hush now," Mrs. Wilkins scolded.
She smiled in the vicar's direction.
"You are welcome to join us, Reverend Wellsbury. It will be just like old times when Miss E was still with us."
She sat down and began to pour the first cup, only to cluck in annoyance as a cat leaped into her lap. "Here, let me." Lucy scooped up the tabby and held him in her own lap. If she was going to be forced to bear the vicar's company during tea, she'd prefer a feline buffer, thank you very much. She stroked her hand down the cat's back, urging it to settle. She'd become far more accustomed to cats in the past few days, but it was clear that in Lizard Bay, at least, they were still a problem that needed solving. And while she might be terrible at solving her own problems, solving the problems faced by others was her specialty. "You know," she mused as she accepted her cup, balancing it over the purring cat's back, "you are welcome to take all the male cats up to Heathmore. Separate the sexes, as we discussed." She glanced down at the purring animal. "There is plenty up there for them to eat, and now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I have to admit Heathmore could use a good de-ratting."
"It's a nice thought."
Mrs. Wilkins passed the vicar his cup.
"But I would think you wouldn't need to worry about the rats when the mining starts. The cottage will need to be torn down once the excavations begin in earnest."
Lucy choked around the mouthful of tea she'd just taken. Tear down Aunt E's house. The thought made her throat close tight. "I beg your pardon?"
"Well, if the only thing holding the poor house up is that cliff," Mrs. Wilkins shrugged, "if that goes, everything on top must go as well. And really, the entire property will be trampled by equipment and horses. They'll need to open the road back up that leads to town, I suspect."
She poured her own cup.
"It's curious we never knew about the property's value. Missy never said a word about the tin, God rest her soul. Then again, she valued her privacy and loved the land. Loved the townspeople, too. Probably thought it was for the best to keep it a secret. She always thought she knew better than everyone else."
Reverend Wellsbury shook his head.
"One might have thought she'd at least have put it to the parish committee."
Lucy set her cup down on the table beside the sofa, then placed the cat on the floor, needing a free lap to think. "She didn't love everyone in Lizard Bay," she pointed out. "It was my aunt's property, her decision. She didn't need to discuss it with anyone." Reverend Wellsbury's jaw hardened. She almost felt guilty for needling him in this matter. But if he continued to use his Sunday pulpit to besmear Aunt E's memory, she wasn't going to quibble over the moral dilemma of pointing out the obvious.
"If she'd not been so set on remaining a spinster," the vicar said slowly, "Miss E might have had a husband to share such an important decision with."
Lucy gritted her teeth. She didn't want a husband.
Nonetheless, she led some in Lizard Bay on quite a merry chase.
That's a lie. Lucy picked up the diary from where it lay in the folds of her skirt and waved it about. I've read her diaries, Reverend Wellsbury. Several gentlemen offered for her, but she never seduced anyone. Yes, she was outspoken, but being outspoken is not a sin. So instead of lecturing the town about Eve, you might want to spend a sermon or two asking the Lord's forgiveness for doubting my aunt all those years. Instead of rising to her bait, he gave a gusty sigh.
I didn't say she seduced anyone, Miss L. I said she led them on a merry chase. She led me on a merry chase. That's a distinction of some importance.
He set his own cup down and paused, as though praying for patience.
I am glad to see you received the diaries I mailed for your aunt.
Lucy reared backward on the settee, stunned to silence. Her fingers curled over the edge of the last diary. Surely she'd heard wrong. You sent the package? He nodded.
She asked me to, that day she died.
Lucy lifted a trembling hand to her mouth. I don't understand. She glanced toward Mrs. Wilkins, seeking guidance, but the woman was as slack-jawed as she was. Her gaze slid back to the vicar. Everyone in town said the pair hated each other. Had she somehow heard incorrectly? The vicar's gaze settled on the pendant about her throat, and he smiled sadly, shaking his head.
I've tried to seek you out since you arrived, to talk to you about your aunt, but it's clear you've been avoiding me. Sunday's lecture was intended to be a reminder of the temptations of money, not the temptations of love. Everyone in town is going on about tin, as though it alone is God's solution to our problems. But I suspect Lizard Bay needs a gentler form of industry, if my opinion is at all welcome in the mix. The town is fragile enough without bowing to the weight of an unseemly industry like that.
He inclined his head.
Your aunt felt much the same way.
Lucy gaped at him, feeling as though someone had kicked her feet out from under her. But my aunt hated you. You hated each other. You disagreed about everything. She blinked at him, confusion clouding her vision, and very likely her judgment. Didn't you?
We disagreed on some matters, yes. That is not at all the same as hate.
He frowned as he stood up.
I am sorry. I can tell my presence here is disturbing you. I'd hope to get to know you better, you see. It is clear you have a good deal of her strength.
He took a step toward the door, but paused on the threshold, his mouth turned down.
You may not wish to speak to me, but I would leave you with this, Miss L. Your aunt regretted some of her choices, as the good Lord called her home, and I suspect her diaries reflect some of that. God has gifted us with the ability to share our lives with others, and it is a gift we should not take lightly. Otherwise we might find ourselves at the end of our lives regretting the path we chose.
Then, offering one final nod toward Mrs. Wilkins, he walked away, his white collar disappearing down the hallway.
Well, Mrs. Wilkins said, blinking in confusion, that was certainly different. I've never heard the vicar talk about your aunt that way before, as though he admired her, as though he...
Her words trailed off, steeped with astonishment. Lucy's head helpfully supplied the rest, as though he loved her. Over the years, had Reverend Wellsbury somehow become something more to her aunt than a thorn in her side? It seemed she was missing a few pieces to this maddening puzzle. And that meant she needed to finish reading the bloody diaries. From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, August 16th, 1850.
In my increasing age and wisdom, I have become adept at seeing a problem and knowing immediately how to help, or, as Reverend Wellsbury likes to grumble, to meddle in things that shouldn't concern me. But when Lord Branston arrived in Lizard Bay, it was clear I was facing my most challenging case yet. He had led us all to believe a failed betrothal lies at the heart of his self-destruction. But last night, swaying on his feet in my parlour, Lord Branston drunkenly confessed the truth of it. His sister's death was no ordinary death, it seems. If the facts come out publicly, the scandal would be ruinous. His sister must have been desperate to resort to such a scheme, and I can't help but think Lord Branston is a man worth saving, to permit his sister to make such a decision for herself, even when the keeping of it so obviously haunts him. So, I've a secret to keep now, and I will take it to my grave. But only, I think, if Lord Branston agrees to give up the bottle.
Chapter 23. Lucy closed her aunt's diary and lifted a hand to rub her stiff neck. She had read through the night, and still she was not quite at the end of the last volume. She'd finally reached the part about Thomas, but far from proving a source of enlightenment on what to do with Heathmore, it seemed to leave the question as a yawning, open thing. Beside her bed, the candle was guttering, molten wax pooling against the candlestick, the spent wick needing to be trimmed. Father was coming today, along with the inspector from the Marston Mining Corporation, and unfortunately, she felt as confused as ever. She pulled back her bedclothes and glanced out the window, only seeing the blackness that was so characteristic of a Cornwall night. If her aunt's diaries formed a puzzle, it seemed some of the pieces still refused to fit. Mrs. Wilkins claimed Thomas's sister had taken her own life, and Aunt E's diary passage seemed to confirm it. Was this what haunted him? Why he was hiding in Cornwall? Why his seat in the House of Lords was sitting empty and unused? If he had not been able to stop his sister from committing such an act, did he perchance feel guilty for the outcome? And how did that all tie into Heathmore and his interest in the property? She still didn't understand what lay at the heart of Thomas's offers, or why he'd chosen not to disclose all the facts, but he claimed he had an explanation, and she'd refused to listen. The answer did not appear to be waiting in her aunt's last diary, and that meant she needed to see him, to listen to him, before it was too late. Hurriedly, she pulled on her boots, not even bothering with stockings. Slipping her shawl over her nightdress, she snatched up Thomas's satchel, spilling some of the contents in the process. But she couldn't take the time to clean it all up now that her decision was made. She stumbled down the stairs, tripping over a sleeping cat in her hurry. Despite the panicked push of her pulse, as she turned the key in the front door lock and stepped out onto the porch, she stopped dead still. What was she doing, tearing off into the night in her nightclothes? She hadn't any notion where Thomas lived, only the general direction in which he had disappeared that first night in town. Once again, she was charging into the unknown, not giving herself time to think. Except that wasn't exactly true. This time, the trouble was that she had thought it all through too much. She'd gone about this all wrong, and as a result had let the opportunity to trust him slip through her hands, time and time again. She'd wrongly presumed her aunt's diaries were full of advice, guidance she was meant to follow, but she'd been ignoring her own instincts all along. Her instincts told her Thomas was honourable, even if the evidence seemed to point against it, and therein lay the problem. It wasn't only that she needed to trust him, she needed to trust herself. Moreover, she needed to be true to herself, rather than what her mother or Aunt E's diaries would make her. She was neither a tittering debutante nor a scowling spinster. She was simply herself, and she needed to stop trying to be someone else. Lucy stared out into the black night, cursing fate and God and anything else she might reasonably credit with her situation. But most of all, she cursed herself for her lack of faith. She was to blame for the fact she was standing out of doors, tears pooling in her eyes, her future sliding out of her desperate grasp. And then she saw it. A distant light, cutting through the night, but growing larger and warmer and steadily closer. She considered reaching out a hand to try to touch it. Considered, too, opening her mouth to scream. After all, she had no notion of what waited at the other end of that swelling light. But instead she watched, mesmerized, until it took the shape of a lantern held high. Thomas emerged from the shadows, his face so dear her knees felt like buckling. "You came," she whispered. Again. It seemed he was always coming to save her, even from herself. "I came," he affirmed, his voice hoarse. The light sent shadows swirling across his face, but she could see the hollows beneath his eyes, the evidence that he, too, had spent a sleepless night. "Why?" she whispered. He hesitated. "Danny told me about the letter that came today. A week ago, uncertainty might have pushed her to accuse him of coming to offer her £7,001 for Heathmoor Cottage, to come out ahead of the offer mentioned in her father's letter. But not now." "You heard I was returning to London," she said softly. He nodded. "Is it true?" "Yes, we leave today." It was a conflicted truth. Part of her wanted very much to return to London, to see her family again. Her bag was sitting upstairs at the foot of her bed, already packed in anticipation of this fact. But another part of her, the same part that had sent her dashing into the night, wanted to stay right here, on the dark street, with this man. "I waited for you," he told her, "to come to me, to ask me to show you what I meant about Heathmoor being worth more than you knew. But then, with morning approaching and still no sign of you, I thought perhaps that waiting any more was a stupid thing to do." She shook her head, hiding a smile. "You are not the stupid one in this scenario, Thomas. I am, for not giving you a chance to show me 3 days ago." He offered her the lantern. "Do you trust me?" A question of some portent, and one for which she finally had an answer. Yes. She took the lantern and offered him the satchel in return. "With all my heart." His smile was like dawn breaking, though that was still at least 2 hours away. "Then follow me," he told her, motioning for her to follow. They walked, hand in hand, pulse against pulse, steadily upward in silence. She seemed content to go where he would take her, and the wonder of that kept his feet steady on the rocky path. The past 3 days had been some of the hardest of his life, and there were quite a few worse days in his past to compare them to. He'd nearly come to see her a dozen times, wanting to explain himself, knowing he had, in some respects, failed her. He'd known about the tin, although he hadn't known what a rich vein ran beneath the cliff, not until the earth had given way to reveal it. But he'd certainly suspected it. The rocks above the cliff were a mixture of serpentinite and granite, littered with streaks of white tin. Telltale geology, one a man of scientific persuasion couldn't miss. But he should have shown Lucy the tin from the start, and trusted that she was capable of making her own decision on the disposition of the property. They passed the lighthouse, its bulbous, obscene light swinging wide, and he realized he could just see a hint of the coming dawn, the thinnest of lines stretching across the horizon. He tugged harder, hurrying her along. They couldn't do this properly, this close to the lighthouse. Too much light and too much sound. Finally, after another 20 minutes of walking, he stopped. Cocking his ear, he listened. It took a moment, but he caught it on the edge of the wind, a rustling of life in the grass, the faintest quiver of birdsong. This was it. The perfect place, and the perfect time to show her. He lowered himself to the ground. "We are stopping?" Lucy asked, through the darkness, though she willingly dropped to her knees beside him. "The cottage is a half-mile farther, isn't it?" "You've already seen the cottage. I've a mind to show you something else about your land." He pulled off his boots. "You might want to get comfortable. We are going to be here an hour, at least." He expected questions, a staunchly worded objection. After all, such exchanges had characterized so much of their acquaintance to date. But instead of arguing, she handed him the lantern and began to take off her boots. He stretched back on his elbows and watched her work, admiring the wild sway of her short hair as it caught the lamplight. She was dressed in some filmy white thing that covered her from neck to toe, but its colour caught the light from the lantern and tossed it back defiantly toward the darkness. He couldn't take his eyes from her. Finally, when she had her bare feet tucked up under her and her boots safely stowed beside his, he smiled. "Are you ready?" She nodded, closed her eyes, and leaned toward him, as though she was anticipating a kiss. He was tempted. Hell, he was beyond tempted. She looked so sweet, so expectant in the lamplight. He wanted to tip her back onto the soft grass and show her something else entirely. He wanted to make love to her, to uncover each cotton-wrapped piece of her, and kiss her until she was soft and sighing beneath him. But there was never going to be another moment, a different time. She was returning to London today. So he held himself away from the pretty invitation she offered, opened the door of the lantern, and blew out the flame. In an instant they were surrounded by darkness, the faint glow of the horizon a poor substitute for the lantern's strength. "Am I to presume you are trying to show me how dark it is?" she asked dryly. "Shh," he whispered. He could feel her beside him, the air between them humming with want and other more potent things. He could hear it now, the calls and trills of the birds hiding in the brush, growing stronger and more enthusiastic. "Are you telling me what to do?" she asked archly, but amusement feathered her words. "I would never be so foolish as to presume I had the right to do that. I am merely encouraging you to consider my request. I want you to see the sunrise." "But shouldn't we be angled toward the ocean for that?" He lifted a finger to his lips, though he doubted she could see it yet, as his own eyes were still adjusting to the shock of darkness. You claimed to trust me. Now you must prove it. Let your eyes and ears go. Watch and listen. She fell quiet, but she leaned into him, huddling, perhaps, for warmth. The chill of the night began to creep in now that they were still, and he gathered her closer, tucking her thin shawl about her shoulders. He felt it then, her hand fumbling through the darkness. It burrowed into his, and he, obligingly, held on tight. All around them, the symphony of birdsong was growing louder now, 100 different birds, each announcing the coming of the day. The darkness was shifting, the colours of the moors beginning to take shape, pink and gold and umber. He felt her hand tighten against his, and heard her breath catch in wonder. "What is happening?" she whispered. "Sunrise," he said simply. "The sun comes up in London too." He heard her swallow. "But it bloody well doesn't look or sound like this." "No." He chuckled, in spite of his resolve to stay quiet. "This is known as the dawn chorus. Birds do it all over the world, but civilization has a way of ruining it. Now, shh." They sat for a good half-hour, until the light overtook the dark and the air began to warm around them. At some point, he stopped watching the meadow and began to watch her instead. He'd experienced this morning sunrise more times than he could count, but given her pending departure, this might very well be the last time he could watch her. And, to his mind, she made a far more compelling subject for observation. Her eyes were wider than he'd ever seen them, sparkling with excitement in the muted light of morning. Her generous mouth was open, as though surprise had caught her and forgotten to loosen its hold. She was watching the meadow as though it was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, but there was more than just beauty at stake. There was life, and as rich as it was fragile. Thomas knew every bird species in this field, each family of plant that called this rare peninsula home. He'd trekked the entire coast and recorded hours of observations, meticulously writing the arguments for the preservation of this acreage, knowing that once it was lost, there was no reclaiming it. A bird landed on a piece of shrub not 5 feet away, and he heard her gasp of pleasure. The chorus was growing quieter now, as the fickle creatures began to turn their attention away from the sun and toward the task of finding breakfast. This bird, in particular, appeared to think they might be the ones to provide him with it. It cocked its glossy black head, studying them, and then jumped down, hopping closer. "What kind of bird is this?" she whispered, breaking the silence. She reached out a hand, and the bird let her come as close as a half-foot before it let out a shrill squawk of objection from its red beak and flew away to safer quarters. "Pyrrhocorax, Pyrrhocorax." She turned her head toward him. "Are you sure you are a marquis? Because honestly, you sound more like one of Geoffrey's sour-faced Latin tutors." In spite of himself, he chuckled. "The Latin names are a manner of classifying organisms based on a system created by Linnaeus." "Well, that's all well and good," she laughed, "but Linnaeus isn't here. What would an ordinary person call it?" "That was a Cornish chuff." "Tell me more." When he hesitated, she pulled her hand from his and shifted her entire body to face him, her chin upturned. "Isn't this why you brought me here?" She lifted a hand to the landscape she was now missing. "So you can explain it all?" He nodded, wanting to tell her, but also not wanting to spoil the moment. Would she understand? He didn't know if she would appreciate it, as he did, but he had been wrong to try to wrest the decision away from her from the start. The Cornish chough is a bird that makes its home here on the Lizard Bay Peninsula, but they are declining in numbers, due in part to the mining operations up and down the coast.
Are they bound to suffer the same fate as the fish? Lucy asked with a frown.
I am afraid so. She loosened a frustrated sigh.
Oh, the bloody Marston Mining Corporation!
She glanced toward his satchel.
And what about the flowers you tried to give me on Saturday? Are they in danger too?
Cornish heath.
No Latin?
It hasn't been named yet because no one knows about it. It is a unique variety, different than any I've ever seen. And yes, they are in danger too. This is the only place it grows, in all of Britain, and if my suspicions are correct, on all of Earth. He gestured toward the sun-drenched meadow. You can't imagine the rarity of the land you hold, Lucy. Heathmoor has created an entire world of its own, with its strange soil and unusual geology. I've catalogued over 24 different species of fauna and flora, each unique to this part of the coast. I don't know how many more species are left to be discovered, hundreds possibly. He breathed in, thinking of the proposal he had drafted. I've a paper for the Linnean Society of London outlining my findings. I don't know if it will be enough to generate the sort of interest we need to save Lizard Bay, but I do know that if the land is turned over to the Marston Mining Corporation, it will be lost forever.
Oh, bugger it all, she whispered softly.
I can envision a pilgrimage of naturalists and enthusiasts from all over the world, an industry of sorts for poor, beleaguered Lizard Bay and even Mrs. Wilkins' boarding house. I was prepared to invest in such a scheme, to offer Heathmoor Cottage, free of rent, as a naturalist's retreat for scientists to come and study this part of the coast. That is why I had devoted so much effort to repairing the cottage. She blinked up at him.
You would invest in this, but not tin mining?
Lizard Bay is important to me, to all of us. I would willingly put my own funds behind something that might make the town flourish. I understand, though, that this isn't my choice. I won't submit the paper I have written to the Linnean Society, not if you do not wish me to. The property belongs to you. The decision does as well. He waited, his chest tighter than a noose, to hear what she would say to his proposal.
Why does it all mean so much to you? Came her agonized whisper. Some people would look at this and see only an ugly, useless piece of land, a bit of grass and rock. But you look at it and see beauty, potential.
He inclined his head, his gaze wanting to linger on the lovely curve of her cheek. I don't know why I see it so differently, only that I do. He reached out a hand and brushed a strand of blonde hair from her eyes, tucking it behind her ear. In some ways, he supposed, it was not that different from how he looked at her. She saw herself as a plain spinster, but he looked at her and saw the good, the potential, and yes, the beauty. She was so damn beautiful, she took his breath away. But it does not matter what I see. The choice of what to do with Heathmoor is not mine to make, and I was wrong to try to buy it without showing you this from the start. The decision is yours, Lucy. It should have always been, and no matter the decision you make, I will honour it. Her mouth rounded in surprise.
You would risk losing it?
If I've learned but one thing in my life, it's that it's no small thing to lose something so rare, to fail to protect something you love. He hesitated, thinking that in some ways this was proving less difficult than he'd imagined. But sometimes the choice does not lie with you. There was a moment's pause.
Is that why you were trying so hard to protect this piece of land?
Her voice hushed.
Because of your sister?
He sucked in a breath. You know. She nodded. I finally reached 1850 in Auntie's diary. Thomas reached out again, picking up her hand and turning it over in his. If she knew, there was little he could do to change it, and a part of him was glad she knew. He wanted her to know this about him. He wanted her to know everything about him. And he wanted to know everything about her as well. But to do that, he needed to do more than unlock her secrets. He needed to unlock her heart. Chapter 24. Lucy stared at this man who had become so inexplicably dear to her that he made the rest of the morning, wondrous though it was, fall away. When had his profile become so familiar? She felt as though she knew every angle, every plane of his face. He'd shown her an amazing world this morning, his world, the one he'd dreamed of protecting. But even more importantly, he'd shown her his hopes for its future, all cards on the table, no more bluffs between them. And then he'd left the choice in her hands. Thomas, she whispered. Yes? Would you kiss me? He smiled, and it was a slow, spreading, wicked smile, a smile that sent one edge of his mouth a little higher than the other, and her stomach twisting in pleasure. You didn't say please, he said, but his voice had gone hoarse and deep. Please. She was rewarded for her honesty by the sight of his mouth lowering toward hers. Unlike the last kiss they'd shared, this time he was punishing in his slowness. An agonizing inch at a time, he closed the space between them, like a man at leisure. But she had never been good at waiting. She looped her arms about his neck and pulled him into her until their noses bumped and their mouths found the right mark, and the feel of his lips on hers outstripped the anticipation. She gasped in pleasure as his mouth claimed hers. That noise, finally, seemed to unleash the predator she sensed lurking beneath the gentlemanly surface. His kiss turned from tender to demanding, and she welcomed the shift. She kissed him openly, honestly, kissed him as though her world was ending and she might never get another chance, kissed him as he eased her back onto the grass and stretched out beside her, their tongues dancing in a rhythm that sent shivers up her spine and her thoughts racing in more mischievous directions. She turned herself over to it, trusting him to know her own mind better than she knew it herself. She was rewarded for that trust when his kiss turned playful, just as she thought she might shrink from the intensity of it. His mouth gentled, his teeth nipping at her lower lip, his moan of pleasure a perfect echo of her own want. Thomas, she gasped, as his mouth left hers to land, warm and wet and achingly welcome, against her neck. She arched up, tipping back her head, her eyes open to the pink-tinged sky above them. I think I am wearing too many clothes. He ran a possessive palm down the length of her torso, torturing her with its slow, relentless path southward. How would you like me to rectify that misfortune? His hand trailed lower, down one calf, until his fingers were teasing the very edge of her nightdress. She held her breath in anticipation. Would you recommend I do this? He asked, lifting the hem a few inches. He lowered his head to press a kiss against one bare calf, his mouth warm and full of promise. Or perhaps this instead. He lifted the hem higher, grazing her thighs. He lowered his head there too, his mouth and tongue swirling against skin, dangerously close, and yet so far from where her body and imagination screamed he might yet go. She thrashed her head, her lungs feeling too constricted to breathe as he eased the hem upward, ever more slowly, to bear her most private secrets to his gaze. He hesitated there, his indrawn breath louder even than the thundering of her heart. "Holy God," he whispered, "you are so, so beautiful." He reached out a hand and touched her, swirling a finger against that spot he'd discovered the night they'd spent at Heathmoor. His touch sent her nerves twisting in pleasure until Lucy moaned out loud, wanting him to move on and yet wanting him to linger. He swept the nightdress higher still, pressing kisses against her belly now, moving upward with slow, lascivious intent, until she was lifting her arms above her head and he was sweeping the confounding cotton aside, tossing it away. He loomed over her, staring down, his breath coming in hard pants. Behind his head, the sun had shifted from pink to gold, casting his face in shadows. It made him appear hewn from stone, an almost stranger, but the knowledge that this was Thomas softened the impact of her nudity. She waited, unembarrassed, for him to take off his own clothes. Instead, he fell upon her body like a starving man. "Beautiful," he groaned out loud, his mouth against her breast, and then he was drawing her nipple into his mouth and suckling with the sweetest, gentlest pressure. She closed her eyes, the feeling of his tongue against her breast almost unbearable. He moved to the other breast, his hands sliding across skin, kneading and pulling. All the while he murmured to her, groaning as if he took his own pleasure from hers. But as wonderful as it wasn't enough. She wanted to feel his body against hers, without the inconvenience of wool and cotton. As his mouth came back to greet hers for a long, bruising kiss, she tore at the buttons of his coat. "You next," she gasped against his lips. He sat up and shifted slowly out of his frock-coat, one arm at a time. For heaven's sake, did the man never hurry? She lifted herself up and helped herself to the buttons of his waistcoat, then plucked at the scarf about his neck and pulled his shirt over his head. "You are too slow," she said, batting his hands away. But then there was a woolen undervest to contend with, and that stymied her for several long seconds. "Bugger it all, why do men wear so many clothes?" she muttered, making him chuckle. When she finally reached skin, she nearly groaned with relief. For a moment, she just stared at the sight of him, his bare chest gleaming in the morning sun. That night in the cottage, she'd averted her eyes from his shirtless form, but this morning an entire team of horses couldn't have dragged her gaze away. He was magnificently made, his chest a series of planes and ridges, so the opposite of her own soft curves, she was tempted to question if they were the same species. There was a faint pattern of hair, glinting red, but it thinned and darkened as it arrowed downward, disappearing into the waistband of his trousers. She ran a fingertip down his rib-cage, enjoying the turnabout as he drew in a startled breath, sending his musculature into even starker relief. She leaned forward and pressed her mouth against his chest. He tasted of soap, of salt, of Thomas. And so she kissed him there again, ran her tongue along those ridges and plains, marvelling at the coiled strength she sensed beneath his skin, flattened her palm against his hard abdomen, enjoying, too, the quiver of muscles there. She discovered the sort of wild, wanton joy to be found in giving pleasure instead of only receiving it, because there was no doubt at all She was enjoying this every bit as much as he was. Her breathing was every bit as fast, her limbs every bit as weak. The wonder of that made her want to slow down, relish the moment. Perhaps he was onto something with his slowness. As she returned to kiss him, full on the mouth, she lowered her hands down, down, past the band of his trousers. "Next these," she murmured against his mouth. He stilled and shook his head. "Lucy, I don't think that is a wise idea." Her hand slid lower to the long, hard length of him beneath the wool. "I would beg you, then, to stop thinking." His hand stilled over hers, halting her progress. "Lucy," he warned, panting with the effort of holding back, "do you trust me?" She blinked in surprise. "You know I do." She would not be here, now, naked, touching him so intimately, if she did not trust him with her very life. "Then trust me when I say we cannot do this, not this way." His voice sounded close to breaking. "I cannot let you risk that sort of ruin," he went on, shaking his head. "I will not be the sort of man who fails to protect you, however much I want you in this moment." "But I want you too," she protested, and she wanted to feel him stretched out next to her, skin on skin, until they were both out of breath and far too gone to care about consequences. But she understood, in some way, what he meant. She'd read enough in her aunt's diary to know this piece of his history. He'd seen his sisters fall from grace, and so she knew there was honour, not rejection, lurking in the shadows of his refusal. He was fashioned as a protector, had proven himself a determined one too. Time after time he'd held himself back from what she'd offered, when a lesser man might have tapped her against the wall of the inn, or on the sofa in the cottage, or in this lovely, wild meadow, the rising sun laughing down on them. "Can't we, just once?" she asked, biting her lip. "Even once is too great a risk." He reared back and pulled a hand through his hair, as though seeking an answer to the dilemma she posed. As she groaned in frustration, his hazel eyes slid back to hers. One side of his mouth quirked upward, transforming him in an instant from protector to rogue. "But perchance there are other ways." "What other ways?" she asked, even as her more devilish side told her, no, thank you very much, she really did want his trousers off. "Lay back," he told her, "and close your eyes." She did as he asked. She felt the long sweep of his hands across her body, imagined she might next feel his mouth, warm against the underside of her breast. But this time his mouth touched her somewhere else, somewhere impossible. And despite the fact her eyes were squeezed shut, she knew it was definitely the touch of his mouth. She could feel the gentle scrape of his whiskers against her thighs, feel the warm heat of his breath as he kissed her there. She gasped out loud and lifted a knuckle to her lips, trying to draw a proper breath. She'd never heard of such a thing, could not believe he meant to do it. And yet she couldn't summon the proper words to beg him to stop. She bucked against the feelings, her hips and thoughts helpless against the pleasure he was kindling in a very extraordinary place. How could his mouth, on that one small spot, stir such feelings elsewhere? She seemed to feel him everywhere, in her core, beneath her skin. It was as though he was lighting a fire inside her, patiently laying the bricks, kindling the flames until they leaped, high and sure. She felt as though her bones were melting against that sure heat, pooling in a wanton heap as he worked, gently, on that most vulnerable part of her body. And then she was flying, figuratively speaking. It was a sensation very close to how she had felt when the earth crumbled beneath her, a sense of weightlessness and a certainty that something unchangeable was about to happen. She slid over the edge of this new, strange cliff, flailing and panic and a rush of blood to her lungs. Only this time, instead of fear, there was the most glorious feeling accompanying the fall, as though every inch of her body had been thrummed to the point of breaking and then loosened like an arrow. And oh, how she flew! It stretched out for a long, glorious, insensible moment, and then she was landing, safely on her back, clouds spinning above her, one singular thought in her head. Bugger it all, she wasn't quite sure what had just happened, but she was quite sure she was going to want it to happen more than once. Thomas settled beside her, gathering her into his arms. To have seen her that way, stretched out beneath the sun, her hair flying wild about her face and her skin flushed pink with pleasure, had been the rarest of gifts. But now she looked sleepy and satisfied, and he felt the sharp arc of possessiveness to know he had been the one to put that look on her face. Her head tipped back against his bare chest, and as her breathing gradually settled into a more tenable rhythm, her hand crept up to twine in his. How long they lay there, he couldn't say. They drifted a long moment, lost in the low, happy buzz of the meadow, the insects and birds going about their lives as though something momentous had not just taken place here. Thomas would have liked to linger. Hell, he would have liked to do it again. But the sun was climbing in the sky, and they had already tarried longer than he'd intended. He pressed a kiss to her hair. Though he'd left her well satisfied, his own lack of relief was waging a stern protest. His heart might be enjoying this continued bit of tenderness, but the knowledge that there was a very naked, very willing woman in his arms was not at all conducive to the cause of wrestling his body back under control. "It's getting late. We should probably go back soon," he said, shifting his body to relieve the tightness in his groin. "Just a few more minutes," she sighed, burrowing her naked body deeper into his arms. "I don't want to go back to London quite yet." Thomas's fingers tightened. Her words startled him, somehow. She still intended to go back to London, despite all that had passed between them. He could scarcely breathe. She seemed so at ease here, with the serpentine stone glinting about her bare neck, her body nestled against his. He'd thought she would want to stay. He'd imagined, perhaps. Well, that was the problem with imagining. So often one was disappointed when reality prevailed. He was selfish enough to hope she might yet change her mind, nearly selfish enough to stay here, his arms holding her close, keeping the lurking world at bay. But he wasn't so selfish as to presume he had the right to make that decision for her. "Your skin is starting to burn in the sun," he pointed out. Already he could see parts of her starting to turn pink. Though he hated to do it, he sat up and tugged her nightdress over her head, pulling it down over the body he had just so thoroughly pleasured. As the last inch of fair skin disappeared beneath the hem, he swallowed. Well, that was that. She was covered back up, hidden away, untouchable once more. But oh, what a pleasurable interlude it had been. "What time do you think it is?" she asked, as Thomas worked to try to remove some of the bits of grass and twigs from her hair. "Perhaps 8 o'clock. I would guess you've missed breakfast," he admitted. "And that means your father will be here soon. Lizard Bay is only an hour's coach ride from Marston. If he intends to start for Salisbury today, he'll want to get an early start." She responded with a sleepy pout, but she let him put her boots on her feet and pull her up. Thomas brushed off her nightdress, the seagrass clinging to the white cotton the way he wanted to cling to her. It had taken every bit of self-possession not to take what she had so sweetly offered, but much like Heathmore, he knew he couldn't pressure her on this. The choice, when and if it came, needed to be hers. He had shown her a taste of passion, but her virtue remained intact. He was rather proud of himself on that front. He'd kept her safe. There were no dire consequences in her future. If only he could be half as sure of his own. The walk back to Lizard Bay seemed to take only half as much time as it should, no doubt because he was dreading the return. They'd left under cover of darkness, but now the sun was rising higher overhead, and so he stopped her at the edge of town. "I think it's best if we part here," he said, pulling the edges of her shawl closer about her shoulders. "I believe it is in both our best interests for me not to walk you into town in your nightclothes and deposit you on the front steps of Mrs. Wilkins' boarding house." She arched a brow. "Because the town loves its gossip?" He shook his head, smiling. "No, because your father loves you." He wasn't afraid if the whole of Lizard Bay knew how he felt about this woman, but Lord Cardwell had made his opinion of him all too clear down the barrel of a pistol. Lord knew what the man might do if his daughter showed up looking like this, with her hand twined in his, a dreamy smile on her face, and grass in her hair. "I can handle my father." "Yes, but I don't want our appearance together to force his hand on this. I want it to be your choice, not your father's." "Do you refer to my choice about Heathmore?" she asked, blinking in confusion. He stared down at her sunburned cheeks, not wanting to walk away just yet. He'd given her all the facts, but didn't know what she intended to do. It wasn't his place to ask. She might decide to sell the property, or she might decide to keep Heathmore whole. Either decision might keep her in Lizard Bay, which was an outcome he was selfish enough to want, even if one of those choices meant the destruction of the town. But harder still was the thought that she might still choose to leave with her father today, and he would be forced to watch the dust chase her coach to London. "No, I mean the choice about us. Whether we are talking about Heathmore or about marriage, I want you to know I don't believe there is a set of right or wrong answers. The decision is yours, and no one has the right to force you to make one or the other." He hesitated. "I remain quite serious in my offer of marriage. It is not dependent on the outcome of your decision regarding Heathmore." Her eyes widened. "Thomas!" "I would want to marry you, even if you decide to sell the property." "But how can you mean that? If I sold it, destroyed its natural beauty, Heathmore means so much to you." He reached out a hand to cup her cheek. "Can't you see?" he told her, his fingers wanting to linger far longer than was prudent, given the high march of the overhead sun and the imminent arrival of her father. "You mean more to me than any of it. I love you, Lucy. My heart has been yours since that day on the train, perhaps even that day in your father's drawing room. You surprised the hell out of me. You still do." "Thomas," she said, shaking her head, "you are everything that is good and strong and right. But you don't have to just because you... What I am trying to say is—" He lifted a finger to her lips, stilling her voice. "I am not only telling you this because of that, either," he said. "Nothing happened between us that could be formally classified as ruin. A physician's examination, if it came to that, would confirm you are untouched." He smiled as her cheeks flamed pink. "It wasn't even that scandalous, certainly not for a spinster as wild-hearted as you. And I am not asking for your decision right now." He hesitated. "I understand you are not sure if you want to marry, that you consider spinsterhood to be some kind of badge of honor, but I am not some nameless, faceless stranger on a ballroom floor, angling for your dowry and wanting to change you. I love you, just the way you are. And if you ever find that you are ready to consider marriage, I only ask—" He thought back to their very first conversation, that day in a London drawing-room. "I only ask that you give me right of first refusal." "Oh." She blinked, as though the question stung her eyes. For a moment, he worried she might toss back the same witty retort she'd given him the first time. "I would not depend on it, my lord." Instead, she drew in a deep breath and smiled slowly, as though inspiration had been found in that indrawn breath of air. "I think I can promise you that." His chest loosened. It wasn't a yes, not even close. She hadn't told him she loved him, though he'd bared his heart neatly enough for her. But neither was it a no. That was a stark improvement over where he'd feared they were yesterday. So he leaned down and kissed her. She kissed him back, her hands tangling in his coat, then finally broke off, panting up at him, eyes wide. "Farewell, Lucy." He turned to go. "Wait!" His feet stopped all too readily, his pulse a mad thing in his veins. Did she mean to accept his proposal? But no. As he turned around, he could see she was biting her lip. She glanced down the street, toward the boarding house waiting in the distance. "Will you come with me today?" "To speak to your father?" He chuckled. "I'm not sure that is the wisest of ideas without a formal betrothal between us. No, I mean come back with me to London." She stepped forward to grab his hand, squeezing. "Come with me. Come with us." He shook his head, shocked by the request. "You know I cannot do that." "Of course you can." She looked hurt. "I would explain things to my father. Don't worry about him. He's all bluster and scarcely ever bites." "It's not that." Thomas pulled his hand free, the pressure of London feeling like a weight on his chest. "I can't, Lucy. Think of all that is at stake." "Do you mean you can't come to London now?" she asked slowly, as though understanding she was taking slow, painful route. "Or ever?" His silence, apparently, was answer enough. She pursed her lips. "Do you mean to say your proposal of marriage is not contingent on my decision regarding Heathmore, but it is contingent on the fact we must always live here, in Lizard Bay?" Her eyes narrowed. "That seems a rather selfish viewpoint. What about your seat in the House of Lords? What about my family? I know I may have put on a brave front coming here, but in truth I am very close to them. I can't imagine being gone from them so long." Thomas wanted to growl in frustration. This was not the conversation he had imagined having in this moment, and certainly not the place he would have picked for it. Were they really standing in the middle of Lizard Bay's only street, having a public argument about where they might live if she ever consented to marry him? Although, the fact they were having an argument at all meant she was actually considering his proposal, so he reined in his objections and shook his head. "I can't risk it. Surely you can see why." "No, quite frankly, I can't see why." She put her hands on her hips, her shawl slipping off one shoulder. "For heaven's sake, it's been 3 years, Thomas. Surely this business with your sister has settled now. Trust me, people have a way of forgetting the gossip. Why, 4 years ago, my sister Claire was publicly shamed, a scandal to be covered up. That's part of the reason my season was delayed as long as it was. But already people have forgotten, and she is quite happily married now." He shook his head. "For Christ's sake, Lucy, it is more complicated than that. Now that you've read your aunt's diary, now that you know about my sister, I'd hope you might understand why I can't live in London. My sister is a strong woman, a good woman, no matter what others might say about her. I don't want to hurt her again." She gaped at him. Again? And that was when he realized that perhaps she didn't know the whole of it, after all. From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, March 4th, 1851. "Not all grand causes have happy outcomes, but in this, I think, I shall count myself a success. Lord Branston has made great strides towards sobriety. Of course, I threatened Mr. Jameson with bodily harm if he didn't stop stocking whisky in his store. Reverend Wellsbury even joined the cause by watering down the wine in the parish Eucharist cup. I suppose I might grant them both a tiny bit of claim to my success, but most of it, I think, lies in Lord Branston's own hands. He's a good man, and as I watch him struggle to come to terms with his sister's choice, I am reminded, in some ways, of my own situation. Distancing myself from the family I love is a decision I wrestle with nearly every day. I could never have been the sort of aunt they expected me to be, and I didn't want to taint my innocent nieces and nephew with the weight of my scandal. Did I make the right choice? It is hard to know, but I hope some day they might understand that I did it out of love. To know that Lord Branston feels a similarly protective instinct toward his sister nearly restores my faith in men." Chapter 25. Lucy lifted a trembling hand to her mouth. "Your sister is alive!" As she stared up at him, she thought of all the conversations she'd ever had with Thomas about his sister. He had said he lost her, that he missed her. As Lucy sorted through the words, the specific phrases, she realized he'd never once said his sister was actually dead. He frowned. Didn't the diary reveal that piece of it? She shook her head. It only mentioned a secret. She felt as though the street was spinning beneath her feet. "I thought, perhaps, that Aunt E meant you'd confessed your sister had taken her own life." But she could see now it was so much more than that. Aunt E must not have wanted to betray such a vital trust, not even in her own diary. His jaw hardened. "No, my sister only pretended to take her own life." Lucy blinked, trying to clear away the fog of confusion. No wonder her aunt had believed in Thomas so strongly, had trusted him so implicitly. He'd kept his sister's confidence, even when it cost him a betrothal, even when it forced him to leave London far behind. "I am glad you know." His voice deepened. "But now that you do, what will you do with the knowledge?" She looked up, startled. Once again he was leaving the choice in her hands, not trying to pressure her or steer her in a particular direction. She swallowed the lump of gratitude in her throat, the answer instantaneous in her mind. "It is not my place to tell such a secret." "Thank you." His voice was scarcely louder than her own, but the words might as well have been shouted, so fiercely did he say them. If it becomes known, well, suffice it to say, Josephine would lose any small measure of respect she's gained in the last 3 years. Lucy placed a hand on her stomach, still reeling from the surprise of it all. If I may ask, why did she do it? How? As to the hows of it, the usual way, I would imagine. I'd left her behind in the country when I came to London, imagining her safe from harm and perpetually 15. She was only 18, not even out yet, when she found herself with child. So she came to London, thinking I would be able to help her. But instead of the capable older brother she remembered, she found me instead. Lucy blinked up at him. I don't understand. I was drunk when she arrived, and drunk most of those hours thereafter. I was barely able to take care of myself. I suppose Josephine felt she had no other choice. But did she even think of what it might do to you? I half suspect she did it for me. He shook his head. When it became clear the gossips were going to be ruinous, she decided it would be easier for me to have everyone think she was well and truly gone. He exhaled, his fingers curling to fists. She was so certain of her path. I know it sounds like a terrible choice, he added, but you can't imagine how cruel the whispers were. Lucy thought back to her older sister Claire's experience with the ton and its myriad examples of cruelty. She thought, too, of the dread she herself had felt for the season she'd fled. I think I can imagine, she said dryly. She was only 3 years old when our mother died. I imagine her decision had something to do with that. She wanted something more, something better for her own child. At least now she can live with some measure of respectability, pretending to be a widow. Lucy nodded. She could understand his sister's choice. She was nothing if not sympathetic to the plight of women whose choices in life were limited by fate and society, and who chose, instead, to take matters into their own hands. In some ways, it was brilliant. There was no need to hide, no need for his sister to pretend to be something she was not. But there was still the matter of Thomas. He was still hiding, it seemed. And that made her want to help. I think, she said slowly, that your sister did what she needed to do, and there is no shame in that. She lifted a hand to the little town where it sat, quietly waiting. But how did you end up in Lizard Bay? She swallowed the rest of it. And why are you still here? Our family's holdings included a house here in Lizard Bay. It was a place we'd never visited, and where no one knew us. I'd originally considered it as a home where Josephine could come and raise a child, but she didn't want to leave London. He smiled grimly. So I left instead. I was afraid that if I stayed I would want to see her, and that might give her away. By coming here, and by staying here, at least I can protect her now. The echo of pain in his voice told her far more than his words did. He had loved his sister. He loved her still. Lucy leaned forward and placed a hand against his cheek. Thomas, she whispered, no matter what you've been telling yourself these past 3 years, you did protect her. In some ways, you protected her better than if you had stood firm and insisted she follow a more expected path. You respected her choice, even at your own expense. She lifted her other hand to the opposite cheek, framing his face, hoping he could see the truth reflected in her eyes. I can see why my aunt felt you were worth saving. Thomas wanted to anchor himself in her gaze, to the promise he saw there and the hope he heard in her voice. He felt as though he was drowning, his lungs exhausted from the hard slog of trying to keep his head above water for 3 long years. "I failed her," he said, shaking his head. He pulled Lucy's hands away, feeling undeserving of such a gentle touch. "You didn't know me then. I was no one my sister could depend on, even though she'd come to me, asking for help." He could still remember how shamefully he'd reacted to Josephine's tearful confession, demanding to know who had done it to her, threatening to kill the man. He'd been drunk when she arrived on his doorstep, but could one ever really be drunk enough in those circumstances? She poured out her heart to him, and he'd only been capable of pouring himself another glass. She never told me who was responsible, only that she was an equally culpable party. I tried to convince her to marry someone expedient, a second son desperate enough to overlook her circumstances, anyone I could find. I didn't care who it was, but I was wrong to suggest that of her. He could see that now. He hadn't counted on his sister's quiet strength, or the lengths to which she was willing to go to protect her child. A quiet touch came on his arm. "Thomas, she will forgive you." He looked down at this woman, who somehow, despite all good logic, trusted him. "How could she? You didn't know me then, how hard and callous I could be when I was drinking." The thought of all that the whiskey had taken from him over the years made him feel quite sick to his stomach. Christ, was he even the same person now? "You've changed, then, for the better," Lucy said. "You are strong enough to stay away from something that hurts you and those you love. Surely it is time for you to go back and visit your sister now," she added, squeezing his arm. 3 years is a long time to stay away from family." She hesitated. "And there is more than enough room for you to come with us in the coach today." He could see what she was trying to do, could see the way her eyes shone at the thought of orchestrating this heartfelt, tear-stained reunion. She was trying, wanting to fix this, but she really didn't understand. He wasn't ready. Wasn't anywhere close to ready. He shook his head. "I am the brother who failed her. She'll not want to see me." "My own brother tried to poison me, and I would want to see him." In spite of the gravity of their conversation, Thomas's lips tipped up. He had a feeling her brother was going to pay dearly in that eventual exchange. "I appreciate your ideas, Lucy, truly I do. But this isn't some grand cause that can be fixed so easily. The truth is, I did try to see her last week in London. I had my cab drive by her townhouse, and I caught a glimpse of her through a window." He looked up at the sky. She looked content. It appears she has finally found happiness. His gaze lowered again to meet hers. "I don't want to risk knocking on her door and destroying that." Shouldn't that decision be hers to make? He exhaled slowly. "I can't see a way to do it safely. What if someone recognized me? What if, by association, someone recognized her?" "Well, I don't recommend you charging waving a flag or holding a sign. You could wear a disguise, or pretend to be a family friend." She smiled, but he could see it was strained, not the full, open smile he was used to. "Perhaps you could try to buy her house. You have some practice in that, after all." He pondered it. Christ above, he actually considered it. Could he go to London, knock on that door, and actually tell Josephine he was sorry? Could he look at his sister and small niece without feeling as though he had failed them? She reached out and took up his hands, holding them in her own. "I can see this is a decision you must make in your own time, Thomas, but know this. You are presuming your niece would be happier growing up without you,
I am not sure that is true. Maybe now is not the right time, but someday won't she deserve to know who she is, where she came from? Won't she deserve to know the truth of her grandparents and her wonderful, stupid uncle? He frowned. How can I be wonderful and stupid? The two are not necessarily mutually exclusive qualities. She sighed. The point is, I understand this is a decision you are wrestling with. My aunt stayed away from London, presumably to protect me, but oh, how I wish she'd made a different choice. All I have of her now is her diary. Her hand drifted to the serpentine pendant about her neck. A bit of jewellery, a pair of glass horses. Far too few memories. I can't help but wish she'd have let me make the choice whether or not to know her, because now I'll never know how brilliant she actually was, beyond what the townspeople of Lizard Bay tell me. Thomas swallowed. I can't go to London, Lucy. Not right now. Then I am going to miss you, she said sadly, stepping forward and pressing a quick, sweet kiss to his lips. And then she turned toward town. From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, August 15th, 1852. Regrets are a hard fact of life. My life has been long and ostensibly full. I've friends and grand causes to keep me busy, a set of diaries to chronicle my adventures, and a lovely, albeit distant, family back in London. But I have not been as brave as I should have been. And that is what I regret most of all. Lately, as my body grows weaker, and my mind sifts through 40 years of decisions, I find myself questioning too many of them. Did I make the right choice for my family, isolating myself in Cornwall to protect their reputation? I do not know. I only know I regularly scan the London Times, eager for any whiff of news, however small and unimportant. And on the matter of spinsterhood, did I make the right choice for me? This, too, I do not know. I only know that my life, since moving to town, has seemed fuller, richer. I see Reverend Wellsbury nearly every day now, and it makes me wonder if that, too, is a loss I will always regret. But a lady never admits she is wrong. She holds her head up and pretends it is all as she planned. Chapter 26. As Lucy slipped into the front door of Mrs. Wilkins's boarding house, she heard her father's voice shouting in the parlour.
What do you mean you don't know where she is? I left her here with the express understanding you would be watching her closely, Mrs. Wilkins. She's a young woman whose reputation is already hanging by a thread. She needs to be chaperoned.
Wincing, Lucy glanced down her grass-stained night rail. Her father had come early, or else she had returned too late. Thomas had been right, it seemed. Already she missed him. Already she wanted to run back to him, loop her arms about his neck, and pull him down for another bone-melting kiss. Already she wanted to tell him that yes, please, she would marry him, and they should hurry up and post the banns this Sunday in the little church on the top of the hill. But it was too late. He'd said he couldn't come to London, and she knew, in spite of all that had happened, that she needed to spend at least part of her life in the city. Lydia was in London, her sister Claire and her growing brood, nieces and nephews and family. Thomas had said his goodbyes, and she had said her piece. There was naught to do but wait for him to come to his senses, and try not to anger her father any further. "I'm on a very tight schedule," came a man's voice she didn't recognize.
The Marston Mining Corporation receives many inquiries, and I don't like having my time wasted. Let us give her 10 more minutes, came her father's strained voice. I can show you the property without her, if it comes down to it. Lucy gasped out loud. Oh, God. Oh, bugger it all. She'd forgotten about the inspector from the Marston Mining Corporation. She slipped past the parlour, dread making her feet fly up the stairs and over more cats than she could count. In her room, she yanked off her nightdress and pulled on her one remaining gown, her fingers skating across the mother-of-pearl buttons. A quick glance in the mirror confirmed the worst. There were twigs and grass in her hair, and her nose was a helpless sort of pink. Well, it scarcely mattered what she looked like. Her future was hanging in the balance. She could brush her hair later. As she turned toward the door, the toe of her boot kicked something hard. It rolled away, off the carpet, rattling onto the hardwood floor. Bending down, she picked it up, turning it over in her hand. It was the lizardite rock from Thomas's satchel, apparently dropped in her haste this morning. She looked further, to the papers that had fallen out, and were now scattered across the floor. His proposal for the Linnean Society of London. So much hope, so much work in those pages. But she couldn't take the time to clean up now. Perhaps later. Only later she was going to London. She swallowed against the surge of panic that wanted to wash over her, and dashed back down the stairs, her fingers closing over the stone in her hand. She burst into the parlour just as her father was stepping toward the door. "Wait!" "Lucy, there you are! Are you all right?" her father exclaimed, striding toward her. Mrs. Wilkins stood to one side, wringing her hands with worry. Farther afield, a bearded gentleman stood by the fireplace, consulting a pocket watch. "Oh, thank goodness you are back," Mrs. Wilson clucked, placing a gnarled hand across her chest. "I thought perhaps the haints had taken you." Beads of sweat had popped up on her father's forehead, and he mopped them with a handkerchief. "God's teeth, child, I was worried sick when we arrived this morning, and Mrs. Wilkins said she had no idea where you had gone." He frowned and reached out a hand, plucking a piece of grass from her hair. "What is this?" Lucy's cheeks heated. "It's just a bit of grass from the moors. I went out to inspect the property one last time." She glanced toward the man from the Marston Mining Corporation. "I am sorry, I didn't mean to inconvenience anyone." Her hand tightened around the stone, wishing for some of its resiliency. "But now that I am here, why don't we all sit down and discuss matters?" "Young lady," the bearded gentleman said, snapping his watch shut and placing it in his coat pocket, "we are nearly an hour behind schedule as it is. Let us be on our way to see the property." Lucy glared at the man. The embarrassment of her dishabille paled against the distaste she felt in his appearance. The man's suit was worsted wool, and his pocket watch was etched silver. He was clearly well paid, and likely quite good at his job. She thought of the unspoiled beauty Thomas had shown her this morning, and how the Marston Mining Corporation would happily destroy all of it without a second thought. The inspector seemed unconcerned by the enormity of the choice in her hands. She, at least, was wrestling with the decision. Thomas had truly made her feel as though the decision was hers, and she felt no pressure beyond her own conscience for the direction she ought to go. £7,000 was a tremendous sum of money to forego. It was far more than she needed to ensure her independence, more than she needed to secure a future on her own terms. But greed had never been a part of who she was. She lifted her chin. "I am very sorry to have you come all this way," she told the inspector, "but I won't be showing you the property today." The inspector's face darkened. He looked pointedly at her father. "I am afraid I don't understand, Lord Cartwell. You said I might see a sample of the rock." "Now, Lucy," her father coaxed, There is no harm in at least letting him inspect it. We'll need to know the property's value if we are going to make an educated decision.
Lucy exhaled slowly. Not we, father. Me. It is my opinion, my decision, my property. Her father blinked.
That is to say, I did not mean...
You once said I had a good head on my shoulders. You need to trust me to use it now, Lucy warned softly. She turned to face the inspector. Although she was still confused on the matter of what to do with the property, she knew she couldn't stomach the idea of selling Heathmoor to the Marston Mining Corporation, not even for £70,000. Her aunt may not have made her wishes known in the pages of her diary, but it was clear she had loved Lizard Bay and sought every chance to fix the little town. Every chance, that was, except the one that would likely destroy it instead. Lucy held out her hand, the green rock resting against her open palm. There is no need to visit Heathmoor today, because I've brought a sample of the rock in question back with me. The inspector plucked the stone from her hand. What is this? He frowned. It's nothing but a bit of lizardite. Oh, said Lucy innocently. Do you mean to say it isn't tin after all? She placed a hand against her chest. But I thought it must be tin. There's so much of it on the property. I simply presumed... Do you mean to say you dragged me all the way here for this? The inspector scowled in her father's direction. This rock is useless. Worse than useless. Her father frowned, but miraculously held his tongue. Lucy retrieved the rock from the inspector's hand, her fingers curling protectively around its rough edges. It wasn't useless. Not to her. And keeping Heathmoor's secrets out of the hands of the Marston Mining Corporation was a cause that came closer to priceless in her estimation. Oh dear, she sighed dramatically. I feel so silly to have wasted your time. As well you should, the inspector snapped, already heading for the door. Lucy waited until the man's mutterings about wasted time and feather-brained chits faded away, until, even, she heard the front door slam. Then, unable to face the questions she saw in her father's eyes, she gave a curt nod. I will just go upstairs and pack, then. She climbed the stairs, fighting back tears as she stepped into her rented room. She shoved her grass-stained nightdress into her bag, then laid the small rock and her aunt's diaries carefully on top. Then, sinking to her knees, she started to shuffle the papers that had fallen out of Thomas's satchel into a neat pile. Touching them reminded her too much of touching him. The tears that had begun on the stairs fell harder then, threatening to soak the pages. She wiped a sleeve across her eyes, not wanting to damage the delicate paper. They were painstakingly written, his neat handwriting outlining his findings, the language stilted and formal. She thought of his hopes for the area, of his plans to use Heathmoor Cottage as a naturalist's retreat. It was a fine idea, but she couldn't imagine it would be enough to save an entire dying town, because Lizard Bay was dying. It was in every bit as much danger as the Cornish chough. And while she may have just saved Heathmoor's natural beauty from an unscrupulous mining operation, she hadn't exactly come up with a way to save the town yet. It needed something more tenable, sustainable. After all, nature was fickle. It was not something to hang an entire town's future upon. A knock came at the door.
Lucy?
She wiped her eyes more thoroughly. Come in, father. The door opened and her father stepped in, his hat in his hands. She studied him from where she was kneeling on the floor. He looked nervous, though she couldn't sort out why. She was the one who didn't know how to explain herself here. How did one justify giving up such a fortune? The thought that her father might consider her mad for making such a decision gave her pause. She'd come here, after all, because she feared he might be considering such a dire thing. But that fear didn't come close to changing her mind.
"I see you are packing."
He nodded, as though trying to convince himself of her sanity.
"The coach I hired in Marston is waiting just outside. No sense delaying our return to London now that the inspector has gone."
He reached out and picked up her valise, holding it in front of him like a shield.
"Your mother and Lydia miss you terribly."
Lucy stood up, clutching the papers in front of her as though they might provide a bit of defence. Why did she always feel as though she was at odds with her father? She'd once wanted nothing more than his approval, but as the years rolled on, that approval had become so much harder to win. Or perhaps it was that she had become more fiercely determined to be herself rather than what he expected. She pondered that a moment. It had taken Thomas's unquestioning acceptance of who she was, grand causes and all, to understand that she was not some misfit needing to change. Thomas liked her, loved her, just the way she was. And, oh God, she could see it then, what this terrible, gaping hole in her chest was, why it hurt so much to consider getting on that coach without him. She loved him too. But was love enough, given all he needed to overcome, to make a proper life with her? "I am ready," she whispered, grasping the papers in one hand. If only Thomas was as well. Her father stepped to one side as she brushed past him.
"Lucy," she heard him sigh, "will you stop for 1 second and talk to me? I don't know why we always seem to be at such odds."
She stopped with one hand on the stair rail and looked back over her shoulder. "I am not trying to be quarrelsome, Father. I am just being, well, me."
"Yes, well."
Her father's voice softened.
"The decision you have made about Heathmore, are you very sure of it?"
"I am."
"Does this have anything to do with Lord Branston?" He frowned. "Or the fact there is a good deal of grass in your hair?"
Lucy's cheeks heated. She lifted a hand to her tangle of hair. Her fingers danced over bits of twigs and the like, the evidence both comforting and damning. "Perhaps." He bristled.
"Do you want me to speak to him? I have another pistol in the coach."
"No. And if I have grass in my hair, you must know it is by my own choice." She permitted herself a thin smile. "If I have changed my mind about selling Heathmore, it is only because he has shown me the truth and then left the choice in my own hands."
"As long as he's kept his hands to himself," her father growled.
Lucy sighed. No, Thomas hadn't kept his hands to himself, and she hadn't wanted him to either.
"Just tell me why," her father pressed. "Why give up such a potential fortune?"
"Because there are some things in life more important than money." Lucy thought of the sunrise and all Thomas had shown her. "I don't know what I will do with the property, but I do know I do not wish to exploit it, especially to a company like that. Aunt E. considered protecting this town one of her grand causes, and I do as well. There is no harm in letting the cottage and the property sit untouched for a while, as I sort out what to do about it."
"Your aunt was involved in this?"
Her father frowned.
"I might have known. You are so much like my sister, it frightens me sometimes. I still don't know what she wanted. What made her happy? What made her stay here? His voice broke with emotion. And, despite it all, you have grown up to be just like her. Lucy swung around to face him more fully, her fingers tightening around the papers she still held. Is it really such a terrible thing that we are so much alike? Because if it was far too late to fix. That is... He broke off, seeming unsure of his answer. Aunt E chose to stay here to protect our family against the gossip she feared stirring. Lucy hesitated. She loved me, you know. She loved you in her own eccentric way. Family was important to her, though she didn't always show it. She felt she couldn't come to London because of the danger her eccentricity posed to us, but you never came to visit her. Why? What harm would there have been in letting me know her? Lucy stepped toward her father. Why not send me to her? And why, when you learned she had left me Heathmore, were you so dead set against me even coming to see the property? Her father's throat bobbed as he swallowed. I suppose I feared you might decide to stay here, as she did. His voice broke with emotion. All these years, with no word from her, not knowing what had happened or if she was even alive, and then to discover she was here, only to then scarcely ever see her again. Lucy, can't you see? I don't want to lose you. It would break my heart to only receive a single card from you at Christmas. Lucy stared at her father. Oh, God. Oh, bugger it all. Was this what their awkward feud was about? He didn't want to lose her. With a small, fierce cry, she moved into her father's arms. But you would never lose me, she protested, her throat thick with emotion. I am returning to London. Even though the thought of it made her want to cry. His arms tightened around her until she was breathing in the familiar scent of tobacco and peppermint, the scents of her childhood. Above her head, he gave a shuddering sigh. I love you, Lucy. I only want your happiness. And if keeping Heathmore Cottage makes you happy, I shall have to find a way to accept that. Just don't disappear. Not without a word, as my sister did. I won't, she promised, pulling back with a tremulous smile. I'm not exactly like Auntie, you know. I am not at all sure. I want to live in a falling-down cottage in Cornwall. I've come to appreciate a few things in life that I had previously taken for granted on this trip. Things like laundry and warm fires that didn't go out and kindly aging servants who looked out for her, even when she forgot to look out for herself. And kisses. She had definitely come to appreciate kisses. Her mind tripped to Thomas's proposal and how tempted she was to accept it. No, she wasn't like her aunt. Aunt E would rather tie up someone or light a fuse than even consider the possibility of marriage. But in spite of the pages and pages of guidance warning against it in her aunt's diaries, marriage had shifted to something more possible in Lucy's mind. But you should know, she told her father, through her slow blooming smile, I may want to come back to Lizard Bay and visit on occasion. He smiled back. Well, you are of an age to make your own decisions. Oh, there you two are, came Mrs. Wilkins's voice. She appeared at the bottom of the stairs, motioning them down. Come on, then. I've stirred up Mr. Jameson and Mr. Bentley to see you properly off to London. Lucy looped her arm through her father's, as much to find an anchor as to show her affection. But as she stepped out onto the front porch into the bright sunshine, her knees threatened to buckle
to see the small crowd that had gathered to see them off. She wanted to go back to London, and yet she didn't. Lizard Bay had become very dear these past few days, and she was going to miss each and every face in this crowd. And if he was here, watching her with that crooked, compelling grin, she knew there was no way in hell her feet were going to carry her into that coach. Not unless he was there to help her up into it and climb in behind her. She craned her neck, searching, but there was no sign of him. And the realization, then, settled over her like a wet, heavy blanket. Thomas wasn't coming to stop her. He wasn't coming to join her. Tears welled up in her eyes.
"Don't cry, Miss L," Mrs. Wilkins said, patting her back. "We'll miss you too, child."
Lucy sniffed as Jameson slipped a handful of licorice into her hand.
"To hold you over until you return," he said, whiskers twitching.
She moved on to the postmaster, who looked a little lost. "Goodbye, Mr. Bentley," she said, wiping her eyes.
"They said you were aggrieved," he said, looking confused.
Behind her, Mrs. Wilkins raised her voice.
"No, I said she must leave Bentley."
Lucy smiled through her tears, realizing, suddenly, how much she was going to miss this place. How was she to properly manage a life when her heart lay in two very disparate places? She held out the sheath of papers that had spilled from Thomas's satchel, her fingers trembling against the edges. "May I beg a favour, Mr. Bentley? Would you please give these to Lord Branston? They do not belong to me."
"Eh?"
He cupped a hand behind his ear.
"You want a song?"
She shook her head. "No, belong." She pressed the pages into the postmaster's hands. "Remember, give them to Lord Branston. He needs them most." And hopefully, with this gesture, he would see she was delivering the decision back into his hands. Thomas returned to his lonely house and tossed his lonely satchel onto his lonely table. It fell awkwardly, the contents spilling. A handful of wilted plants and a few lizardite rocks fell out, the stones rolling noisily across the table. He stared at the mess, his brain slowly registering the obvious. His proposal was missing. Not that it mattered anyway. It wasn't his decision. It never had been. His gaze landed on the clock that sat on his mantel. It was noon. Had it really only been a few hours since he'd held her in his arms, kissed that wide, laughing mouth and other secret places, the very act of loving her so right, so heartfelt, he felt as though it had been his future spread out before him. And now she was on a coach to Salisbury, bound with all due haste for London. Christ! But what had he done? Or rather, what hadn't he done? Lucy had invited him to come with her, and he'd hesitated. No, that wasn't quite the truth. He'd refused. It had been an automatic response, born of 3 years of practice. But had he done so to protect his sister, or because he was afraid of how Lucy might see him there? After all, he had gone to London, just last week. But therein, he suspected, lay the problem. His last trip to London had been disastrous. He'd succumbed to the temptation of the bottle far too easily, and the glimpse he caught of his sister had left him more haunted than relieved. But it wasn't the thought of his sister that had him tied up in knots now. It was the thought of Lucy. What if she saw him as he used to be, out of control and angry with the world? There was so much more at stake now that he knew he loved her. A knock on the front door startled him from his thoughts. Surely he'd heard wrong. He hadn't heard a knock on his front door in, well, forever. Everyone in town understood his need for solitude and respected those boundaries. Everyone, that was, except Lucy. She was not a woman who respected boundaries, and God, how he loved her for it. He charged to the front foyer and pulled open the door, only to choke back a snarl of disappointment as he realized it was only the vicar standing on his doorstep.
"Good afternoon, Lord Branston."
"Reverend Wellsbury, I am afraid now is not a good time."
"No, I can see it is not, and that is why I really must speak with you about a matter of grave importance."
Thomas swiped a weary hand across his face, knowing he was being rude, not sure if he cared enough to correct it. Finally, he offered a grudging nod. "All right, come in then." He stepped aside, motioning the vicar in. "What brings you here?" And why couldn't it have been her instead?
"A mistake, I hope,"
the vicar informed him, stepping into the foyer. He looked around.
"Good heavens, boy, where is your bag? Do you want to throw it all away?"
Thomas gaped at him. "I beg your pardon." The vicar drew himself taller.
"You let Miss L. return to London without you."
Understanding dawned. She wanted to go.
"Bollocks, boy."
Thomas stared at the man. Had the Reverend just said,
"I'll say it again. Bollocks."
Reverend Wellsbury began to pace.
"Bollocks to your pride, to hers, to all of it. Pride is a terrible sin, particularly when it suffocates love. I don't care what she's done or where she's gone. The only thing that matters now is what you will do. Do you think love is so plentiful, so easy, that you might ever expect to love another the way you love her?"
"But how did you know?"
"That you loved her? I have eyes in my head, don't I? I can see the way you look at her and the way she looks at you. I recognize the signs because I can look back and see them in myself. You love her, and yet you are letting her go."
He shook his head, disgusted.
"I let my pride get in the way of 40 years of potential happiness, a life I might have shared if only I'd seen fit to bend a little at the start. And I see it all happening again. Well, bollocks to that."
Should you be saying that word?" Thomas asked uneasily.
"Because I am a man of God?"
The Reverend rolled his eyes.
"Well, I am a man first, and I'm saying it for her. It's what Miss E. would have said. And she'd also want me to say this as well. Don't waste too long to make this decision. Not as we did."
Thomas blinked, beginning finally to understand. He'd long suspected an attraction between the pair, however much they seemed to deny it. There was too much anticipation in their exchanges. Miss E. had actually seemed to look forward to church on Sundays, an odd reaction, considering how she all too predictably heckled the sermons. "Reverend Wellsbury," he sighed, "I appreciate you coming, and you should know I want to go, to follow her, and yes, I love her, so much it hurts to breathe around her, but if I go to London, I may prove myself unworthy of her, and then I shall have even less than a chance of changing her mind."
"Bollocks to that as well. Miss E. had faith in you, you know. Not only that you would stay sober, but that you were a good man. But if you stay here, you will prove her wrong."
The vicar's mouth, finally, began to stretch into a smile.
"And you and I both know Miss E. was never wrong."
Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, April 2nd, 1853.
Stubbornness, I'll allow, is one of my most significant flaws. Even now I am stubbornly resisting my body's weakness. Some say your life should flash before your eyes as your last breath draws near, but in truth I see only the life I hadn't the courage to live. I would like to say I have no regrets, but a lady shouldn't lie, even to herself. When he heard I was ill, Reverend Wellsbury came to hear my confession, and, oh, what a confession it was! His confession, not mine. He held my hand and told me he has loved me for nigh on 40 years. Moreover, he asked me to marry him, and gave me the most beautiful serpentine necklace as a token of his love. I declare, if I'd known a little infirmity was the key to unlocking this truce, I might have pretended to be dying decades ago. But I am not pretending now. Whether we have days or hours left, I will make them count. I accepted his proposal, and gladly. And if I could reach out to my younger self and offer a bit of advice, I would encourage myself to listen to my heart a little more and my pride a little less. A life well loved is a life well lived, even if that realization comes nearly too late.
Chapter 27. Lucy closed the cracked leather cover of Auntie's final journal and leaned back against the seat of the Cardwell coach as it carried them away from the train station. Tears blurred her eyes, and her hand crept up to tangle with the serpentine pendant she still wore about her neck, a token of love nearly lost. At least she understood its significance now. No matter how she might wish it, there were no more pages to read. The date of the final entry in the last of her aunt's diaries was the date of her aunt's death. Outside, the chaotic streets of London were giving way to the Order of Mayfair, which meant Cardwell House would soon be looming into view. But she was too distracted by her aunt's final words to focus on her homecoming. To read her aunt's dying revelation felt like the cruelest of jokes. Was this why Aunt E. had asked Reverend Wellsbury to send her the diaries? Her aunt had not, after all, actually been able to reach back in time and give her younger self the advice she'd longed to. But perhaps Aunt E. had realized she could still offer that advice to her niece. And the advice imparted in that final page, it changed everything. Lucy had imagined she was following her aunt's guidance, holding herself apart from love, a determined spinster to the end. But the truth was, she had missed Thomas from the moment the wheels of the coach began to roll away from Lizard Bay. She should have tried again to convince him to come to London, should have accepted his proposal and lived wherever fate dictated, should have told him she loved him in return. Should have. Aunt E's life was made entirely of that regretful refrain, it seemed. But what refrain would best describe her own life? And was it too late to change?
"I know your mother will be pleased to have you back,"
her father said beside her, by way of making conversation.
"She's been frantic with worry, trying to sort out how to keep the London gossips from catching wind of your little adventure."
Lucy wiped a quick hand across her eyes and sighed. Her mother was worried, over her safety or over the embarrassment of a missing daughter. After all, the season had already started, and she had gone missing for the first crucial week when impressions were best made and flirtations established. In all likelihood, her mother was livid beneath that purported worry. Finally, the cab was slowing, a footman helping her down. The polished marble steps of Cardwell House seemed to go on for miles. But before she could climb them, the front door burst open and Lydia came tearing down the steps. "Oh, you beast!" her sister cried, wrapping her arms around Lucy and shaking with emotion. "I can't believe you left without saying a word. But I am so glad you are back. I've missed you terribly." She pulled back, her blue eyes shining. "I want to hear everything about your adventure. Did you really go to a town called Lizard Bay? It sounds quite odd." Lucy shook her head, smiling. "It isn't odd, it is lovely." And in truth, she was already missing it. But she could scarcely explain before apologies were made. "Can you forgive me for not telling you I was leaving?" She looked beyond Lydia's shoulder to see her mother step out onto the front steps as well. She winced to see her mother's rigid posture, her fixed smile. "Can you both forgive me?" she asked, louder now. I'm sorry I destroyed the season you worked so hard to plan, Mother." "There is nothing to forgive." Lydia's voice rang firmly, and she glanced over her shoulder at Lucy's mother. "And nothing has been lost. We conspired a way to cover for you." She turned back, a delicate blush staining her cheeks. I may have gone to 2 balls and a musicale this week, pretending to be you." "What?" Lucy gasped. She looked between Lydia and her mother in astonishment. She could imagine why Lydia had agreed to do it. Her sister had long dreamed of a grand come-out, but to have her mother concoct such a charade— Wasn't a lady always supposed to tell the truth? "Well, you both look so much alike, dear," her mother offered, her smile softening to more of an apology. "And she has done such a good job during calling hours." "And I wanted to do it," Lydia chimed in, her cheeks still pink. "I danced nearly every dance, and drank ratafia and lemonade, and met the most handsome gentleman." She sighed dreamily. "I am grateful for the experience, actually." "I had already accepted these invitations for you before you disappeared," Mother went on, coming down the stairs now to give Lucy a hug of her own. "The gossip would have been immense. It seemed the most logical and least embarrassing thing to do until we found you." "You mean my season isn't ruined?" Lucy somehow managed to whisper against her mother's embrace. The thought made dread pool in her stomach. Her mother straightened and smiled gratefully in Lydia's direction. "Far from it. Your sister did brilliantly. She even attracted the attention of a nice viscount who might do well for you. I think you will be well set up to go on with the rest of the season. The Duchess of Pembroke's ball is tomorrow, where we can make the switch. Best do it now, before people catch on." Her hand crept up to touch Lucy's hair. "Provided, of course, we can do something about this." Lucy frowned. She didn't want a nice viscount. She wanted an auburn-haired marquis. Thomas had made her feel beautiful, as though she was the only woman in a room, in the world. But she had a notion that on a London dance floor she was going to stand out in a more obtrusive way. Her mother's hand fell away. "You are frowning. Do you mind so terribly? We couldn't see another way forward without claiming an illness, and we didn't want to give anyone the impression of infirmity." She shook her head. "I still can't sort out how Wilson thought you were locked in your room all that time. And then, when Lydia's initial appearance worked so well, it just seemed natural enough to go on." Her voice trailed off, no doubt on account of the look on Lucy's face. Her mother cleared her throat, a wholly unladylike sound. "Well,
Should you choose to not go through with it, then we'll come up with a more fitting exit from the season. Her lips tipped downward. Perhaps we can have you sprain your ankle, call in Dr. Mariel, spread the word about. It worked well enough for your sister Claire. Lucy shook her head, not wanting to foster any greater deception. It was already going to be difficult enough to keep it all straight. I will go, at least for tomorrow. She didn't know how long she could stay in London, given that her heart was already urging her back to Lizard Bay. But for now, what harm would there be in paying this penance? Surely she could suffer through an awkward waltz or two, play the dutiful daughter for a few days. Provided, that was, anyone wanted to dance with her. Suddenly, a sprained ankle seemed like a smashing good idea. Her mother's gaze fell lower, to Lucy's neck. "What a lovely necklace you are wearing," she exclaimed, tilting her head. "I've never seen it before." Her mother reached out to touch the pendant, turning it over thoughtfully. "Beautiful, really, especially against your blonde hair." Lucy's hand crept up to covetously cover the stone. "It belonged to Aunt E." Her mother's hand fell away. "Well, she may have been an eccentric, but your auntie clearly had excellent taste in jewellery." Lucy remembered then her mother's opinion of the woman. It was an opinion Lucy had once wrongly harboured herself, but Aunt E wasn't mad or thoughtless or uncaring either. She was simply who she was, and Lucy would always treasure the bits and pieces she'd learned of her aunt's life. "I would like to wear my necklace tomorrow night," she said impulsively, lifting her chin. "For good luck." The unspoken warning hung in the air. She would go to the ball, but she would do so on her own terms. Her mother considered it a moment. "I can't see any harm in that. Just do not let people know where it came from. I would hate for anyone to suspect you've been in Cornwall this past week." Geoffrey chose that moment to step out of the front door and tumble down the steps. His blonde hair was rumpled, and he looked as though he'd just been roused from bed, despite the fact that it was approaching dinner time. The scent of stale cheroots and gin clung to him like a miasma. Good heavens, the boy was only 17. When had gin and cheroots and sleeping until evening become a part of his daily diet? "There you are, sis." A shit-eating grin split his face. "I hope you know I am missing a good deal of fun at university on your behalf." Lucy's eyes narrowed. Her rash might be better, thank you very much, but her temper was anything but. "What are you doing here?" Her hands came up to settle on her hips. "Come to put poison ivy in all of our beds?" His eyes crinkled. "Come on, don't snarl at me so. It was only a little bit of fun. No harm done. And someone needed to help Lydia make a grand splash during her debut. Or rather, during your debut." He shrugged. "Who better than someone who is practically a professional jokester?" "He's been a big help," Lydia interjected. "He introduced me to several of his friends." "Mother summoned me to make sure it was as believable as possible, and we've done a ripping good job of it, if I do say so myself." Geoffrey's grin widened as his gaze swept over her rumpled appearance. "Good God! You look a little rough around the edges, sis. Then again, I suppose you have been staying in a rat-infested cottage. Bring any back for us?" Lucy huffed out a breath. Leave it to Geoffrey to say she looked rough around the edges, when his own appearance practically screamed he'd been frequenting a gin house. As a matter of fact, she put her hand in the pocket of her skirt. "I've brought you something from Cornwall." The cocky smile slid off his face. She pretended to hurl something at him. Damned if he didn't shriek like a girl, slapping at his chest, his face gone white. "Idiot!" she laughed. "I'm not afraid of rats, and I'm a bloody lady."
I am glad to have you safely back, Miss Lucy. Lucy glanced up from her self-appointed role, pacing the drawing-room carpet, to see Wilson's broad, familiar face. He was standing at attention, his gleaming silver tray balanced precisely in his gloved hand. In spite of her worry, the sight of him warmed her heart. "It is good to be back," she lied. "Thank you for keeping my secret for so long. Your loan was much appreciated." She hesitated, trying to sort through her debts. She owed Wilson more than she could ever properly repay. Those extra days he had given her were just enough time to reach Heathmore Cottage and fall madly, deeply in love. "I promise I will pay you back when Father resumes my pin money." "It was a gift, Miss Lucy, not a loan." He shook his head gently. "I was pleased to do it." She swallowed, gratitude thickening her voice. "I understand Mother didn't realize I was gone for several days at least." "There was much shrieking when Lady Cardwell finally discovered you were missing." A smile twitched at the corners of Wilson's mouth. Loud, unladylike shrieking. You would have enjoyed hearing her screams, I suspect. But if I may ask, I understand you've a ball to attend in only a few hours. One would imagine you will need to preserve your strength for dancing. Why are you pacing a hole in the carpet instead?" She looked down. "I am not looking forward to tonight's ball," she admitted. "Or the one after that. Or the one thereafter." Something about tonight's ball and all the expectations it carried made her want to toss up her luncheon into the nearest potted plant. She had promised her mother she would attend tonight's at least, to smile and dance and pretend all was well. Lydia had worked hard to give her this opportunity, and she didn't want to let her sister down. But it felt wrong to be forced to go through the motions of pretending to be carefree and available when her heart was so clearly tied up in Thomas. "Ah," the butler frowned. "Am I to presume, then, that you are not open to receiving a visitor either?" Lucy winced. "If it is Lydia's Viscount, I think not." In fact, the thought of facing the man tonight made her stomach churn a vigorous protest. "It is not a Viscount." Wilson paused dramatically, then stepped forward and extended his silver salver. "It is, in fact, a Marquis." It took a moment to sort through the butler's words, but when they registered, her eyes flew to the card presented there, the black ink stark against the white vellum. The Marquis of Branston. Lucy suddenly felt as though she had run the length of Oxford Street and back, her heart pounding and her face burning. He had come to London for her. With a small, glad cry, she lifted her skirts. Miss Lucy?" Something in Wilson's voice made her still. "He did not come to the front door. He's at the scullery door." That made her blink, but only for a second. No doubt Thomas was being cautious of her father's propensity to wave pistols about. She dashed down the hallway and burst through the kitchen doors. Yanking open the scullery door, she nearly launched herself into his arms. Except it wasn't quite the Thomas she remembered from Cornwall. Oh, the important parts were all there. Familiar hazel eyes seemed to scrape against her skin with a raw hunger she understood all too well, given that the very same emotion was coursing through her. His mouth was still quirked higher on one side, a rakish, lopsided grin that pulled her heart right up alongside it. But the clothing, now that was a different matter entirely. She stepped back to properly take him in, her gaze tripping across his checked wool trousers, the embroidered waistcoat, the gleaming top hat. He was wearing his London costume again, having shed the achingly familiar skin of his Cornwall clothing, which only made his appearance at the scullery door all the more confusing.
"Why have you come to the scullery entrance?" she asked, dubiously. "You look a bit ridiculous standing there, as if you've come to deliver the fish."
Ridiculous, am I? He lifted a brow as he twirled a silver-tipped walking cane. Strange words coming from a lady who first met me dressed like a boy. She sniffed the air suspiciously. "Are you drunk?" "No." His eyes met hers, deadly serious. I've not even been tempted to have a drink since my train arrived, which has been a revelation in and of itself. He looked down at his clothing, and finally a sheepish smile broke through. Although I am beginning to suspect a man would have to be either a fool or desperate to dress this way sober, I've come straight from the train. And I've come to the scullery entrance because I wanted to keep news of my arrival quiet. He hesitated, just enough. "I've come to see my sister, you see." Lucy knew she ought to be glad, but instead of giving a little leap of gladness, her heart stubbornly insisted on feeling a little hurt instead. He'd come to London to see his sister, not to see her. Still, he was here, wasn't he? At her scullery door. There was something in that, even if it wasn't the dramatic, sweeping declaration of love she had hoped for. "Will you come with me?" he asked. She caught her breath. I'm afraid I can't tonight." Oh, she wanted to, but his timing was to rot. "I'm to attend the Duchess of Pembroke's annual ball in just a few hours. I promised my mother I would go, and I've a good deal of disappointment to make up for, apparently." And she needed to do a proper job of it, too, or else all their reputations would be ruined. "This will only take an hour or two. You will be back in plenty of time." Lucy bit her lip. She wanted to say yes. She wanted to say yes to an entire host of things. But was she to serve as a crutch for this mad adventure, or had he issued the invitation for more honourable reasons? "Why?" she whispered. "Why do you want me to come with you?" "I want you to meet her. In truth, I've wanted you to meet her from the start." Lucy could feel herself wavering. She suspected she might go anywhere with this man. "Thomas, I am glad you want me to see your sister, truly I am. But if I may ask, why are you dressed like this?" He glanced down. "I was trying to be subtle. I thought my usual clothing from Cornwall might cause more attention on the streets of London." "Subtle?" Lucy snorted. "I am quite sure the pattern on that waistcoat has never been called anything of the sort. Are those really embroidered cherubs?" His smile seemed to stretch across his face. "Yes, trappings of my previous time in London, I'm afraid. A gentleman ought not to visit the tailor when he's drunk." He hesitated, his smile hanging on the edge of falling away. "I suppose I do look a bit ridiculous. What do you suggest, then? I want to see Josephine, but I am worried my appearance may attract undue attention. I don't want people to see me knocking on her door and guess the ruse." "Well, then, you need a proper disguise, not a waistcoat with cherubs." She thought back to their first meeting, in the drawing-room that fateful day, when he'd come to increase his offer for Heathmore. She'd been dressed as a boy, and it had taken more than a second glance to set things straight. She motioned him inside. "Come on, then. I need to get you upstairs without the servants seeing you." "Why, Miss Westmore?" His gaze trailed warmly down her body, making the fine hairs on the back of her neck sing to attention. "Are you intending to have your way with me?" Lucy's laugh slid right out of her, like a bird bursting into song. "I intend to have my way with your wardrobe." She smiled up at him. "And someone is going to have to teach you how to walk properly in skirts." Chapter 28. Thomas lowered his hand from the knocker and stared up at the front of the red brick townhouse.
Behind him, the sound of shod hooves rang out on the cobblestones. Fair noticed that the hackney they'd hired out of Mayfair was leaving, and along with it, any notion to quit this lark. He ran a finger beneath the stranglehold of his high lace collar. Lucy had gamely pilfered through the dregs of her wardrobe and dressed him as though he was a china doll. Petticoats, corset, bodice, skirts. He was even wearing stockings, the whisper of silk against his legs a poor promise of comfort, given they were already showing a tendency to sag about his ankles. Christ above, how did women do this? Lucy stood beside him, loose-limbed and easy, far more comfortable in her boy's clothing than he felt in his dress. She'd laughingly insisted he needed a chaperone, and then proceeded to step into a bloody pair of trousers. Not that he blamed her. It turned out that wearing skirts was not for the faint of heart. A hand burrowed into his. He looked down to see Lucy's fingers twine with his, and his chest tightened. God, he loved this woman. She was brave and courageous and daring and mad, and all those things combined in him as a rush of affection and lust. And what a pair they made, she in her trousers and he in... Well, suffice it to say, his hessians did not match his lace collar. "Are you nervous?" she asked, squeezing his hand. Her blue eyes met his, open and honest beneath the slouched brim of her hat. Her hair was poking out in 100 different angles, as though she was a blonde porcupine. He'd never seen a more beautiful sight. He smiled. "No," he said honestly. Perhaps it was because his head felt almost violently clear, focused on the task at hand instead of the bottle, or perhaps it was the anticipation of introducing his sister to the woman standing beside him. He was heading into this with a clear head and a hopeful heart, and no matter the outcome, he was at least going to try. The door opened and a mob-capped maid peeked out. "May I help you?" Behind the servant, a pleasant foyer loomed, and from deeper in the house he could hear the awkward notes of a pianoforte, seemingly plunked at random. It sounded a bit as though someone were trying to murder a piano, and instead only succeeded in maiming it. Thomas pulled out his card. "Please tell your mistress Lord Branston is here. We would like to see Mrs. Smythe." The maid's eyes trailed down his clothing. "Did you say Lord?" Bloody hell! He'd forgotten he was wearing skirts, and pretending to be someone else. Lucy, thank God, sprang to action. "I am Lord Branston," she corrected, her voice artificially gruff, "and Mrs. Smythe will want to see us." The maid looked doubtful, but she motioned them in. The sound of mismatched piano notes grew louder as they were led down a hallway, and then they emerged into an airy drawing-room. In one corner, a pianoforte was in use, explaining the racket he'd heard in the hallway. A small child, little more than a toddler really, was seated on a piano bench that was far too big for her, her legs kicking industriously in the air as she pounded on the keys. A woman sat to one side, her chin in her hand, eyes closed shut in a well-defined wince. The maid left him standing by the doorway and went to whisper something in her mistress's ear. The woman looked up, her beautiful face pale with surprise. She stayed the child's fingers with a quick hand. "Thomas," she whispered, as the last note awkwardly trailed off. Her eyes tugged toward him in confusion. He nodded, his shoulders tense. Would Josephine be happy to see him? Angry? It had been 3 years after all. But then she was standing up in a rush of heavy silk, stumbling toward him, her eyes bright with tears. And then, unbelievably, He was being folded into her arms. After a long, wonderful moment, she pulled back, framing his face with her hands. "Oh, you terribly wicked man! Why are you dressed this way? And why didn't you tell me you were coming?" she demanded, laughing and crying all at the same time. "I didn't want anyone to recognize me, and I wasn't sure of my reception," he admitted. "You are always welcome here," she said, almost fiercely. Her hands tightened against his cheeks, as though to punish him for thinking such a thing. He took the moment of silence to study her. He was more than a little surprised by the changes time had wrought, the fullness about her cheeks, the way her eyes crinkled when she laughed. She was scarcely recognizable as the child she had once been. Her hair had been darkened with motherhood, her figure grown more generous. She was still beautiful, still Josephine, through and through, just older, wiser, perhaps. It was good, if startling, to see. Her hands fell away. "Why have you come?" A slight frown formed on the edges of her lips. "I feel certain it isn't merely for a social call, not when you've stayed away for 3 years. I was finally forced to see reason." He glanced back at Lucy, who was waiting patiently to one side. She might be dressed like a boy at present, but he knew the kind, generous heart that lurked beneath those boys' togs, and he was proud to present this woman to his sister. "Josephine, may I present Miss Lucy Westmore?" "Ah." Josephine's voice sounded amused. Her eyes swept Lucy's clothing and came back to rest on her face. "I am beginning to understand, I think." Lucy stepped forward. "Do not worry, your secret is safe with me." Her cheeks pinked up, and she gestured to her trousers. "Clearly, I have a few secrets of my own." Josephine tilted her head, studying Lucy with interest. "I don't know what you've done to my brother to get him to finally come and visit me, but whatever it is, you have my undying thanks. I've missed him terribly." "Oh, it wasn't all me. I merely pointed out to him that men could be both stupid and wonderful at the same time." Lucy laughed. "He did the rest on his own." She hesitated before adding, "Though it took him bloody long enough." Josephine's smile stretched higher. "I can see we are going to get along brilliantly, Miss Westmore." A tug came on his coat. Thomas looked down. A bright face peered up at him, hazel eyes framed by light auburn hair. Came the tiny voice attached to the small, beautiful creature. A lump formed in his throat. Christ, but his knees looked just like Josephine had, once upon a time. His mind cartwheeled backward. His sister hadn't been much older than this when their parents died. He hesitated, then glanced helplessly back at his sister, unsure of what, if anything, she had told her daughter about him. God knew the rest of the world had been kept in the dark. "He's your uncle, Ellie." Josephine put a hand on the child's head, caressing the curls. "Can't you see? He's got the same colour eyes you do." The girl scrunched her nose.
"He's not very pretty."
Thomas laughed out loud at that. "No, I don't suppose I am." Despite the child's pronouncement, her eyes were bright and curious. She looked up at him as though it was the most natural thing to have one's long-lost uncle show up wearing skirts. Then again, she likely still lived in a world of make-believe. He probably could have shown up on a winged horse and been met with the same acceptance. His niece cocked her head.
"Eddie next door has an uncle who takes him to sail boats on the water at Hyde Park. You've never taken me to sail a boat," she accused.
Josephine laughed softly. "He lives in Cornwall, duck. You haven't seen him since shortly after you were born, so you don't remember him." The lump in Thomas's throat grew larger, and he had no chance of swallowing it away. No. The girl didn't remember him, and he ought to be ashamed of that fact. "But I remember you," he told her solemnly, lowering himself to one knee so he could look her more firmly in the eye. "I think of you nearly every day." How could he not? He was responsible for this child, whether she or the rest of the world realized it. And not only because of the money he sent each month through his solicitor, or the fact that he had purchased this townhouse once upon a time. The lamp swelled until it felt the approximate size of the London Tower. He wanted to be a part of this child's life. He wanted to be a part of both of their lives. And that meant he needed to spend far more time in London. The child's eyes grew wide.
"You do?"
He nodded. "And I would be happy to take you to the park, if your mother says it is all right." Provided, of course, he could come up with a less damning disguise. He wasn't going to attempt navigating Hyde Park in skirts. "But it's our secret." He held a finger to his lips. "Promise?" The child looked up at her mother, hopeful. Josephine nodded her agreement. "Yes, Duck, it's a secret, just between us. He is your uncle, but you mustn't tell anyone."
"All right,"
Ellie smiled.
"but only if he promises to take me to sail a boat."
Lucy slipped away, her smile lingering long after she boarded the omnibus back to Oxford Street. She would have liked to stay at Golden Square. She was fascinated by the beautiful and mysterious Mrs. Smythe, by the young girl who played the pianoforte so terribly, by the stunned smile she'd seen on Thomas's face. There had been a subtle easing of tension about his eyes, as though the worry of 3 years was stripped away and replaced with wonder. She'd wanted to linger, to watch, but it wasn't really her place. She was an outsider. Thomas and his sister had 3 years to catch up on, and she didn't want the promises she had made to her mother and Lydia to interrupt such a pretty reunion. The shadows were stretching out in front of Cardwell House by the time she made it back, so she snuck in through the scullery door entrance, keeping her head down and cap pulled low over her eyes. She crept down the hallway, feeling relieved to have made it back unnoticed, and already dreading the predictable pinch of corset that had awaited her above stairs. God knew she'd need to be tight-laced tonight to fit into her gown, which was already pressed and laid out, eager to begin its reign of torture. Suddenly, without warning, a hand snaked out of the drawing-room door, and she was jerked unceremoniously inside. "Lucy Westmore," Lydia hissed, "just where do you think you are going dressed like this?" One of Lydia's hands flapped about like a bird, and the other stayed tucked behind her back. "Are you trying to escape tonight's ball?" Lucy stared at her sister, shocked to a stammer. No, that is, I was sneaking in, actually, not out." She reached out a trembling hand to cup her sister's shoulder-length strands of hair. "Oh, Lydia," she groaned, "what have you done?" Lydia blew a wayward strand from her eyes. "I've cut it, you ninny." "But why?" Her sister pulled her hand from behind her back and held out the length of her cut hair as though presenting a bouquet of flowers to an undeserving child. "Because for tonight's ball, you need it more than I do. We will pin your hair back and then add a hairpiece. No one will ever need to know the hair isn't your own." Lucy blinked back a hot wash of tears as she stared at the wispy strands of blonde hair clutched in her sister's hand. "You did this for me." Lydia heaved a frustrated sigh. "For heaven's sake, Lucy, I would do nearly anything for you. I should hope that would be obvious by now, given how bloody hard I have worked to save your reputation." Lucy gaped at her sister. "Did you just say bloody. I'm not the one who needs to be a lady tonight, Lydia answered. You are. Her eyes flashed, blue mirrors of Lucy's own. And if you don't march upstairs right now and get into your bath and stand still long enough for us to fix your hair, it will all be lost. Chapter 29. The noise swept over her, swirling notes from the musicians, the roar of low conversation melding in a mad mix of sound. Then came the smells, 1,000 beeswax candles flickering in their sconces. The collective perfumes, rising above the crowd and mixing in a fragrance best characterized as eau de tonne. The Duchess of Pembroke's ball appeared to be the crush of the season. Perhaps that was why her heart felt so muffled and bruised in her chest. Lucy followed her mother through the open doors, holding her breath as their names were announced. What was one more nervous debutante added to the mix? Hardly anyone of significance, and perhaps, if she kept to the corners, hugged the walls, she might escape this night unscathed, the deception corrected, no harm done. Breathe, she reminded herself, though she probably ought to be reminding herself to bow instead. Finally, they were standing before the Duchess of Pembroke, and her mother was sweeping a graceful curtsy. Lucy followed suit, though her stomach insisted on staying somewhere down around her feet. "I am very pleased to make your acquaintance, Your Grace," she said, quietly and demurely. She hoped. The intensity of the Duchess's stare felt to Lucy a bit like hot coals dropped down the front of her décolletage. She lifted a gloved hand to her chest, clasping the serpentine pendant to steady her nerves. Tonight she'd replaced the black ribbon with a delicate gold chain, and as a result, the pendant hung lower than usual, nestled against the far too generous swell of her breasts. And bugger it all, that was precisely where the Duchess of Pembroke was staring. The older woman raised her quizzing glass, and Lucy braced herself. She knew she had looked her best upon leaving her bedroom. She'd sat for what seemed like hours as the maid and Lydia hovered around her, tugging here, pulling there. With the snood hairpiece, a slew of hairpins, and a frightening amount of pomade, she looked as though her hair had been carefully and elaborately styled on top of her head. But even at her best, she was hardly the most fetching face in the room. And who knew what had drawn the Duchess's attention? Was her hairpiece coming down? Were her nipples popping out of her gown, perchance, a casualty of her perfect curtsy? "What a lovely necklace!" the Duchess exclaimed. The quizzing glass lowered. "Tell me, wherever did you find such a charming and unusual piece?" Lucy thought fast, though not, she suspected, particularly well. "There is an jeweller in town who specializes in serpentine jewellery. The stone comes from Cornwall." Her mother's elbow in her back served a sharp warning. "Not that I've been to Cornwall, you understand," she fumbled, "but the jeweller explained it all. It's a very unusual stone, unique to that part of the country." She bit her lip, realizing she was rambling on. Perhaps another reminder to breathe would not be out of order. "It is beautifully designed," the Duchess said with a gracious smile. "Which jeweller, did you say?" Lucy realized she was now in danger of breathing too much, closer to gasping, actually. She'd wanted to wear the necklace for good luck, a reminder of the things she valued, things that were not found in a glittering ballroom. But it seemed that instead of steadying her nerves, its unusual appearance had only caused her more trouble. Smythe's," she stammered, then immediately wanted to kick herself. What had made her say that? Thomas and his sister were clearly still stuck in her head. Now she needed to invent more explanations, more lies. The web was twisting and turning, becoming ever more complicated.
Well, I would love to have a similar piece.
The Duchess smiled. Did the jeweller perchance have any others? Through Lucy's racing thoughts and heated cheeks, inspiration somehow struck like a thunderbolt. She nodded numbly. Several, in fact. Oh, bugger it all. Why hadn't she seen it before? It was so obvious as to almost be laughable. Lizard Bay needed an industry that would save its residents from ruin. The town had a nearly unlimited supply of lizardite stones, and if the Duchess of Pembroke was fascinated by a serpentine charm, wouldn't others in London surely be as well? Thomas stepped into the ballroom, the lurching strains of the music feeling wholly unfamiliar, despite the fact he'd once been an active participant in the swirl of London's grand season. Then again, when he'd last stepped into a ballroom, he was focused on the location of the nearest source of liquor. Tonight felt different, because it was different. He was not here because of the obligation or expectations of his position. He felt no urge to seek out the refreshment table and determine if the punch had been properly laced with spirits. He was here because he wanted to be, and because he wanted her. When he first realized that Lucy had slipped away from his sister's house, he'd wanted to chase after her. There were things he needed to say, revelations to share. He realized, now, that he could be in London without fear of betraying his sister or succumbing to the temptation of a bottle. If London was where Lucy's family was, he would gladly live here for her. But even as he'd begun to offer his apologies to Josephine, promising to come back soon, he realized what Lucy must have intended. She'd left to give him this moment with his sister, to let their time stretch longer, even as she faced her own penance tonight. He knew what this evening would cost her in terms of dignity. He well remembered how she'd claimed the expectations of her parents were like a shoe that refused to fit. But her obligations to her family apparently ran deep. She had risked a good deal by coming to Golden Square for him, and now he would gladly do the same for her. He spied her standing near the Duchess of Pembroke, a highly respected member of the ton who had once been friendly with his parents. He strode in their direction, his mission absolute. He barely registered the parting of the crowd, the shocked whispers that rippled through the mob.
"Is that the Marquis of Branston? Has he been gone 3 years?
Did you hear about his poor sister?"
Thomas ignored them all. Let them gawk. Let them talk. It no longer mattered. He came to stop and forced his gaze to shift momentarily from Lucy to the hostess. He executed a bow that felt as unfamiliar as the rusty strains of music. "Your Grace, my apologies for coming uninvited." The Duchess of Pembroke smiled.
"Nonsense, Lord Branston, you are welcome here. I would have sent an invitation if I had known you were in London." She cocked her head. "No one has seen you for several years. Have you come back to town for good, then?"
He hesitated. "Not just yet, but I plan to answer my writ of summons and take my seat in the House of Lords next season." Beside him, Thomas heard a soft gasp. Now, finally, his attention could shift to where it wanted, where it demanded. And once it landed on Lucy, it never wanted to leave. No longer the wild spirit of his dreams, tonight she was an absolute vision in pale yellow silk, pink rosebuds swirling about the hem of her gown. Her fingers were nervously clutching the serpentine necklace about her neck, and her hair, holy God, Where had that come from? He wanted to pull her away from the crowd and tumble her out onto a darkened terrace. He wanted to press his mouth against the swell of her breast to see if her skin tasted as sweet as he remembered. He wanted to— "Lord Branston," the Duchess said, severing that train of thought as cleanly as if she'd brought an axe down across his skull. "May I present Lady Cardwell and her daughter, Miss Lucille Westmore? Miss Westmore has just been presented this season." "A pleasure to meet you," he somehow found the composure to murmur. His wayward thoughts were momentarily tamed with the reminder he was not supposed to know this woman. His body, however, was humming with the unspoken awareness that came from knowing her very intimately indeed. He knew the sound she made in the back of her throat when a kiss caught her by surprise, and he knew the way she tasted in her most secret places. But to give that away would be to take away her choice in the matter, and so he bent over her gloved hand. "Miss Westmore," he murmured, bowing low, "it is a pleasure to meet you. Would you do me the honour of being my partner for the next dance?" Lucy's smile was oddly hesitant. She blinked at the woman standing next to her. Mother, may I dance with the Marquis of Branston?" Her mother's eyes widened in surprise. "Did you say Marquis?" Her gaze turned appraising, and she nearly shoved Lucy in Thomas's direction. "By all means, dear." Hiding a smile, Thomas led her onto the dance floor. A new set was beginning, the swirling notes solidifying into a particular 3-beat rhythm. His hand settled where it had longed to go since the moment he spied her across the room, settling possessively against the sweet curve of her waist. He led them into a sweeping waltz, remembering the moves well enough, but not remembering this sort of acute anticipation. He must have danced over 100 waltzes, but never, it seemed, with a scandalous spinster. He smiled down at her, remembering how she had looked in the soft morning light of Cornwall, her skin flushed with pleasure. Her cheeks held something of that glow now, but her hand felt like a trapped bird in his. That was when he realized she was trembling. "Are you nervous?" "Aren't you?" she retorted. "Everyone in the bloody room is watching." She sounded so much like the Lucy he knew and loved that he was tempted to laugh, there in the middle of the floor, the eyes of the entire ton upon them. "I probably ought to be nervous," he admitted, "but you see, the only opinion in this room that matters to me is yours." Her lips lifted just enough. "I must beg you to keep your false flirtations to yourself, sir." Her words deepened to a whisper. "You see, I am not supposed to know you. It wouldn't be proper." He cleared his throat. "There once was a spinster by chance." "This one better not be about my breasts," she warned, but her voice was low and delicious. In an instant his eyes were just there, on the creamy swell of skin that rose up from the yellow silk and appeared to be begging for his kiss. He swallowed hard, willing his feet to keep to the prescribed rhythm. "Who consented to just one dance?" She ducked her head. "But she'd tread on his toes?" He nodded, though in truth she'd not stepped on his toes once. "And ought to box his nose." He paused dramatically, letting a few steps go by, then leaned in, his words the merest whisper in her ear. "Because he wanted to remove her pants." She began to shake with laughter. "I am wearing a gown tonight, my lord, not trousers." He bent in to whisper again. "But I know what you were wearing earlier this afternoon, don't I?" Chapter 30. Lucy hadn't been sure she could do it. Those first stumbling moments into the crowded ballroom and the nearly disastrous conversation with the Duchess of Pembroke had flayed her nerves. But somehow, on Thomas's arm, she began to think she could do nearly anything. Flirt, if she must. Smile, if he encouraged it. Fly, if he but told her she could. The waltz ended too soon. Would she be permitted another with him tonight? It probably wouldn't be appropriate, but somehow a reel or a quadrille seemed far too tame. Rules and propriety aside, she only knew she didn't want the moment to end. "I feel a bit breathless," she said, as the last notes drew to a close, not even needing to fabricate the excuse. "A bit of fresh air might be in order." His eyes darkened promisingly. A turn in Lady Pembroke's gardens, perhaps. She pulled him toward the open French doors, wanting only to escape the notice of her mother and whoever else might be watching. Or waiting. Somewhere, Lydia's Viscount was no doubt looking for her, waiting for his chance to pounce. She didn't particularly feel like playing the part of prey at the moment, not unless it was to snare a marquis. Outside, the cooler night air was a pleasant balm compared to the too warm atmosphere of the ballroom. She leaned closer to Thomas, welcoming the warmth that radiated from him. She was tempted to wrap herself around him, but knew she couldn't. At least, not right here. But if they would go a few more steps into those shadows, who knew what trouble they might reasonably get up to? "Did things go well with your sister?" she asked, tugging him deeper into the garden. "Better than I had ever hoped," he said, his voice a low rumble that did delicious things to her stomach. "I have you to thank for that." He pulled her gently around to face him, leaving them in disappointing view of the ballroom. "I have you to thank for everything, Lucy. You've opened my eyes to the world I turned my back on. One can fulfill the obligations of their position as well as find happiness. I can live in London, or I can live in Cornwall. Or you can split your time between both." She stepped closer. "With me." Thomas schooled his face to a frown, though it took some effort, given the way his heart wanted to pound right out of his chest. "But you don't want a husband," he reminded her. He'd asked her to marry him, what was it, 3 times now? She'd made it clear this needed to be her choice, and he was enjoying the turnabout. She swallowed, looking impossibly vulnerable in the darkness. "Don't I?" she whispered. He let the moment hang. When her hopeful look began to turn pinched, he relented and began to move, pulling her toward the drape of a shadow cast by a pair of well-manicured plum trees, their new spring blossoms sweetly fragrant. Prunus caracifera. Thank God, Lady Pembroke had a deep, lovely set of gardens. "Well, I imagine that changes things, doesn't it?" he asked, drawing her deeper into the darkness. "If you want a husband, you are in the right place. Most young ladies come to these events to make an exceptional match. Has anyone here caught your eye? I could see you with a fat old viscount, for example. Although, if you want my advice, I suspect you need to find someone who isn't looking for a biddable sort of wife." She made a sound that sounded suspiciously like a snarl. He tugged her toward him. She took one step, then another, until she was standing between his braced legs, and he was leaning back against the bark of a plum tree, welcoming the chance to kiss her properly, though not nearly as properly as he wanted. He pulled her into a kiss, the gentle press of his lips against hers nearly chaste, but Lucy was having none of his chivalry. She opened her mouth and pressed insistently against him. She sighed into the pleasure of it, though her mind was rattling the bars of the cage. The blasted man, kissing her like this, instead of proposing. She'd hinted. She'd cajoled. She'd very nearly begged. Why wasn't he asking her to marry him again? And oh, if he only would, there would be no more need for tiresome balls, no more dutiful expectations. She would have fulfilled the entire purpose of a season, to catch a titled husband. She tried to imagine the look on her mother's face when she learned her wild, ill-mannered, short-haired daughter had landed a marquis instead of a viscount. Although landed was a bit of a stretch, given that he seemed content to merely kiss her as though their lives, but not their reputations, depended on it. It had not escaped her notice that he'd made quite sure to wait for the shadows, after all. Through the drugging power of his kiss, it suddenly hit her. Why he'd pulled her into the shadows rather than risk her reputation with this kiss in full view of the ballroom. He'd said he would wait for her decision, and asked her to consider him in the event she ever changed her mind. He didn't want to force her. He was waiting for her to ask him this time. Lucy broke away, gasping for a much-needed breath of air, and then pressed her lips flush against his ear. There was no hesitation, no sense of wondering at her decision. It was simply made. It had been, from the moment she'd read Aunt E's final diary entry. "Thomas," she said, her voice husky with desire, "I love you. I love the way you kiss me, and I love the way you argue with me. I even love your terrible poetry." She felt the change ripple through him, as though all this time he'd been holding back a piece of himself, waiting and wanting. "I love you too, Lucy." "Then there's only one thing for it." She tipped her forehead against his, wanting to hold her breath, and yet knowing her words had never been so important. "Will you do me the honor of becoming my husband?" Thomas paused, enjoying the chance to make her squirm. But he couldn't maintain the ruse for long. There was only one answer on his lips, and it was insisting on tumbling out. "I would be honored to make you my Marchioness, Miss Westmore." She practically threw herself against him, her arms tight about his neck. "Thank you," she gasped. "I was about to say please, and we both know how much I hate to say that." When it landed on his mouth, her kiss was fevered and hopeful and so bloody right, he couldn't help but take what she offered, sweeping into her mouth with a guttural growl of approval. Whatever hold he'd maintained on his desire until now disintegrated in the face of such a sweet assault. He felt his body respond, his cock swelling to the point of violence, warning him to not stretch the moment out too long. Her curves were lush handfuls against his greedy palms, and he gave his hands shameful permission to roam, refamiliarizing himself with territory he'd feared was lost to him forever. As if deciding he needed a map, she pulled at the edge of her bodice, and he nearly groaned out loud as her rounded breasts spilled out, taunting him with their pert coral tips. "When?" he groaned against her throat, his tongue sweeping in small circles, drowning in the taste of her. "When should we do it?" Because, God above, if she made him wait, he was going to lose his mind. "Today," Lucy panted. "Yesterday, if you can manage it. Post the banns tomorrow." She slipped a hand down and cupped his length in her palm, making him hiss out a breath between his teeth. "Just please don't make me wait any more." She knew it wasn't proper. Less than 100 yards away, a candlelit ballroom was waiting, with musicians and matrons, and probably a viscount searching for Lydia in every corner. But Lucy was betrothed. She loved this man. They were out of sight, and he had said yes, and she was not leaving there tonight with her maidenhead intact. She'd pay him £1,000, if it came down to it. Thankfully, he was in an agreeable mood. because he sank down onto the soft grass, drawing her down with him until she was resting on top of him. She kissed him long and hard, struggling to pull her skirts free where they were pinned beneath his legs, not even caring if the expensive silk was collecting grass stains and bits of plum blossoms that would give them away more surely than any bold confession. She never needed to wear another ball gown as long as she lived, but there would be only one first time with the man she loved, and the moment was here. She struggled at the buttons of his trousers, growing frustrated when they wouldn't give to her needy fingers. But then his hands were there, helping her. His length spilled out in her hands, the surprise of it making her gasp in wonder. "I didn't expect it to be so soft," she confessed, running her nails lightly across him. "Trust me, it isn't soft," Thomas choked out. She ran her hand up the length, pausing to rub her thumb against the tip. Remembering how he had kissed her so intimately in Cornwall, she lowered her head and pressed her tongue against him, smiling to herself to feel him tremble in response to her daring. "Lucy," came his protest, but she ignored him, pressing her willing mouth around him, enjoying the sharp hiss of his breath as she ran her tongue in hot, liquid swirls against his straining skin. And then he could no longer form a coherent protest, because his breathing became far too strained for words. Though she wanted to linger, to punish him even, for making her wait so long, she finally let him pull her roughly up and away. She followed his lead as he urged her to straddle him. Because she wanted this too, more of him, more of the feelings he spun up inside her. And she trusted him, now, to not let her down with only half an experience, the way he had before. She settled over him, and as she lowered herself, slowly, she felt that soft fullness pressing against her in the most perfect place imaginable. She closed her eyes, adjusting to the strange welcome of it all. "You are chewing on your lip," came his voice. "What are you thinking?" Lucy opened her eyes. "Truly," she whispered. When he nodded, she felt her cheeks heat. "I was thinking that perhaps there are some advantages to wearing skirts after all." She shifted, enjoying the way the movement made him groan. "For example, I couldn't do this if we were both wearing trousers." "For God's sake, hold still, Lucy." She did, and found that was very nearly as enjoyable as the pursuit of friction. After a moment his jaw softened, as though preparing himself for a monumental task. "Ready?" he asked, his voice almost a moan. She blinked. "You mean this isn't it?" His smile was slow and wicked. "Not even close." "Then, yes, please," she told him. And that, apparently, was all she needed to say. The delicious, slow glide of his body against hers became a sharp pinch of pain. She drew in a sharp breath, realizing she was now seated on top of him, his body joined with hers. "Are you all right?" he asked, through gritted teeth. She loosened her breath. "I believe you now. It is not so soft after all." His chuckle rippled through them both. "It gets better, I promise." She moved, almost experimentally, to learn that it did, indeed, get better. She felt him move inside her, the sweetest of invasions. He was seated so deeply inside her, she felt as though he might very well touch her heart. And it got better still when he pulled her forward, so her begging breast was flush against his mouth. He drew her nipple in, suckling gently, rolling it against his tongue until she was thrashing in pleasure. Yes, this was much better. She tossed her head, enjoying the sheer torment of his lips. Somehow he guided them into a welcome rhythm, his hands against her hips, showing her how to move. Where their bodies were joined, she felt that building sensation, the one he had shown her that morning in the meadow. But it was different somehow. Perhaps because it was a shared experience this time, instead of a one-way gift. He relinquished his attentions at her breast to both pull her down and rise up to meet her mouth, capturing her soft cries, silencing her with a kiss. "Shh! They cannot see us," he whispered, his voice ragged, "but they could perchance hear us if we are not careful." Lucy tried to be quiet. Oh, how she tried. But she was spiraling out of control now, the friction of their bodies and the slow, building pleasure impossible to fight. "Thomas!" His name wrenched from her throat, captured by his mouth, protecting her from ruin, even as he tossed her toward the heavens. Her climax rippled through her like a summer windstorm, achingly sweet. He was close behind, panting against her breast, every bit as devastated. And then they were floating back down together, arms entwined, breath sounds melding. Gradually, the scratch of earth beneath her knees began to creep in, and sounds of the distant ballroom and the sweet fragrance of plum blossoms insisted on intruding, reminding her of where they were and what they had done. But she didn't care. How could she, when it was Thomas, and she was finally where she was supposed to be? She pushed herself up and stared down at him, her eyes lingering on his smile, just a bit higher on one side than the other. "I love you," she murmured again, unable to say it enough now that she had found the courage to acknowledge it. "I love you too," he told her, reaching up to press a kiss against her temple. And then his chuckle came, shaking her with its force, given their bodies were still very much joined. "But, after much consideration, I'm thinking a special license may be the way to go." Epilogue. "You're missing the flowers." Thomas turned away from the coach window and regarded his wife with an upraised brow. "It is an entirely different landscape now in July than it was in April. The heath has begun to bloom." From the opposite side of the mail coach, Lucy continued to read her book. "I imagine we have plenty of time to see it," she said absently, turning a page. "After all, we'll be here through October, setting up the new jewellery business. I know Josephine is eager to get started." Thomas frowned. Yes, his sister was eager to begin her new jewellery business, selling the popular serpentine pendants and pins to the most distinguished members of the ton, nary a one who suspected the true origins of the mysterious Mrs. Smythe. They'd started with a few discreet pieces, cutting and polishing the lizardite rock Lucy had brought back to London. The first piece had been delivered to the Duchess of Pembroke, compliments of Smythe jewellery. It had worked like, well, a charm. Everyone who was anyone wanted one. Now they needed to deliver more. Thomas was a little worried given the potential risks of discovery Josephine faced in her new role, but she had changed enough in appearance in the last few years that it should all be fine. Besides, he had a notion his sister was looking forward to a bit of financial independence and the thought of putting one over on the society that had once shunned her. If Josephine were willing to take the risk, it was not his place to try to stop her. But these next few months in Lizard Bay were bound to be busy. He had a notion the Tanner orphans would be eager enough to collect the lizardite rocks that littered the coast in between their studies, but he still needed to find townspeople to polish the stones, and he needed to sort out who had a talent for metalworking and artistry. Plus, there was the matter of finishing the repairs on Heathmore Cottage and making sure the Tanner boys had a full complement of shoes.
There wouldn't be a lot of time for leisurely walks on the moors. And more to the point, the landscape next week would be different than the landscape today. That was one of the things he loved about the peninsula. It changed, nearly daily, with a new array of plant life blooming in rapid, wondrous succession. "We are nearly to Lizard Bay," he said, "and it will be dark soon. Don't you want to look out the window for a minute or two?" "I want to finish these next few pages first." Thomas glanced out the window again, just as the little town appeared on the horizon. It felt good to be coming back, but better still to be coming back with Lucy on his arm, properly married. Despite the occasional, inevitable argument, 3 months of marriage roundly agreed with him. He, lonely for so much of his life, had been thoroughly indoctrinated into the loud, raucous Cardwell family, though he'd half suspected Lord Cardwell kept a pistol in his jacket right up until the nuptials. With the jewellery business as an excuse, he was able to visit Josephine and his niece as often as he liked, posing as an investor. And of course he awakened every morning, a smile on his face, and tangled in the arms of a wife who slept like the dead. But despite their idyll, it seemed they'd regressed a bit in the past hour. His new wife was paying far more attention to her book than to him. "What are you reading, anyway?" he grumbled. "I can't imagine it is more fascinating than Cornish Heath." "That is a matter of perspective." She turned another page. "I am reading Aunt E's Diaries again, and her entries are full of advice for women on how to deal with men." Thomas eyed the plain-looking cover more curiously. So that was where Miss E, the scandalous spinster, had kept all of her secrets. "Are you learning anything new?" he asked, wondering why his new wife's cheeks had gone so pink. She lowered it, and that was when he realized she wasn't ignoring him at all. "Well, that depends." Her generous mouth curved upward. "For example, how do you feel about ropes?" He was reminded then that his wife might not be a spinster any more, but she was still a bit scandalous, and likely always would be. Not that he minded in the slightest. "I am open to exploration," he told her, shifting on the seat to relieve the sudden tightness in his trousers. "And remember from that day on the cliff that you are handy with a knot." "Good." She smiled, closing the book and blowing him a kiss as the mail coach rolled to a dusty stop. "Because I've a notion to practice my knots on you." Lucy took Thomas's hand and stepped down onto the single dirt street. It felt a bit like coming home. London had its charms, of course. With Thomas poised to formally take his seat in the House of Lords next year, they would need to spend at least half the year in the city. But for now, they had time to spend here, and after the busy parliamentary season next year, she suspected she and Thomas would be all too ready to return again to the solitude of the little town. The arrival of the mail coach was already attracting a crowd. She spied Bentley and Jameson, both looking happy to see them. Reverend Wellsbury emerged from the door of the little church, raising a hand in welcome. At least 2 of the Tanner boys launched themselves at Thomas and began to rifle through his pockets, chattering in excitement. Mrs. Wilkins came bustling out her boarding-house door, flour on her hands and a smile on her wrinkled face. But this time there were a few new faces in the crowd, faces Lucy didn't recognize. Well-dressed men with neckties and pocket watches, and the stink of prosperity about them. Dread slithered through her. In spite of her attempts to save the town, had the Marston Mining Corporation found a foothold here after all? Grabbing Jameson by one arm, she pulled him aside. "Who are those men?" she asked uneasily. The grocer beamed. "Oh, didn't you know, Miss L? We've had visitors." They've been flocking here in droves. 10 came just this month. It's Lady Branston now, not Miss L., she murmured, still eyeing the new men.
Oh, are you married?
Mrs. Wilkins clapped her hands and exclaimed, I just knew it. Reverend Wellsbury strode forward and clapped Thomas on the back. Well done. Miss E. would have been proud to hear it. Although, I confess, I would have preferred to have you come back to Lizard Bay, so I could do the honours myself. We, couldn't wait, Thomas said, smiling warmly in her direction. Lucy smiled back. No, they couldn't have waited. And given the fact that she had spent most of the last month too nauseated to keep her breakfast down, the special license they had obtained appeared to have been a very smart thing indeed. In spite of her happiness, she couldn't help but glance at the newcomers again. They looked out of place here among the ragged, ageing population of Lizard Bay, but she couldn't quite put her finger on where they looked to belong. The visitors, do you mean to say they aren't miners? Oh, no, they're naturalists. Mr. Jameson's whiskers twitched. From the Linnean Society of London. They've come to see the Cornish heath in bloom. Been a real boon to business here in town. Why, I sold 4 cans of snuff this week, and Mrs. Wilkins is having to double up on rooms. Thomas set her bag down on the street, a frown on his handsome face. But how did they know? I thought the pages I wrote for the Linnean Society had been lost. Lucy turned to the postmaster, a suspicion dawning. Mr. Bentley, didn't you give the papers to Lord Branston the way I asked? I told you he needed them most. Bentley nodded. Yes, I put them in the post. No, Bentley, most. Oh. Lucy looked back at Thomas, shaking her head. I am sorry. Her husband didn't look very upset. In fact, he was already striding toward a few of the gentlemen and reaching out to clasp their hands in welcome. She smiled and curled a hand around her belly as she watched the exchange of greetings. It looked like Lizard Bay was poised to have 2 solid industries then. 1 grand cause down, a few more dozen to go. As they slipped through the rocks and Heathmore Cottage came into view, Lucy came to a stop, her hand light against Thomas's arm. Wait a second. Thomas stopped and set down the picnic basket Mrs. Wilkins had insisted on packing for them. A gift for the newlyweds, she had proudly proclaimed. They'd come up to take an inventory of the repairs still needed on Heathmore Cottage. He was pleased to see his wife wasn't out of breath, but he thought taking frequent breaks was a fine idea. He'd been worried about having her make this trek in her condition. Not that he'd have a prayer in hell of stopping her. He knew better than anyone that you couldn't make Lady Lucy Branston do something she didn't want to do. Are you winded? He asked in concern. No, I am pregnant, not a bloody invalid. At her words, Thomas smiled down at the woman he could still not quite believe was his wife. It was true. She looked remarkably fit, and it was clear that pregnancy agreed with her in more ways than one. Last night she'd aptly demonstrated her skill with a knot, a fact he had been all too happy to indulge. Then again, she'd tied up his heart since the first moment she argued with him in her London drawing-room. Why did we stop then? You are staring at it as if you've never seen it before, he said, following her line of sight. I promise you, Heathmore Cottage is the same as you left it. And it was. He could see just ahead to the whitewashed walls, a partially finished roof. Cats everywhere. Actually, that part was new. He squinted, counting 5 fat tomcats basking in the midday sun.
Except I believe the rat problem may have been addressed in our absence, he said, laughing.
It's not just that. Can you hear it?
He listened a long moment. There was only the sound of the waves crashing down below, and a subtle clucking from the scrub grass, feral hens settling on their nests. I don't hear anything.
Exactly, Lucy said, turning toward him. Where did the ghostly wind go?
Thomas listened again. The wind was blowing hard today, Lucy's hair flying about her cheeks. But, try as he might, he couldn't hear the whistling sound that had so characterized the property before. That is odd, he admitted. The landslide must have changed the geography enough to silence our ghost. Lucy nodded. That should make it easier to find roofers now, she told him, and to offer it as a retreat for some of the naturalists cluttering up Mrs. Wilkins' parlour. She smiled up at him. It will still be ours, still protected, but useful. I think Aunt E would have liked that. Thomas glanced back toward the little cottage. It would take a lot of work, but if she was willing, he was as well. The idea that not only did she value the extraordinary beauty of her land, but that she wanted others to enjoy it as well, made him want to give out a whoop of approval. Instead, he nodded. If that is what you want, that is what we shall do. I like the way you think, husband. She reached up to kiss him once on the mouth, stirring thoughts of other things they might do once their picnic was finished. And if you are this amenable to my ideas now, I confess I can hardly wait for next year. Why? He drawled. Next year would be lovely, with a tiny heir or future spinster to keep them busy, but he was looking forward to the next hour, given that one kiss with Lucy usually led to more. He cocked his head, recognizing all too well the way she was worrying her lower lip. "What are you thinking?" he asked. She may have shown him her skill with knots, but he hadn't yet had an opportunity to show her his. And if memory served, there was still a rope around here somewhere. She shrugged, looking the opposite of innocent. "Oh, just the grand bit of trouble I could cause with my very own voting member of the House of Lords in my pocket." "Lucy," he warned, though his own smile had stretched as high as hers, "I am scarcely in your pocket any more than you are in mine. What are you planning to do?" She blinked. "Who, me? I'm just a plain, almost spinster who somehow managed to attach herself to a handsome, influential husband." Plotting to wreak all the havoc you want, I imagine." Her smile turned as brilliant as the overhead Cornwall sun. "I only want you," she told him, going up on her toes to kiss him again. He kissed her back, and gladly. This was not a time to argue with her. Because, for once, they were in agreement on something. This is Lana J. Weston. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The Spinster's Guide to Scandalous Behaviour, The Seduction Diaries, by Jennifer McQuiston.